So we'll mute everybody and start playing me and Ike Willis in 2013.
All participants are now muted.
The Ike Willis, make sure all the sound is up and the sound level, sound flower.
How long a segment?
I think it's half an hour at least.
Okay.
Let's see. Is this going to work?
Okay, Ike.
Right, okay. Okay, we'll just rewind.
Okay, this is Ike Willis and Bob Dobbs, July 14, 2013. Okay, Ike.
Yes, Bob.
If you think of the exciting avant-garde imagery and arts of the 1920s, you probably think of painting, cubism, suprematism, constructivism, Dada, surrealism, all these arts. We think back, it seems the eye seems to dominate in our thinking back to the 20s and 30s or even the teens. When you come to the 60s, 50s, 60s, 70s, what is exciting and avant-garde and an enthralling novelty? It's obviously music, right?
That's probably the age of the ear.
Yeah,
definitely.
Exactly. Now, you have painting is the eye, music is the ear. Those are two senses. What senses would come next?
Probably the brain.
Very good. And that's
probably the brain, because that seems to be what seems to be happening here in the 21st century, especially the fact that I think that at least in the world and in terms of what we're talking about, there seems to be right now in this country, there seems to be just a whole shitload of people who are, look, in America, they're still trying to get rid of racial prejudice. They're not having a good success with it. They're trying to get rid of, basically we're trying to climb our way out of all the mistakes of the last millennium, in terms of wars, genocides, slavery, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And at the same time, art and music and things like that. And the thing is, all right, it's like this Trayvon Martin case. That's a great example of that, and it has everything to do with race, and it's the biggest elephant in the room, and nobody said a damn thing about it.
Okay.
And it's like we're trying to get out of the whole point is the only way to get to climb out of it. And the first thing to do, and then Frank would say this too. The main thing is it's like, well, the only reason that there's still trouble between prejudice, racism and stuff between white people and black people is that they're approaching it from the wrong perspective. Nobody's asking the right question. It's like, well, the only way the solution is very simple. The only way that white people and black people are going to start getting along and racism stops is that you have to start from the right premise. And the premise is white people don't consider black people people. See, and they're starting it. They don't consider us people, like human beings.
Right.
And we're not people to them.
Okay, but Ike, now I want to bring in how I see Frank in the big picture in this scenario I've laid out. You're right to say the brain. What sense is the brain? Well, I like McLuhan's definition. It's the tactile sense. If you think of the tactile sense, it's not the sense of touch. It's the interplay. It's the rhythm. It's the thing that coordinates the different sensory data. So television was an extension of tactility, not the eye, not the ear, but all the senses.
Right.
Because for many people with television, they could smell it as they watch the pictures, and it moves. So you got kinetics in there.
Exactly.
Now, America...
And the brain processes...
What?
The brain has the process since the development of television and then media to put on it. It's the brain that has to interpret all that stuff.
Okay. So here you have the eye beginning in the 20th century as radio, TV, and these electrical extensions of the mind. Tactile media are the hidden ground. But because we were a literate, visually biased society in the 19th century based on books, we were seeing the dying of our external senses, the eye and ear. So the first death was the supernova of the eye through art. Right?
Okay, I get that.
And then we have the supernova of the ear in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
So the supernova of the last 20, 30 years is interactivity or tactile interplay.
Okay, yeah.
Everybody dancing with any media form that shows up, and the environments of it through your iPhones and that, shrinking the media more and more so that you get empowered to edit it.
That's true, because with the advent of computers and the Internet and TV and visuals, okay, I got you. Yeah.
All right. So in that mix, Frank starts as a kid drawing. I think he used to put on puppetry, and he used to draw more than music.
Right, exactly.
Right. So he starts off acting out the 40s and 50s. He's got his eyes going. Then his ears get activated. When he's 14, he starts composing. And he develops the interest in the ear culture. Mm-hmm. But he's always looking at it visually. He's drawing. He likes drawing, musical notes and that. Okay. Mm-hmm. The next, so that's the 50s, 60s, 70s. So when the Synclavier comes in, there's Frank. He starts digitizing his music and developing the tactility that was always in his music. So here's how it's tactile. Tactility is the interplay of the senses, not any particular sense in itself. You could say it's like the mind that organizes physical sensory data. So this interactivity of the tactile sense is touch, kinetic contact, and then letting go. Touch, let go. Touch, let go. Sex is a good example of a tactile operation. All the senses involved, and if you're doing it right, it's kind of an interactive, sensitive call and response situation. Now, Frank comes in very quickly in the late 60s, holding up his hand. That's what tactility is, the extension of the hand. He's using hand signals, so he's implying tactility, not that he would come up with that term, but he's acting it out as a person, an artist, in touch with the rhythms of the present. And what does he play with? Rhythms. He creates a tactile, look at Lumpy Gravy. It's tactile interplay with speech and sound and cliches from the media landscape in an interplay that, for most people, still visually limited, visually biased, acoustically biased, find chaotic.
That's certainly true. That's very, very true. So the main questions that I always get from people is that how on earth I can do that. Right.
You see, that's why you're going to be able to fill in what I'm talking about here. So then to finish it up here, once the digital comes in, since Frank was always miming tactile interplay with his audience, with the interviews, with the mediascape, he was a very interactive artist. You know what I mean? The audience and his response to the audience was more what Frank was about than any of the particular operations, any of the particular technical stuff he was doing.
Exactly.
Always watching to see what was going on. He wasn't presenting a package.
And what was going to be the result of whatever small input that he added to it. Triggered. Mm-hmm.
All right. So this tactile interplay with the Synclavier in his digital studio, and remember, he's always showing his hand in a lot of the album covers. The big hand coming in, the image of tactility. So
very good, Bob. now thinking back, yep, that's very true.
Yeah. So when the digital comes in, he can, I call that the Android meme. That's where technology comes alive. That's what we've actually listened. We've watched the last 30 years where people's physical chemical bodies been sidelined as they watch this digital supernova of incredible technology just swamp over themselves and the economy. And Frank stays on top of it. He immediately in the 80s, right when it starts to become popular, he gets his digital instrument and he starts massaging anything, anytime, anywhere for no reason at all.
Right.
That is a definition of tactility. Tactility doesn't have a purpose. It's a sculpting. And the sculpture of tactility is what he and Don brought to pop music. The sculpture dynamic, which is the art version of tactility. So you have this incredible interactivity of Frank digitally, and remember, wasn't it called Intercontinental Absurdities?
Right, exactly.
Programming the whole world as an art form. You know, he's the I call him a satellite conductor, operating from the satellite level, conducting the whole world. And okay, so I'm saying that Frank wasn't a musician sound guy. He wasn't an eye guy. He wasn't a dance guy. He incorporated those elements. He was a tactile artist. And
right. Okay, that makes very good sense.
Yeah, this explains a lot of the details. So now, to end my point, let's go to the play, the opera. He never got off the ground, Dio Fa. Because if you read his plan for that, it's such an amazing tactile enterprise.
I've never heard of that.
You never heard of Dio Fa?
No.
Okay, well, let me just read the entry on killuglyradio.com, give them a plug, the website. In the real Frank Zappa book, Zappa describes a proposal for a World Cup football opera. And this is
what? Say that again?
A World Cup football opera.
Really?
Yeah, called Dio, God, Fa,
right.
Lies, God Lies. And it's in the chapter...
God Lies?
Yeah, that's the title, Dio Fa. Yeah. Now remember, he's being big. He's going to take on God in this tactile environmental situation.
Right.
All right, so Dio Fa.
Wow.
Yeah. This is in chapter 18 called the Failure chapter. This is what...
Really?
Yeah, so here's what it says. Frank Zappa would have proposed, if he'd given them the support, to write, produce, and direct a special entertainment event for the conclusion of the World Cup football finals in the summer of 1990. In other words, like the Super Bowl halftime show, he was going to be the end of the World Cup finals where everybody's going nuts, whoever won, and be the show for it.
Are you kidding me? That's insane.
Listen to this. And it would be
when did he come up with that? Hold on a second, Bob. I'm on the other line, Bob. On this from Hawaii. I'm doing a thing for the interview. I'll call you back. All right, honey. Bye. That was Denise. All right. Wait. Now, when did he drop out of the? When did he do this?
This was scheduled for 1990, so he was thinking of it in the late 80s.
Oh my God! That must have been what we were gearing up for at the time he got sick.
Yeah.
At the time he really, really started getting sick.
In 89. He had this ready to go after. It was almost like he didn't mind the tour, 88 tour stopped. He had a big project coming up anyways.
That's what he was talking about. And we never got to it because, he got sick.
Secretly got sick. No one knew in 89, but he told you.
Well, I did. I did, and then that's when we moved to Portland. And then after I moved to Portland, that's when he called me and told me he was terminal. Okay.
Right.
And and we stayed in touch during all that time, and he was having plans about, that's what he meant by, because we were going to get back together, and it was going to dovetail with the 25th year anniversary of 200 Motels, and we were going to get the orchestra, the London Symphony again, and and Flo and Eddie and Vinny and
all right
for this big worldwide production.
Which he didn't tell you all the details. So let me give you the details.
No, well, we never got to all the details.
Yeah, because he got involved with Russia in 89 and 90.
Right, and also Czechoslovakia with Bob Havel and those guys.
Right. So listen to what he proposed. He proposed that this thing be financed by the city of Milan and the Italian Football Committee. It would have been, I'm just reading from the text here, it would have been an opera with the premiere performance in La Scala, broadcast by... You tell me when you remember things. Like, he said, did you hear that word come up at some point in the conversation? Right. In La Scala, broadcast via satellite worldwide, okay?
Oh, my God.
So the idea was to produce a script in English, Italian, German, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Russian. The performance would include dancing in many styles, many special effects, and a fashion show in the opera.
Wow.
So listen to this. It gets even better. The musical company would include full orchestral settings, chamber music settings, ethnic choral instrumental setting, executed by digital sampling and digital tape playback, advanced electronic music techniques in rock music in styles ranging from doo-wop vocals to heavy metal. In other words, his whole career, his whole big note is what he was going to do.
Pretty much, yeah.
The music would be partly acoustic, partly amplified, and in some instances mimed to digital playback. See, acoustic, acoustic would be the folky painting period, the eye period.
Yes, and then the 60s.
Yeah, and then the amplification is the 60s and 70s. That's the new amplifiers. That's the ear part, the earbuzz.
Right.
And then the third phase, the tactile is the digital playback. You mime to digital playback. Interactive digital involvement. So it says that Frank was to write the story and lyrics, supervise the set design, costumes, and special effects. The city of Milan, through its sister city arrangement with Chicago, would engage the Chicago Symphony to provide the orchestral backing. The La Scala Orchestra will be represented by selected instrumental soloists. So you have some people from the La Scala Orchestra. The La Scala Chorus would be also featured. Zappa was to select the stage director, the orchestral conductor, and the featured vocal soloist. The negotiations for their fees would be the responsibility of the city of Milan. Their fees were not included in the proposal or budget. He has here a U.S. designer and staging company would be selected by Zappa to prepare the blueprints for the sets and special effects. The sets would be constructed in Milan in the La Scala Scenic Facility under the supervision of the U.S. designer. The special effects would be constructed in the United States and shipped to Milan. Now comes a part that's italicized, and this is the story. Okay, this is the Dio Fa. This is what it says.
All right.
What follows is not a complete description of the event, only a collection of ideas to begin with. All material is subject to irrational modification. Now, irrational modification is what tactility is. It sculpts the sensory data coming into the mind and sorts it according to whatever mysterious wills and agencies we have in ourselves, right? Our consciousness. Right. So right there, material is subject to irrational modification. Yes, tactility is not running, it's doing it for any reason or whatever that it knows. It's following its rules, all right? So there it is. He's saying it's a tactile response to a collection of basically just a bunch of ideas to begin with. All right. The theme of the opera is, quote, millions of people believe football is God. But it is said, at least in Torino, God is a liar. That's the quote, Dio Fa.
Dio Fa.
To present this theme, we propose to use a large mechanical version of the marionette character shown in the logo of the Italian Football Committee. And that would be the football god. So you take the actual logo of the organization, and that would be the football god. This football god marionette. So there's Zappa getting his puppetry in there. Always, this kid stuff. This football god marionette is afflicted with an uncontrollable nasal growth syndrome.
Oh no!
That's Reuben the Jet, 1968.
Oh my God! Conceptual continuity strikes again.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Continue. All right. And this would be pioneered by Pinocchio and perfected by Reagan. The nasal growth syndrome would be pioneered by Pinocchio.
Wait. Started by Pinocchio, and what's the next?
Well, he has here, maybe it's the football god. This football god marionette is afflicted with an uncontrollable nasal growth syndrome, pioneered by Pinocchio, perfected by Reagan, Ronald Reagan.
Okay, there you go.
All right.
The lie.
Right. Because whenever football god tells a lie, a horrible soft nose grows out of the soccer ball.
Right.
Which forms the head of the logo. With each new lie, another monk appears singing in Sardinian ethnic choral style, struggling to hold up the football god's repulsive nose with inexplicable religious machinery.
Oh, my God.
So the nose, so that's the Pinocchio part. So the football god is Pinocchio at the beginning. To conclude the production in a way that allows football god to have a tiny nose and live happily ever after, we propose, here's what the proposal is. As soon as the Italian national team is selected, a rock video is made in the style of the Super Bowl shuffle. Remember the shuffle and
of course, the Chicago Bears, yes.
No, the Cletus Auritus Auritus.
Oh, Cletus Auritus Auritus, okay, yeah.
Yeah, they perform a shuffle at the end of the story. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, a rock video is made in the style of the Super Bowl shuffle, using the players in uniform to render an Anglo-Italian rap version of Michael Jackson's I'm Bad. So that's...
Oh, no. Oh, no.
So the rock video is made as soon as the team is selected. All right. This will be made into an instant hit. Okay, this is part of the opera. You make it an instant. I think he means all within the evening's performance. This will be made into an instant.
Of course, because it would be such an event would already be pre-announced worldwide as a result of the World Cup, because that year's World Cup frenzy that goes on every 4 years is going to be watched by every country in the world and attended to, and that's going to be announced as a part of the World Cup ceremonies and the World Cup thing, and of course it'll be an instant hit because it would be
everybody's tactile.
And plus it's going to be a video, and and oh my God, thereby making it an instant hit.
That's right. So
it would be an instant hit simply because of what it is.
That's right. Now, in the global theater, with satellites going around it starting in the 60s, all the old media, television, magazines, books, newspapers, radio, TV, bulldozers, oil companies, they're all inside this theatrical thing that's no longer the global village, it's the global theater. And Frank, as a satellite conductor, is orchestrating a day in the life of the global theater. And he's showing how collective marketing.
And that dovetails with his invention that he was patenting for us to not have to tour, to be presented, to telecast, broadcast, simulcast our performances in 3D.
Yes, to avoid
into any theater or any stage in the world. Now that directly coincides with that. Oh my God.
Yeah, when was he telling you that? By the middle 80s?
88.
Right. Does that include the news show with Dan LaShore idea that he wanted to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, the TV news.
Yeah, because I was there when he met Daniel Shore. I was standing right next to him.
Right. See, so this is an expansion of it. This is like a climactic one-time thing, and it's a big ad for Frank in the long run for his talk show. So the marketing of this, and everybody be all involved with it, that the whole absurdity would get the world audience that's listening more drunk on the whole thing, and they'd all start saying, yeah, this is an instant hit just for the hell of it. And that's a tactile interplay between the composer-artist and the audience. See, it's more tactile.
And the music industry and the entertainment industry.
Yeah.
Because the result of saying, okay, it's going to one of the requirements being that it be an instant hit will involve the music industry and its machinery as a call response.
That's right.
Tacticity-wise, making the media entertainment machine
a subset of the satellite conducting.
A subset of the satellite conduction, making it an instant hit.
Yeah.
And the process of it being an instant hit is also a part of him conducting.
Yes.
Holy shit.
And think of Theodore Bickel, the guy with the military suit.
Oh, Theo Bickel. I love Theo Bickel.
Remember him at 200 Motels? He's the military guy behind the scene playing with the double Frank.
Rance Mohammed.
Frank is Rance Mohammed in this situation. Right? Orchestrating this whole global military operation. So it says, so this video is made an instant hit by all Italian radio and television stations. At the end of the opera, Football God sings his hit, assisted by I guess this hit that just happened, assisted by the monks, who turn out to be Italian national team in disguise. So he's already brought the Italian national team into it. And so, Frank writes, by singing I'm bad, you know it, God's nose shrivels to Jacksonian proportions, and he dances away. All right, that's that end of that phase.
Wow.
Then he says, Dio Fa, the logo for the opera itself, as it would appear on posters and advertising, was to be licensed as part of the opera plot, and still part of the story, to a mysterious Soviet clothing designer. Here's his whole thing of helping Russia. You know what I mean? That he got into.
Right.
It'd be licensed to a mysterious Soviet clothing designer who plans to unveil the new line of Soviet fashions via satellite during the most dramatic part of the opera.
Right.
So this marketing is going to interrupt the opera.
Right.
As part of the opera. And it
it's
said,
a commercial.
Yes. And so it says that FC would attempt to make an actual licensing and manufacturing deal with the Soviets for real clothes to be offered worldwide under the Dio Fa label, with the garments making their debut as part of a choreographed fashion show with ballet and ethnic dancers as models, and the Soviet designer appearing on stage to be hugged by them after the clothing is shown. So he's going to do a marketing thing right in the middle of the plot.
As a part of the plot.
Yeah, as a part of the plot.
Oh, my God.
Now, listen to this. Other characters in the Dio Fa include Galileo, Tesla,
of course,
Newton, Leonardo da Vinci, Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, and Elvis Presley as the devil.
Ha! Ha, 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 ha. Are you shitting me? What?
This is what's right here. This is what's written. And then it says, Great Britain was to be represented by dancers dressed as football hooligans. So actually he's getting the Pope Catholics against the Protestant Queen in here.
Of course.
So he's got, Great Britain was to be represented by dancers dressed as football hooligans, misinterpreting signals from the Queen. And the Queen is a waving mechanical cardboard arm viewed through the window of a passing car. So the cardboard are waving at the Queen. And they're misinterpreting the hand signals Zappa's conducting style.
Right.
As a political operation. See, this is, people thought in the conspiracy websites over the last 10, 15 years, they talk about, George Bush comes out and he makes little signals to his Freemasonic buddies through the media with the color of his tie and all that. Well, this is what Frank is sort of bringing in, that idea that the Queen is orchestrating her empire with this waving hand. You know what I mean? This mechanical hand.
Exactly. Which is basically all anybody ever sees of the Queen.
That's right.
She's riding by in her car.
Okay. Here's the final paragraph. America was, so you got Italy, Great Britain, and then America, which is a very tactile culture with so much electric media interplaying its tactility itself. So it's in between the Protestants, the Catholics, so to speak, and their empires. America was to be represented by a group of tourists who line up at the phone booth with a sign on it that reads, "Talk to God."
Right.
Each tourist would get to ask a single question. The all-important questions are, 1, did I wake you up? To God, you'd ask God.
Great.
2, what time is it there? There's the question.
Right.
Frank always wanted to know what time it was. 3, how much is that in dollars?
Right. Oh, no. Oh, my God.
4th question, asking God, is that a castle or what?
That's amazing.
Yeah. 5th question, what's the weather like there?
Exactly.
6th and final question, and each caller gets to ask one of these, right? They get to choose from these 6. And the final one is, when are you coming to America?
Right. Oh, man. That's fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That's what he was talking about.
That's what he wanted to do. That'd be the final.
Right.
Think of the football. They talk about the political football. An issue is a political football. It's a problem, They kick it around.
Mm-hmm.
So, to me, that is a perfect expression of the tactile interplay of all the media environments orchestrated by, quote, the CIA, whoever manages the secret committee that has to sort of keep the big picture going and kill a few people if they get in the way or kill a few nations. That is what he's miming. And
my goodness.
And it begins with Elvis. See, whoever is a big major stream star like Michael Jackson or Elvis, they are miming in the popular tactile level the role of the CIA orchestration of what I call the word that makes the market.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible? He has it all here.
Oh, my goodness. That's what he was. Okay, I got it.
What do you recall? Now, what are some things you recall that fit in?
Well, bits and pieces. See, every aspect of the play are the things that he was in the process of actually doing, because, and I think part of that was going to be the Thingfish movie,
right?
Because when he was on his deathbed, he was in negotiations with Whoopi Goldberg, who wanted to buy the rights to put on because he wanted to put on Thingfish as a movie.
She wanted to do
as
that.
Well, yeah, because Whoopi loves the album, and since we weren't able to get it staged on Broadway as a play,
right?
And think about what happens in Thingfish, right?
Yeah.
And all of that. So that dovetails with because we're doing a lot of hand signals and because the Mammy Nuns were the chorus line. You hear me?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I know what you mean.
The Mammy Nuns were the chorus lines because they were going to be dancing all the way through the play.
Right. So you see Thingfish is puny compared to this thing.
Yeah, I know, but see, Thingfish was just one part of.
Yes,
that's the same thing. The same thing. It was like the.
It was about the marketing of the biological virus known as AIDS, whereas Frank and this Dio Fa is showing the larger marketing globally.
Okay, and that was just that. Oh my God!
Yeah. Now, what he's showing the seamless web of corporations and media and intelligence agencies and news agencies and the information environment. He's showing a seamless web around one event that is meant to trigger off all other kinds of marketing things.
Right.
And he's miming that. And he's saying, let me be that. I will take my reality and do it and show everybody this. Now,
Bob, I think my handheld phone is about to die. Let me hang this one up and we have to do this. We
can do part two. I will stop the recording and we'll do it again. I'll call the other number.
All right, I'll pick up the other phone and so that I can reach. Put this one on the thing, the charger, and I'll have the other. When you call back, I'll have the other phone ready to go.
All right. Well, actually, so you have to just see. You can. All right. Let's just stop the recording and we'll do part two.
Yeah.
I'll stop this. Okay. Just a second.
All right. So.
Okay, this is part B of our talk with Ike on July 14th, 2013. So, Ike, you just had your mind blown with this scenario. What comes to mind? What ideas and things you're familiar with?
Well, like I was saying, what brings to mind is that 6 to 8 months before Frank died, he called me while I was still living in Portland and said that this was in early '93, and told me that he was coming. It seems like his cancer was going into remission, and we'd be able to travel again and actually go back on the road. And he was throwing bits and pieces at me. Now I realize now of Dio Fa, because he had always been saying that, well, I want to go back out with the orchestra and essentially have a huge orchestra / band doing a worldwide presentation that would ostensibly be the 25th year anniversary of 200 Motels, but combined with this new technology that he had just secured a patent search for with the Library of Congress, utilizing 3D technology, so that instead of having to tour from city to city, we could put the whole thing in a sound stage, at least our part of it, because this is also part of the president, his running for president as well.
Right.
That we'd have the symphony orchestra, we'd have an expanded version of the Mothers, and to be able to use this technology to be able to, and it was totally interactive in that we'd set up the whole machinery in a movie soundstage, and then be able to simulcast it via television and computer and internet into any venue in any city in the world, and adjust the size of the broadcast. Naturally, it's like if it was watching on a TV, we'd be in that size of a TV screen. But in a theater, because of 3D technology, it would be the same size as the band would be on a 40 by 29 foot stage.
Wow. So, in other words, you wouldn't go to City, broadcast from the place.
We'd be at home here in L.A.
Right.
Being televised by 3D technology, so that if it's a small 200, 500-seater, an old theater or a stadium, we can adjust the size of the broadcast of the projection, so that it would be, we'd be the regular the size a band would be on a stage in a football stadium. A football stadium, Bob.
Yeah, he would be saying that to you.
Yeah. A football stadium, okay? And that's the thing, because that's the thing. So now that makes perfect sense, because that would allow Dio Fa to actually happen.
Yes.
Because during the World Cup, using that technology, he'd be able to conduct and also we'd be able to participate in such a worldwide football game, fashion show,
merchandise marketing,
merchandising, and oh my God, my God.
Let me give you a couple of conceptual continuities. When he was talking about running for president, he said he would just do interviews. He would just stay home and be available for interviews 24/7 and just run it from his home, talk and be interviewed. So there's the work coming, digitally just coming from one place. He understood.
Yes.
McLuhan used to say that's the way elections should have been run. Everybody could run the whole thing in the fucking studio, over 6 months or a year, and get rid of all this other physical body interaction that's stupid. That leads to whatever, stupid stuff. So,
going around with handshaking and kissing babies and et cetera, et cetera.
And they would just dialogue casually and show their ability to respond to whatever was happening in the news. And that's how you'd figure out whether the guy was going to be a good president or not. Not trying to state some stupid opinion or policy.
Exactly.
Now,
based on polls, based on polling, and based on political footballs and buzzwords, and et cetera, et cetera.
Right. So Frank had the right idea how to do it. Now, here's the other idea. Did you ever see The World's Greatest Sinner by Tim Carey? That movie.
Oh, you mean Frank's movie?
No, Tim Carey.
The one that he did the movie.
Yes,
the music
sound for it. Yes.
No, I never saw that movie.
Okay, Tim Carey, who was this great actor for Stanley Kubrick movies, and a good friend of John Cassavetes, used to be in a lot of his movies.
Oh, I love John Cassavetes. Cassavetes was great.
Right. So Tim Carey, he made this in 1963. When Frank is on Steve Allen, he mentions, when he's playing the bicycle, he mentions the premiere, he says, of the worst movie ever made, or something like that, okay?
Right.
Which Tim Carey didn't like, but anyways, you can't control Frank, and he had his reasons for doing that. But the movie's about this, I don't know if he's an insurance salesman or something, but he starts watching the Elvis Presley kind of phenomenon. This is the mid-50s. It's being filmed in the late 50s, early 60s. It takes several years for him to make it. So he takes on this is the movie world of Tim Carey and his friend Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson later said it was his favorite movie of all time. At the time it got shown in 63. And he said, this is my favorite movie. I don't know if he still would say it. But here's Tim with these actors, and they're watching this other kind of showbiz coming out of the radio called rock and roll, right?
Right.
And so Tim Carey, he decides, well, that's the way to get attention, so he becomes a rock and roller. He becomes so popular that he eventually starts a religion and declares war on God or something like that.
Oh, wow.
The world's greatest sinner. And that's the image of Elvis Presley as the devil is right from that movie, World's Greatest Sinner.
And by the time by the time Carey creates his own religion,
now, he gets screwed.
Right.
And what happens, he starts going around and ripping off old ladies. He screws all these old, ugly ladies to get their money or to invest and all that. So it leads into a terrible corruption. I can't remember the exact ending, but I think it ends in tears, a tragedy.
But results, Dio Fa, God's lie.
Yes. So, now, when I talked to Frank after he transitioned and I was talking to him through the medium, the Evergreens, I said, a lot of your conceptual continuity comes out of The World's Greatest Sinner, and he agreed, or the guy that was dead agreed. Anyway.
Right.
So, and you can see it in this movie. Elvis is a devil. pop culture is the devil. Look at the Pope hates Madonna and all this stuff. And then, but then Frank shows how pop culture fits in with all the other corporations and the marketing and everything's a seamless web. And he shows it's not a global theater, it's a global membrane. Can we run from a studio? Which is always what Frank said. In some studio in Langley, Virginia, they're making it.
Exactly. Top secret laboratory.
Yeah, and he called his Dr. Zircon's lab in Happy Valley.
Wow.
Think of Uncle Meat was a guy with a lab with the jets and the nasal growth syndrome, whatever.
Exactly.
So the whole thing.
Wow.
So I recently, a friend of mine saw the Philip Glass performance of some big opus, and it was lousy and boring. And this is the point. Frank would be and could think beyond these guys because he didn't have the particularities of values of this is low culture, that's high culture. He put it all in the mix. And that's the way societies run today. That's a tactile society.
Wow.
Each particular media content has no meaning. It's keeping the whole thing going and merging and intertwining, and the secret lab orchestrates the whole thing. That's what Frank understood.
Which really hits to the heart of Frank's. The one thing that Frank was always really brilliant at is long-term thinking.
Yes. Who are the brain police? Who are the brain police?
Right. Just super long-term thinking. Holy shit. I mean, and being able to incorporate all of that and juggle all of those balls simultaneously.
And notice, and like you said, he'd have scientific magazines in his studio there. He'd be up on the latest technology. Are you saying that he invented a patent, or he wanted to patent the process of putting everything together?
No, it's his idea.
Wow.
It's his idea. I mean, the thing is, using what he knew about the technology, because remember, Frank was a very brilliant guy.
Yeah.
And he was always up to speed
with
on the new tech, with the latest technologies, and every new thing that came out, the manufacturers would always send Frank a prototype, so Frank could actually troubleshoot it and beta test it. He had the first synthesizers, the first amps, the first digital synthesizers, polyphonic synthesizers, the Synclav. I mean, he owns the first one of two. Yeah, because we were in the studio doing Thingfish when the Synclavier people sent him a couple of Synclavs to troubleshoot and to beta test and to work the bugs out of it.
Now, did he have other industries sending him other things?
I think so. I mean, because I would be up at the house and I'd see things that I'd never seen, machines that I'd never seen before. He would say, "Oh yeah, that's a so and so, and they're made by so and so, and it's supposed to do this, this, and this." Some of the stuff didn't work because it didn't go far enough, or you know what I mean. It didn't do quite everything that it was supposed to do. But you know, the thing is, he still used certain things. And also, but the bottom line, he knew how it worked in terms of technology.
He could understand it, and he could improvise on it, or make a patent of it.
Which is what he would do. He would take the best out of whatever he was testing, report back to these guys, and say, "Okay, well, this works. I don't like this. Blah blah blah.
Right.
Now this. Sorry, it doesn't do what it doesn't go far enough, and it doesn't get the exact results that either you or I aren't looking for."
Right.
You and I are looking for. But keep trying, because all you need to do is this. Why don't you make it do this or that? You know what I mean? And that's how Frank was, because there was always things, boxes with tubes and knobs, and made by various corporations and stuff, but various companies. But as long as I'd always been, I'd go up to the house. We'd either be recording or sitting up there talking or whatever, or be up there late at night working on projects. And the studio and the house was just full of this shit.
Right, and books and stuff, and manuals.
Oh, of course, books everywhere.
Okay, look, you take that famous play in the 80s, I think it's called Einstein on the Beach, maybe it was the 70s. You see, a playwright is dealing with old visual culture, painting, book stuff, Shakespeare plays.
Right.
Okay. But Frank was
certainly a playwright as well.
Right. But because he was a chief focal point in the newest, greatest art form, rock music, amplified music.
Right.
These other playwrights, they couldn't do that. But he could take that thing, because that actually, rock music was the iconography and the drama in the global theater anyways. It already was a theater.
And Frank back in the 60s became an icon.
Right, and a devil.
Because that's a part of the game plan.
That's right. He was considered a devil by the right wing and all this stuff.
Oh, always. To this day, he's considered the devil.
Right. So you see that this Dio Fa is about himself and his process of taking the latest technology, and if given the opportunity, he would have done this, and he already was doing it on a small scale in his thinking.
Sure.
And what he was trying to say in his lyrics and conceptual stuff in his books.
He's been doing it at least up until the time he died. So far, he had put in 30 years.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
63 to 93.
93. He had put together a good 30 years. I was with him almost 20 years of that. Okay.
Right.
So Okay. Now see, I'm seeing. See, as we're talking, little bits and pieces.
Yes, that's what I want.
Are falling in there. Oh my God! And I was there.
Yes,
okay.
That's why
as a part of this. Okay.
Okay, so then you have Francesco Zappa, according to the dictionary, 1763 to 1788, the same period of recording. Yeah. Exactly, same years.
Because when he called me and told me he found Francesco. Just in his reading.
Well, Gail. He said Gail found it. She
found the reference to him.
Right.
And then Gail, and then Frank, of course, dove right into it. Got all the history. Got all the who his sponsors were. What time frame. What kind of music. He had Gail get the charts. Had to find the search for the charts and stuff like that. Yeah, I was up at the house. With during that whole thing, and he showed me the charts, and he showed me Francesco's history, just the whole shot.
Now,
I was there.
All right, it's good. Now the year 1990 for this. This is Frank just coming up with another great show. This should be Dynamite Show, Barry, for him launching his presidential campaign.
Right.
This would be his political commercial.
Right.
He says on Freako, one particular song is a body commercial to get more groupies or something, one of the songs in the liner notes. But you see, the whole process of what he was all about, he was the only artist, creator, thinking like the CIA, like marketing, like advertising, like the industry, like great works of aesthetic appeal, his own composition. The whole mixed bag, he's the only one thinking on that huge scale.
Right. That's what I mean.
That's why he's the best artist.
Right. That's in terms of his long-term approach. And, that's in terms of his long-term thinking approach and planning. Because that's the key. The long-term planning.
Yes, and remember in the circular for the Warner exec, hey snazzy exec, something 1971, where he lays out the conceptual continuity of the band and why he's not a normal band, and he talks about the long-range plans, and he talks about a town, and everything's orchestrated in the town, and then there's these little pins that are out in the Atlantic Ocean, there's millions of them, and there's one little pin that has a gesture from a studio in it. Do you remember that whole scenario? I could actually go read it, but it's quite well known among the Zappa files. This scenario of planning and sculpting. He talks about sculpting earth environments and all kinds of things. That was in 1970.
Really?
Oh, if you haven't, let me go down and bring that up. I mean, it's an incredible, but it's the long-term plan that you're talking about.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's him. Because we would sit and talk, and he would. Let me think here. Because we would think about in terms of sculpting and planetary sculpting. We were in Germany one night, and it was like past show after the show and stuff. And he goes, this part of Germany. He goes, Ike, you're a historian, you're into geology and stuff. and he was saying, well, did you know that Germany, what we know as Germany, this actually used to be Sweden.
Yeah, who's he saying this to? A journalist?
Me.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Me.
Yeah.
He goes. Yeah, this was actually Sweden. You know, starting, you know, when European society was up and running and stuff like that, because they've always been fighting back and forth and various wars and things like that, and kingdoms and you know, and who's in charge here and there over the years. That at one point in time, this was Sweden. Until the Germans, the Vandals, the whatever at the time, finally drove them northward to where they are now. And you know, basically, it all boils down to, well, the bottom line is that that's a part of that political and geopolitical and sculpture.
Yes.
You know. When you look on the map, you'll see the boundary lines are drawn up a certain way. But of course, you know, there aren't lines on the actual ground. But this used to be Sweden, that used to be Russia, this and that. Because I'm totally into that thing. I'm a map reader. I love maps. I've always loved geology and geography.
Well, yeah, that's why there's so many animosities in Europe. Because
right, of course.
You take the country of Prussia with Bismarck, that's not there anymore. But it was a big country in the 19th century.
Exactly. But this is what I'm saying. Frank knew that about me.
Okay.
He knew that about me. See, because I'm the only one in the band who always had a book in my hand.
Right.
I'm always reading. I'm always, and we would discuss. See, that's the thing. I could discuss anything with Frank. We would talk geology. We would talk geography and science and politics and music and religion. And then, but the thing is, whenever we have our conversations, it was all part of the same ball of wax.
Yeah, you were the Pauline Butcher of the Mothers. He liked literate people. He liked people who read and could think. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And that's what we would talk about. That's why he kept me there. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's why things like Joe and Thingfish and Hunch and Toot and all that stuff were evolving. And he'd go, Ike, here, have a seat. This is what I'm thinking. How would you like to be? Okay, look, I've got this character. Okay, or actually, no, he would just. Actually, he wouldn't say I've got this character. He'd just bring in sheets of paper.
Right.
And then I'd be the person doing it. He's like, here,
You rehearse it. Yeah, we just start rehearsing it. We just start performing it, and then when we get to this part, stop here, and then we develop the music around it, and then keep on, and then just keep going. All right.
And then it would end up being Joe or Thingfish or Hunch and Toot.
That's right.
Or whatever. Yeah.
See, literate people have ideas. He would need to bounce. He's got ideas automatically, but he needs someone else who could respond or had ideas of their own to say to him that he could bounce off of. So here's
would be me.
That's right. So listen to this. This is a Warner promo circular from 1971, and it's called "In Case You've Never Heard of Our Group." So it's a letter to the Warner executives. Hey, promote us a little more. So I won't do the introduction part, but he has the executive asking questions. What's so special about this group? And Frank says, perhaps the most unique aspect of the Mother's work is the conceptual continuity of the group's, now this is italicized, output macrostructure. See, that's your long-range thinking. Output macrostructure.
Right.
And he says, there is and always has been a conscious control of thematic and structural elements flowing through each album, live performance, and interview. See, tactility is not just making albums. It's not just live performance. It's the talking. It's the ads. The whole thing is what he's an artist of all media in all categories. Right. So then he says to the guy, in about 1970, Earthworks were starting to become known. So he says, do you know about Earthworks? Says Frank. Imagine the decades and the pile of stuff on them subjected to extensive long-range conceptual landscape modification. There's your geology.
Yes.
He says houses, offices, people live there and work there. They even make movies there. Imagine that you could be living there and working there and not even know it. He's talking about the invisible environment of the global theater.
Exactly, exactly.
And he says, whether you can imagine or not, that's what my deal is. That's what the deal is. So he says, this is what's special about our group. This is the way we're thinking. So the executive response, Frank, makes this up, and he has the executive saying, listen, nobody puts together a pop group, simultaneously planning years of absurdly complicated events, lives out those events, then writes about it in a press kit and expects somebody to believe it. You're nuts.
Right.
That's the response.
Wow.
So Frank says, he just continues to explain. He says the basic blueprints were executed in 1962 to 63. Preliminary experimentation in early and mid-1964. So he's speaking as Uncle Meat molding the Reuben the Jets, which is the early mothers, right?
Right.
It's autobiographical. Construction of the project object began in late 1964. Work is still in progress.
Right.
7 years later. And then the guy says, the executive says, no wonder you guys never had a hit signal.
Right.
And then Frank says, I'm sure you realize that total control is neither possible nor desirable. It takes the fun out of it. The project object contains plans and non-plans, always the dialectic, but the dialectic is the content of the tactile molding, of the sculpting, because the tactile molder is a non-entity. It's a mind manipulating anything that's going on, recording what's ever going on. Do you see what I mean? It's plans and non-plans, allowing unforeseen things to happen. So the project object, it's project/object, contains plans.
Of course.
Plans and you were called that. This is your baby, right? The project object contains plans and non-plans, also precisely calculated event structures, so that's like a world.
Right.
Designed to accommodate the mechanics of fate and all bonus statistical improbabilities attended thereto.
Exactly. So it takes he left enough room to accommodate
anything, anywhere, anytime that happens.
For no reason at all.
For no reason at all.
Any kind of stimulus, any kind of political, religious, musical, technological, invention,
spiritual, religious,
spiritual upheavals or non-heavals.
Right.
And whatever stimuli that just happens to come along at the time, the concept, the project object can
incorporate, like the organizing function of the person.
Exactly.
Like the brain, organizing whatever's happening. Remember in 200 Motels, there's a disaster in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the point is, he is not in. This is why he has Ringo Starr playing him, or the other people. There's no Frank Zappa here. It's the hand that is Frank.
Yeah, right.
And remember in Zambaras, when Moon comes up, the daughter comes up and speaks to her father. The father is not identified. Says some things, but it's the invisible tactile modulator, satellite conductor. You see?
It's the potholder glove.
Yeah, it's almost. Did you say claws? Potholder.
No.
The potholder glove. The glove.
The glove.
Yes. Yeah. That's the extension of the hand. The green glove.
The mitten on the cover of Them or Us.
Yeah.
Sure.
See, that's and that's the one he highlights. That's the sense he highlights. His hand.
Yeah.
Because that's the tactile sense. I mean, the hand is the closest to what the brain does in organizing, manipulating.
Exactly. Definitely.
Right. So then the guy, after he says the mechanics of fate, there's inevitable stuff coming, but also weird improbabilities that come out of it in the middle. So the mixture of determined and non-determined from a third position.
Exactly.
Right? An invisible position. Right. It's almost like Frank. When I did a dialogue with Tommy Mars, I said it was like working with a general, and he says exactly. It's almost like Frank included. He being he was a conspiracy within the band. He's like Charlie's Angel. Nobody knows who Charlie is. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
All right. So he says, so the executive, when he hears that sentence, he goes, yeah, sure. I'm supposed to sell records for you guys, and I'm a little pressed for time, so why don't you just tell me normal stuff? Like what your group sounds like, maybe. So Frank says, What we sound like is more than what we sound like. There it is right there. See, it's not the sound. It's the invisible, inaudible, tactile interplay of everything.
Right.
What we sound like.
What we sound like is the result of what we start sounding like.
Yeah.
What you think we sound like, we actually the result of our effect on the outside stimuli.
In response to our predetermined plans and non-plans that's organized 8 years ago.
Exactly. So in other words, we are actually a result.
Yes.
Which changes on a nightly basis.
That's right.
Of what went before.
He says he's a journalist. I'm studying the effects of the news events. He does a lot in my dialogue with him where he explains how he watches all the different stations, gets different points of view of what's going on. You know, always invisibly orchestrating and creating a new pattern. So he says what we sound like is more than what we sound. I'll do that again. What we sound like, it says that. It got the wrong letter. But what we sound like is more than what we sound like. We are part. It's what you were just saying. We are part, an extension of the project object. We are not the whole thing. We're just part of it. The project object, maybe you like event/organism better, incorporates any available visual medium. Consciousness of all participants, including audience. It's almost like ESP. Consciousness of all participants, or at least knowing their cliche responses. So he's including the tactile response of the audience. All perceptual deficiencies. Look at that. He's including perceptual deficiencies, not perceptual excellencies, deficiencies.
Right.
And then he has the second last thing is God, in brackets, is energy. So he's including God. He's consuming God. And then he has bigger than God, the big note. And he says that's the universal basic building material. And then he goes, and other things. After saying all these big things, he just said, and other things.
And other things.
And we make a special art in an environment hostile to dreamers. So then the guy says, I still don't get it. Art? What art? Rolling Stone magazine and all other groovy, important publications have convinced me that you guys are nothing more than a bunch of tone-deaf perverts. He almost predicted the perceptual deficiency.
Sure.
Tone-deaf perverts faking it on the fringe of the real rock and roll world. All you guys do is play comedy music. So I should believe this crap about a conceptual program spanning decades? Frank says, yes. Frank quietly says, yes. And then the executive says, you've been doing this stuff for 7 years? Then Frank says, almost 10 years if you include pre-planning.
Wow.
Pre-planning. That would be the accidental meeting of people like Don Preston and the luck of meeting Tim Carey, and in retrospect realizing how he can use all that stuff. He didn't plan on meeting Tim Carey, but then he gets involved with the world's greatest sinner, and that becomes a basic metaphor for what he wants to develop. You see, includes pre-planning. So then the guy says, so why didn't I ever know about any of this stuff? I'm aware and intelligent and everything. How come you never mentioned it? And Frank says, there are several possible reasons. One, maybe you never asked because you never heard any of the albums, so perhaps the long-range continuity would not occur to you. Or two, maybe you never asked because you never saw the Mothers perform live, and the conceptual aspects of this phase, many phases to come, could not be described without you having seen many concerts. Or three, maybe you never read any interviews where this phenomenon was briefly described, producing varying degrees of semantic confusion in his interviews. Wow. Or four, maybe now is when you should know. There's Frank bringing him into the plan. All right, you should know now, not before. It's a need-to-know basis. So he's talking like a CIA guy here. Maybe now is when you should know. So then the guy says, what is it, like a plot or something? Not exactly. Like a conspiracy. He goes, not exactly. What I'm trying to describe is the type of attention given to each lyric, melody, arrangement, improvisation, the sequence of these elements in an album, the cover art, which is an extension of the musical material, the choice of what is recorded, released, and or performed during a concert, the continuity or contrast of material, album to album, etc., etc., etc. All of these detail aspects are part of the big structure, or the main body of work. It's all capitalized.
Right.
The main body of work. The smaller details comprise not only the contents of the main body of work, but because of the chronology of execution, give it a shape in an abstract sense. See, that's what tactility sculpts. It sculpts the data into an abstract shape, which you perceive as consciousness.
Right.
So the guy says, so you say you're aware of the overall shape of the group's output so far? He says, I say we're not only aware of it, we control it.
Right.
It is an intentional.
Precisely.
Yeah, it is an intentional design. And then the guy says, you think this makes some others better than some other group? Frank says, it makes some others different, certainly. We do not claim that control of conceptual continuity automatically ensures superiority on any level.
Right.
The guy goes, what? Then Frank says,
Exactly. What? Exactly.
Yeah, so Frank says, this is a silly analogy, however, here goes. He says, imagine the head of a pin. On the head of this pin is an amazingly detailed illustration of some sort. It might be a little thought or a feeling or perhaps an obscure symbol. It might just be a picture of a sky or something with birds in it, but it's on the head of this pin, remember, and it's infinitely detailed. Now imagine this pin is not a pin. It's a musical note with a corresponding physical action, like the secret raising of an eyebrow to add special emphasis. Even in a recording studio where nobody can see you. That's where this is happening. It's invisible. Now, imagine enough of these abstracted pins.
It's invisible because it's on the head of this pin.
Right, but it's also happening.
You can't see the head of a pin because it's pretty much almost on a molecular level.
Right, but the pin is a musical note with a corresponding physical action, but you can't see the physical action that goes with the note, which is the pin.
That's what I'm saying, because that takes place on a subatomic level.
Yes, that's Moo Masons, which he has in Uncle Meat, and all the subatomic metaphors he puts in there. Toads of the Short Forest, and I think he told Simon Prentice that Toads of the Short Forest refers to isotopes.
Wow.
And Simon was thrown with this. What the hell? But when you understand he's operating at all levels as a scientist, a comedian, as a physicist, the whole thing. He's doing everything, all knowledge.
Because he's the son of a physicist, after all.
Yeah. And
he's
so
the son of a nuclear physicist, after all.
And it's a movie based on what? People who aren't normal? Oh man. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Isn't this fun? Just to review what he did is so much fun because you can, in dialogue, you get to hear it, you get to resonate with it. So he says, here's the important point. The gesture that accompanies the note, which is the tiny pin, is in a recording studio where nobody can see you. See, there's more invisible, inaudible tactility.
Well, sure. But you have to keep going further into. Yeah. In other words, you break out your electron microscope because you have to keep going further into and back.
And the illusion of that, Frank is satirizing all that whole scientific search.
Oh, of course.
You know, there's a great in Zap Comics by Art Crum in the first couple of issues. It came out in the collective thing called Head Comics in the late '60s, where this scientist is looking through his microscope and he sees it. He finds the basis of life and everything, and he starts running around. I found it. And then the comic ends with a bunch of men in white suits carting him off to the mental hospital.
Of course, yeah, I remember that.
Right. Now I bring that up because in August '69, Zappa was interviewed by the LA Free Press, and Art Conklin, I think his name was, his first question, he says, I see you kind of like Zap Comics. And he goes, exactly, I'd agree with that. So there's the comic stuff, there's the Zap, there's these metaphors that Crum was coming up. Zap is incorporating that and developed them into a larger... See, Frank was the manager of the whole scene. He was the one who like the CEO who had the big picture, right? Okay, you guys, everybody does this stuff, and he gets looks, surveys everything, all the art. You know, Pauline Oliveri checking out everything. Her piece that he uses, talks about it in my interview, is really important. The upper and below invisible, inaudible, up and below audible comes together in a middle zone where this mash is, but we don't see the inaudible. And when the inaudible above or below vibrates into the middle mash, that could be a UFO or some psychic phenomenon.
Sure, it translates from, now we're talking about a subatomic and interdimensional.
Yes, yeah.
It translates into our reality, thereby becoming visible for X amount of seconds or minutes of time as it traverses from inaudible to up audible, translating vibrationally through our particular mash up in the middle.
And frequencies, right. And that is, he's got it down better than Philip K. Dick did. in all his novels.
Wow.
Okay, so in this recorded studio where nobody can see you is this pin. He says, now imagine enough of these abstracted pins with the needle part chopped off to save space, so it's just the little head, right? It's even tinier.
Wow.
To fill an area as large as the North American continent and most of Central Europe, piled to a depth of 80 feet.
Wow.
80 feet over thousands of square miles with these little tiny pinheads. Now, that's like an Ice Age image of snow all over the planet or something, right?
Sure.
So he's saying, now imagine this. He's telling the absurdity. He's telling the executive about what his group's about, and he's trying to get him to imagine this huge layer 80 feet deep. He says, now, imagine this area is not geometric space. That means visual Euclidean space. It's not limited to the literary space. It's tactile spaces. He says, now look at this. What is the space made up of? A collection of decades. It's time.
Wow.
What are decades? That would be media content. You know what I mean?
It's In other words,
an archive.
An archive. Okay.
His vault.
Yeah.
His vault.
Yeah.
Imagine it's a collection of decades, this space, and he says in brackets, the exact number to be disclosed eventually. In other words,
wow.
He's still working on it, or he knows the exact number of decades.
Eventually.
Right. And so then in the interview, he writes the word pause. He says, pause. So he's saying to the guy reading it, pause. And then he says, the reason for explaining this process is to simply let you know it exists and to give you, as an executive, some criteria by which to rationally judge what we do. It is not fair to our group to review detailed aspects of our work without considering the placement of a detail in the larger structure, or the long-range thinking. And then the guy says, why don't you guys just play rock and roll like everybody else and forget all this other crap? And he says, sometimes we do play rock and roll like everybody else. And then he puts in brackets, sort of. Our basic... Our basic stylistic determination is rock. Only sometimes it gets extrapolated into curious realms, which is every other thing we've been talking about.
I remember the phrase curious realms.
Yes.
Okay.
You see?
I remember that phrase very well.
He would say it occasionally to you, you mean?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, he would say, yes, he would.
And see, this is the curious realms are the satellite conductor, tactile-wise, modulating all these realms. You know, that it's not just sound. It's not just rock.
Right, exactly. Because as long as I was with him, I'd never considered us a rock band.
Right.
I never considered us a rock band because there was way too much stuff going on.
Yeah, you guys were an orchestra.
I was doing, basically I'm just speaking from just me, myself.
Yeah.
I was doing way many things to be in just a rock band. I was doing a whole bunch. He had me doing so many different things. Nah, that wasn't.
You were a playwright. You were an actor in a theatrical performance.
I was an actor and an author as well, because Frank basically pushed me to help develop what he had initially, ostensibly, had me go up and perform.
Well, that's tactility. That his group members had a tactile relationship to him. He'd take remember, some of them go complain. The early mothers, you ripped us off.
Frank. They say Frank would steal. He'll steal anything.
But it was a tactile interplay with you and his mind and your mind and all that and your talents.
Well, that's the thing, because essentially my job would be to take this little sheet of scrap paper and basically, initially, it would be all right. There'd be a couple of verses or a couple stanzas, okay, and then he would hand it to me and give me my initial chords, a couple of chords, a couple of single note lines.
You would write that down. You'd write that down.
And a chorus. Well, no, I mean he would write down. He would write down a couple of two verses.
Right.
4 lines here, 4 lines there, with a chorus, maybe. So maybe a chorus.
Right.
Sometimes the chorus hadn't existed yet, but he would hand me so far what we're thinking. Okay, that's like Joe's Garage. That's how Catholic Girls.
Right.
That's how most of the songs that you ended up hearing me singing starting with Joe's Garage. Now, he would hand me that and say, okay, sing this and this. Sing this line first, then let the music go by or the next part, or stop there, and then come back in with the second line over here when we get to this point, okay?
Yeah.
And then he'd say, in the middle, and when we get there, just either hold off there or, see, I have this habit of, I would like hum or do like a verbal or verbal phrase or just singing along to myself or along with the music because it sounded so great and it was so new, and he'd go, keep that. I like that. Sell that tune.
Sell that tune. In other words, isn't that like Roland Kirk, one of those guys, grunting and humming? That's what you do?
Yeah. Or Errol Garner.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
And basically like Outside Now. Essentially, I created the whole melody, okay?
Yeah.
Basically, he just gave me the words.
Right.
He says, do the melody, whatever, it's in this key, okay? And it's in this time signature. But here's a few words to work with. Here's like about 4 chunks of these executives booked the fuck out of me, and it's been a long time to go, blah, blah, blah. And then after that, basically he gave me those, but he says, well, there is no melody. You do it. Okay?
Right.
You do the melody. Sell that tune. So that became our operating, whenever it was time to record an album, basically Sell That Tune became my operational instruction.
Okay, let me interject here. Remember at the beginning of the Dio Fa opera, he says it starts off with a few ingredients or a few things.
Right.
That's what he did the same thing with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. A few ingredients.
Yeah.
Then that's all it takes. That's all it takes. Because then interaction begins to occur from there based on each individual member's interpretation, based on those few ingredients. At the beginning, which really now, thinking about it, it's really even the beginning isn't the beginning. It's just picking up at a certain place as a result of in terms of tactility.
Yes.
Oh, I see. It's picking up at a certain place, coming from
the proportions whatever's going on in that day determines the proportions and the context that'll change the next day.
That day, at that time, in that particular decade, at that particular year.
Now listen.
Wow.
Yeah. Now, what does it sound like? This is a way a guerrilla group or a terrorist cell would do it. Of course. So Frank. Now here's the metaphor. He knows that the real control is not the Vietnam War or whatever's going on to bomb some third world country. The control is right in the pop culture. And that Elvis is a guerrilla group, or any new band, the British Invasion. That's where the warfare, the software warfare is going on, and he knows it's a war, and he's treating his band as a war unit. Nobody else did that. And then satirizing the process as he did it.
Right.
I mean, that great opening scene, I think it's the opening scene in 200 Hotels, where Bickel comes out, a military guy, with his steaming briefcase, and he's going to give instructions to the Frank Zappa, Ringo Starr character. Well, why? That's like the military guy telling you guys about the AIDS virus. You know what I mean?
Right.
So let me just finish up the point here. So he says, where are we? The rock gets extrapolated into curious realms. And then the guy, executive, says, you probably get into that classical rock, real intellectual with ugly chords and the beat's no good. Frank says, any association we might have with, quote, serious music, unquote, has to be considered from a rock viewpoint because most of us are strictly rock musicians. There is also the element of humor to consider. So then the guy, his last comment is, you guys could never really play any good rock and roll. You're not serious enough. You couldn't even play any good serious music because you're not serious enough. Have you even considered employment? Have you even considered employment in another field?
Right.
So Frank responds soberly, like he is the head of the CIA, kind of just responding to this idiotic person. I would like to bring to your attention at this time one of the basic tenets of our group philosophy, that he has in capital letters. It is, in spite of all evidence to the contrary, theoretically possible to be heavy in quotes, and still have a sense of humor. That's all capitalized. We direct this specifically toward people who suffer feelings of ambivalence when given an opportunity to laugh at themselves.
Right.
And another precept which guides our work. Somebody in that audience out there knows what we're doing, and that person is getting off on it beyond his or her wildest comprehensions, wildest understandings, beyond the wildest understanding.
Exactly.
That could even be about himself, that he's doing
it. No, it certainly was. It certainly was.
And he has to. He knows how to watch and learn and respond to the unforeseen. What did he call it? The unpredictable, statistical improbabilities attended there too. Like, bumping into Sting in the lobby and then getting him to sing in the concert that night. Just things like that.
Right.
I know he played in around this time, he brought the whole football team, the Ottawa Rough Riders, I think they were called, out on stage because he bumped into them at the airport and got them to come to the concert.
Right.
See, he was trying to include everybody, which is what Dio Fa finally gets to do. It includes the whole globe.
Wow. That is brilliant. That is absolutely fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. Let me see what time it is here. God damn it. I got it. Shit.
No, we've done a good performance here. This has been good.
Okay, let's cut it. Let's stop it here.
You know what? We ought to think about, if I actually keep getting millions of dollars, maybe we should do this ourselves, put on this whole thing.
Well, look, Bob, it's gonna end up being that way anyway.
Yeah.
You realize we are actually going to, but we are going to actually end up doing it ourselves.
I think so. So we'll keep this. We will keep this. We will not release this right now. What we just said, right? Or would you want to?
No, not yet. Yeah. We're just getting started.
I think if I send you a copy, if you could send it to Tommy or a couple of these guys and say, "Hey, join in with us." And Tommy,
that's why I want you to see Guy. That's why I want you to talk to Guy.
Yeah.
Talk to Guy. All right, hold on a second. Somebody's beeping. I think it's Denise. Hold on.
Okay. We're just taking a break here, waiting for Ike to come back, but this is the beginning of the symposium leading to maybe a mega project. So we hope you're interested. Waiting for Ike to come back. Matter of fact, no, I want to get what we say on recording. So, anybody who's listening, what do you think of that? I'm going to read how this Warner circular begins. We actually didn't do that. He says, "Hi, we're the Mothers of Invention, or just plain Mothers. We like to make that clear so you don't get confused with the Mothers Brothers campaign that Herbie called you guys about and said, 'What's the deal?' To make it very plain, verging on redundant. We are not the Doobie Brothers, nor do we have any connection with Mother Earth, Cat Mother and the All Night Newsboys, and or every mother's son. With all the rock and roll groups you got, we can understand the sort of lonely confusion a busy executive must experience while attempting to make rational judgments about things like good or bad taste in an ad campaign. We like you. We understand. Our group has been together since late 1964. During the past 7 years, we have released 10 albums. FZ has released 2, and MGM Verve, that other company, has repackaged 3 anthologies against our wishes. Maybe you know, maybe you don't know about our plan for the release of the historic 9-disc History and Collected Improvisation of the Mothers around Christmas or after the first of the year. Maybe if you're in the promotional areas of W.B. Kinney Entertainment Factory and heard about this unprecedented release, you might have scratched your head and mumbled to your buddies at lunch, quote, 'I never heard of these guys. I'm supposed to promote a 9-disc history album?' I mean, I heard of them a little bit, but I mean, I never really heard of them. I mean, so who else ever heard of them? And they should care? Some group dumping 9 fucking albums during the Depression and everything?" End of quote and complaint by the executive. And Frank says, maybe you talk to somebody else later at the office. Maybe you ask them more reasonable, intelligent questions. See specimen above. Maybe some of the other questions went like this. Then he proceeds to do all the stuff that I read. So, should we play some Frank music just to fill it in? Let's see what we got here. iTunes is bouncing up. My 1,200 Zappa songs are coming up in my computer. So we would... Oh. All right. Actually, he disconnected. So I'm going to stop the recording. Okay, we will unmute everybody.
All participants are now unmuted.
Amazing. It was incredible.
Yeah, that was incredible. That proves everything we said. Everything is...
Yes.
The great Dio Fa, the great completionist in Ian. So he was really being John the Baptist's father.
Yes. Yeah, there was a couple of, rehearing this, I noticed the little details. He talked about unforeseen statistical improbabilities. I mean, that's Ion. And there's a few other things he does that fits into that fits into Ion. Let me just turn this. Am I echoing? Do you guys hear an echo? No. Let's just go like that. Click that one down. Now we have sanity. Okay, or linearity, where we've escaped the simultaneity of all noises. So, Roxy, I was very impressed rehearing it. It is a great co-creative thing me and Ike did, and I forgot. But we're going to go and produce it someday. I said, when I get millions of dollars. So, who's here?
I just
go ahead.
Last week was when you played I am saying Frank is not going to save you. I think what I am means is that he's not bringing the completion, that's why. But I know he's not going to change your life because he's not bringing in completion, but he already did change the environment as he had it planned in many ways.
He changed, he influenced social order. He doesn't influence your private citadel consciousness. Only you can change that. So Ian likes to emphasize the citadel of consciousness. That's one of his goals, major work, is to trigger what is so personal to you. But the world of language, which is an ongoing parallel universe to our consciousnesses, your sovereignties, is what Frank influenced. And it's incredible hearing the review of it. I even appreciate it even more 2 years later. About what he was doing and saying. So, is there anybody else? Roxy? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, when I think about the technology, how it evolved and how he was affected by it, and for example, the first recordings were made 1899, and then by 1900 there were already 5,000 records by the gramophone.
In 1 year?
Years later. Yes, and for example, just in 1998, I just had this, there were 52,000 records produced by the industry.
You said
1998. I don't know. Yes, I don't know what will be the 1998. But the way...
No, what you're saying 52,000 records in 98? No, what are you saying? There's a trillion records by 19... No,
just in that, okay. No, that was produced just in that year. I'm saying in 1998 there were...
Oh, in 1 year, 52,000 albums or records.
Yes, now I have no idea because everybody's producing on their own.
But they're not making albums. They're just making content.
Yes.
But you're saying it began in 1899. 1899 was the first album or record? first recording?
Yes.
Yeah.
Immediately, the African American population was activated by this electronic medium, and jazz,
right.
blues, then rock became the main styles that influence also more academic music. But one of the main elements of this music activated by the electronic medium was the improvisation. And there are many studies of how when you are improvising, it's like another state of awareness in which you are not thinking, but somehow you access your knowing.
Yeah.
And that develops another part of the brain that is not developed by only
books.
Like only repeating content,
Right.
Improvising expands your brain. So this this new type of music brought this expanding of the brain and the patterns.
McLuhan said into the right hemisphere, retrieved right hemisphere in a new level. And the book is the repeat cliche. What amazed people about books is that you could have the same book repeated, have the same thing. Nobody had seen the same thing repeated before. So the repeat mode is what music knowledge was about, your ability to repeat. But then you make up, with the new electronic space, you've got to provide content, make up content. You've got to start improvising and winging it to fill in the new electronic spaces. And that moves you into the right hemisphere and then eventually into the corpus callosum, in between the two hemispheres. Youngblood, that would be, are you still there? I hear silence.
Yes.
Yeah. Youngblood, what's his name? Love Job says, hell yeah, I'm all about mega projects. Bring it. Smiley. And then Roberto says, woke up drooling over this one. Dribbling inventions. Bruva from another Muva. Bruva. Bravo from another Mother. So, yes, you mentioned the beginning of recording, and you're pointing out 52,000 recordings made in 1998, 100 years later. A year.
Yes, because recording technology affected society in many ways, and how this sensus colossus is just coming. Sorry, I'm trying to stay awake. Is created. The music, the lyrics have a big influence, a big impact in what we think and how we react and all this. It's a main input.
Well, you remember what McLuhan,
in our formation.
Yeah, McLuhan said in the chapter in Understated Media on the phonograph, he said, the toy that shrank the national chest. That meant the physical physique of people. They were sitting around too much and not being muscular agricultural workers like the century before. It also shrank, caused inflation and the depression. The electric information could be bought, sold, or stolen. Everybody could share it, and you couldn't market it as a money thing, because people could, once they bought one, they could have much experience. So the beginning of the shrinking of the national treasure chest. That's an effect right there in the title, the toy that shrank the national chest. It shrank the physical body and shrank the economy, leading to the collapse in 1929.
In your talk with, what's the name of the musician?
Ike Willis.
Ike. He mentions fish. In this work, Frank goes to that period, and he's using these mummy nuns based on the
Mama nun. That's what you are. I realize that you're a mama nun. That's what you are. You're not just you're a mama nun.
Yes, and you're the Aunt Jemima, Mother Superior.
Jemima.
And the nuns look like these black painted comedians. That was like.
Oh, you mean in the 20s? In blackface?
No, in the play, in the Broadway play Frank Zappa made, and it was very controversial because he was using these archetypes of the activated African American, bringing back all this into the culture. And he also used talked about the conspiration, a big virus being tested on these mummy nuns.
Yeah, the mummy nuns.
He himself had been part of this testing. His family.
Yes. They worked at the famous facility in Maryland, outside of Baltimore.
And he knew really what he was talking about, and he was aware also of the substances forming, affecting people and the environment. But I think from that play was only the prelude to the Dio Fa he wanted to make, because he wanted to make something like that to show the hidden ground.
You're saying from that play, you mean Dio Fa, the opera. From that play, he wanted to do more.
From the Thing Fish, in which
Thing Fish, right. That's the beginning of Dio Fa.
And these different interconnections between substances and medias and lower culture, and he wanted to expand that into the Dio Fa and show his real agenda that he's talking about.
The Dio Fa was the output macrostructure that he was talking about in 1971. It was personalization of the global theater that he was intuiting in the late 60s. Right? That Dio Fa is the result of all that scheming and playing, including Thingfish earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, are you there? Yeah, okay, good. You're still there. So I want to read something, continue where we left off. This battle Frank had with another bunch of people in Los Angeles who were putting on not freakouts, but freak-offs or freak-ins or something. They were trying to capitalize on what Frank had started and make their own version of it. And, of course, Frank pays for an advertisement in the Los Angeles Free Press where he writes a letter arguing with these competitors, aesthetic, artistic competitors. So if nobody is going to say anything, then I'm going to mute everybody except for Roxy.
I have something.
Sure now. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so on Frank Zappa's exposure to
Mercury,
the technologies that were new at that time.
Yes.
Some of these technologies I remember hearing were the early digital instruments that were used to record sound into digital formats, right?
Yeah.
So from MP3 to all these little digital audio formats, these early machines were recording, like just regular sound at the most accurate measure, where like some of these digital files of one song would be like almost like 30 gigabytes because the quality were spot on, right? So they realized, like, okay, this is good. We can, take this file, this 30 gigabyte file, and give it to, one of these manufacturers who are recording on a mass scale, and then you can just like transmit that digital copy that was only being handed out between industries, and they can use that as a kind of like a sort of like a blank, I'm sorry, not blank, like a template to transmit the songs onto vinyls and 8-tracks and cassette tapes and all that stuff, right? So Frank Zappa had a huge collection of these machines that were like the size of like an entire room. They were used to do very, very simple jobs, which were to either edit and break down the information that were being recorded, and at the same time, these processes were being experimented with to see how music can evolve when it comes to editing and handling and all that stuff. So at that time, they were pretty new. They're as big as the old school computers, but then they realized, like, you know what, going into a more minimal age, let's see if we can get this technology that used to fit into a room into people's pockets. And they realized, okay, let's shrink down the hardware. But how are we going to get these digital copies out, you know? And they pretty much came up with ways to shrink those 30-gigabyte files of these songs that were, like, in pure quality down to something that was, like, you know, like much, much lesser in quality, which are MP3s. So we have the more, like, we have the pocket technologies, and we have a digital format that engages with the creative industry, or more like the independent market, where every person can be handed the hardware that Frank Zappa used to play with, and, you know, go ahead and mix and play and, you know, literally apply the same principles of editing, where, you know, they can still exercise the creative side.
Yeah. I was saying that's why Frank died. The Android Meme gave people the ability to compose even beyond the technology he had pretty quickly and a few years later. So Frank died to remain the standard of original, literate, individualist, unique artistic inventiveness that everybody is going to be measured up against, too, just like Joyce did that with Phineas Wake. So, we talked. Go ahead.
Well, you have a point there. I'm glad that you brought that up, because think about also the exposure to these machines at the time that were quite new, because they did emit a certain type of radiation that most people weren't used to. So think about Frank working with these machines all the time and conducting his system. So we don't know how these machines were affecting his space. He was literally like he was like a Tesla of music. What I believe.
Like Madame Curie. Madame Curie, I think, got radioactive. The one who discovered uranium. Madame Curie, 19th century. Yeah, go ahead.
Which I think is important to mention with the technologies is that it enables us to understand the frequencies and to see that sound is tactile. All frequencies are tactile, because light and sound, especially light, I think it's already proven, is
we're hearing new things.
Particles and waves at the same time. And the particles are, there is friction among them and bondings. And so this tactile, it starts at this molecular particle and then goes to the eye cells that amplify the frequencies that are the right ones, that are going to morph matter in a new way.
Right, and on the way to the eye cell, you go through radiation frequencies.
Okay.
And, go ahead.
This was, he's also speaking about the inaudible.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the frequency is not there and it's affecting you at many levels. And I think he wanted to translate this type of hearing in many levels.
Yeah, McLuhan
not only
defined
the air.
Right, and McLuhan defined a seer, a prophet who saw is someone who sees the invisible environment shaping the tribe that he's a member of. So all, pre-literate seers, then literate seers, great poets, and then great novelists and great other kinds of writers, musical thing, they are pointing out the invisible environment. Well, Frank acted that literally. He spelled out that he was doing the invisible environment, whereas the artists before, in the earlier centuries, didn't say that they were pointing out the invisible effects on people. With the retrospective we have now, McLuhan could say that. This is common denominator, the artist, the seer, the prophet, was pointing out the hidden environment that the tribe didn't see.
So, I know what he said, there is God, then the big note, and then... Yes,
other things.
The thing, other things.
And other things, that's past God and the big note. That would be like Ian's idea of there are different kinds of eternities. So when you talk about God and the big note, you're getting into some eternal scenario. But the other things would be other eternities.
Okay. So he exposed himself to these environments that are like the big note environment in a way. He was able to kind of sample it and play with it.
He was the canary in the mine, but it's not. He may not have been affected by the radiation. Ian says, it's not as dangerous as people think, and people do adapt to it. But he did a lot of coffee and cigarettes, so the eco-fascists in the health world would say, he killed himself with all that coffee and cigarettes. But then there's the fact, in this other dialogue I had with Ike Willis, more confidential dialogue, but it's available, where we point out how Frank was murdered. So there's different ways to look at Frank. So I wouldn't focus on just one of them. Don't focus on one theory. He never died, and there's also a point he never died.
But he saw that art was becoming the environment. I think we said that in pop art, the art is becoming the environment. In
pop art, the artist takes the environment, his local environment of his environment.
In music, that happened before with the musique concrète. They were already saying, Pierre Schaeffer was saying, all sounds are objects. And there is the musical sound, the artificial sound, and the environmental sounds that they want to use in the new music, because they can now record them and mix them, and they're trying to translate how the environment is the new art form. And Frank Zappa was completely aware of that it's not only the
William
music.
William Burroughs, McLuhan reviews in 1964 Naked Lunch and the Nova Express or Ticket to Express, whatever it's called, the other book, and he points out that the 20th century artist retrieves the role of the pharaoh. The pharaoh would, orchestrate whole environments and pyramids and scenarios for his own glorification. So McLuhan said 20th century, the great artists like Joyce, maybe Canto, Pound, and we'd have to include Zappa, were programming and using the whole world as their content. So when I was talking to Ike about how Frank was using everything that he could experience and molding it, that he would be a later version of the pharaonic, of the pharaohs, of the pharaonic Egyptian art, which programmed the whole environment. And Zappa did say around 1970 that he felt that music was behind the other arts, had not caught up. So he was catching up on the pharaonic molding of the whole planet, a satellite conductor. So I was rehearing the dialogue with Ike. I said, there's the pharaonic idea that I've been talking about, that Burroughs tried and Joyce tried and Wyndham Lewis did. So that's what you're talking about here. It's a retrieval of the Egyptian pharaonic art. You get that?
Yes, how the artist is really sculpting the macrostructure, like he calls it, and it's continuity, non-stop.
Conceptual continuity.
Yes, and he talks also about landscape modification, like McLuhan expands on the concept of landscape. But
now you heard
only the out,
you heard
also the inside.
Right, you heard this. you heard this whole thing the other day, right?
Right.
So you didn't just hear the first part of this Ike Willis thing. You heard the whole thing. So you heard the talking about sculpting landscape modulation. I had not heard that in a long time. So rehearing it, it was supporting what we were saying the other day. Right? He has it right there. Global, earthly, earthworks, earth modulation.
Yes, and for example, Ian and McLuhan also make us aware that this landscape modification, that these modulations are taking place outside and inside in this.
Our interior landscape and our external.
Of the dialogue, it's internal. It's at the level of the ISO and outside.
And external. It's a tactile interplay. That's tactility. So you don't say it's both inner and outer. You point out it's the interplay, like in the corpus callosum of the brain. It's the interplay he's illustrating. Mm-hmm. It's the inner and the outer are interchangeable, and maybe you can blur it. It's the interplay that's important.
It's the one that is becoming a new environment. The one that we used to have these fragmentations of perception and kingdoms and everything, but now it's finally.
Well, that's Hegel's synthesis. Hegel's synthesis, has different parts of matter conflicting, and then they synthesize, and then you create a new output dialectic of substances arguing, and then they synthesize. So there's always the absorbing of the previous technologies. It's always absorbing, which I think is what Frank Zappa pointed out when he described the pentad. He tried to go past McLuhan and said there's the fusion aspect that should be part of the pentad, subsuming of previous environments in the latest technology. And so that processing the whole environment, that's what Egyptian art did. It considered the whole world as content.
So do you think he was an ambassador of some of these environments, or this environment he was playing in a way?
He was an ambassador of the perception of it.
Oh, my God.
Let me see. Where did I put the quote? I posted on Facebook, but he talks about how time equals wave and they cancel each other out. And then he says at the end of the quote, viewed from a distance, this experience that's going nowhere because time is canceled out, he says viewed from a distance, it looks like a solid object.
Yeah.
So Frank was in that position of viewing from the distance the solid object that he would alter based on the ingredients that made up the environment of interplay. That from a distance, that means with the eye, looked like a solid object. But the world is not a solid object when you use the other senses. That's why LaRouche says, particles is not a good definition of what's happening.
Oh.
Atoms, electrons, minor, not good, mistaken, product of literacy.
It's still the visual bias that we need to explain things in the visual somehow understand.
Yeah, we have to translate in the visual. And I remember once Eric, somebody brought it up, Eric McLuhan, about 1986. We were at the Coach House, and someone said, which came first, the eye or the ear? And Eric says, we don't know. That's a hard one to figure out.
And I was also thinking how he will just give some ingredients to the musician.
Yes.
Like, okay, here you have the rhythm, but there is no melody. So you do the melody or whatever. And Ian was doing that too. Like he tells us something, but then we have to ask. And I found also very interesting that the opera ends with these questions. Like the first one is, did I wake you up? Like the singing wake.
Yeah, you don't want to wake God up. That's your first concern. Did I wake you? I don't want to wake you.
It's like we are God being awakened.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, good point. Did I wake you up? Like the human can wake up the angel. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, when you meet a God who's not you, a God is less than you. It's a substitute God. And then you would ask, have we made you realize that I'm a bigger God than you? Did I wake you up? Yeah, good point.
And then the last is, when are you going to America? Where are you coming to America?
A-M.
That's another very ironic point that...
Yeah, it's spelled A-M-N-E-R-I-C-A, America. Android Me is in the A-M. See, he's saying America's to replace.
That we don't remember.
Yes, amnesia, definitely. Well, Android Meme is it. The Android Meme is a global theater. The Android Meme is a memory theater. It remembers more than we can remember about ourselves. So amnesia is an okay condition. You don't need to remember anything. You just have to remember what to say on who you confront, who you are forced to respond to. That's what you have to remember. Basically just say, yeah, yo, what's up, what up? That's all you have to say. Get by. That's all you have to remember. You certainly wouldn't. McLuhan used to buttonhole, professors and priests on the campus of St. Michael's and force them to dialogue with them right there, walking between classes. It was a nuisance. He didn't go, what up, yo, how you doing? He didn't stay phatic.
Bob, you're amazing. This opens up everything, man.
For you, no longer a Jehovah's Witness? Have we killed that in you?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Job well done. This opens up a whole new whatever for yourself, right?
I'm just going to say yes. Just yes.
Oh, okay, I want to read this.
Another thing, when he's, I think it's in the interview he says, the first phase was the experimentation, then the construction of the project.
Yes. He talks about pre-plans. Now, pre-plans is the effects preceding causes. That's neutrino, knowing it's already happened. And in retrospect, he was guided to make the project. It includes the planning that he didn't know he was doing or that was done for him. Yeah, go ahead.
Then after the construction of the project, it was the work still in progress without total control.
Right. My attention to minute detail. Attention to minute detail.
But
the non-planned affecting the
non-planned. That's right. In effect, interfering with the plans. So why does this open everything for you, Yuri? What's being opened? Can you say?
Okay. So back in high school, I was introduced to Frank Zappa accidentally, and my favorite song became Montana. He was talking about moving to Montana to start a dental floss company, right?
Yes.
And I don't know, it stuck with me because, I don't know, there was something about the whole pioneer aspect about that, but in a sort of digital way. And I really took that to heart because I really wanted to experience more than just New York City, right? New York City was
right. That's
so
where you
fast.
grew up, New York City. You grew up in New York City. Yeah.
Yes. So Frank Zappa just kind of pulled me out of New York City and just kind of planted me in a space and just told me to write whatever comes to mind in a way, just, poetically speaking, metaphorically speaking, and all that. And I just didn't know what I was doing, but I was just doing, and I was just doing. And
you're trying to
all of a sudden, I ended up finding all kinds of really cool stuff along the way, and I just went along with it. But all of that experience I gained along the way landed me in this moment where it's literally just kind of like opening up like a treasure chest, not a Pandora's box, but more like a treasure chest, because I'm looking at all the things I'm taking out of this chest that kind of formed out of everything I collected along the way. And then when I'm, with engaging with Ion and you, I felt like I opened the chest and I'm looking at all of this really cool stuff, and I'm like, what the hell is this? How did I make this? And
yes.
and it's helping me appreciate technology in a whole new way. I never imagined. So that's pretty much it. It's just opening up an education about tech in a way I never thought would happen.
Right. Now,
yeah.
Let me add this suggestion, is that you never got spelled out to you an artist being so comprehensive in their project as Zappa, as you hear about Zappa tonight. So you're hearing for the first time what a great artist does, the range of their creativity. So you fall into that new space that you had a limited view of what the artist did. Now you're here a Da Vinci kind of artist, and it opens up a big space for you. So you're now a kid walking around in a candy store, and that's what you mean. Holy shit, there's all this interesting technology. I didn't appreciate what could be done with it.
Yeah. It makes me look at education in a whole new way.
Can you say what it is? What it is that's new?
About education that I see?
Yeah. You say you look at it, you mean schooling?
Yes, schooling, learning. It just it kind of uses. Well, I'm just going to look at this environment that is the teacher. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how it speaks, but it speaks through the sciences I'm familiar with, and I learned that way.
Yeah, that was like McLuhan said. Rousseau invented that environment educates man. When he was talking about how nature made a good, primitive man. But actually it's true that the real education is all the environment. And that was the real agenda of Frank Zappa, was to educate people, not only with his music, but with his whole work that includes all of his movies, his videos, his speech, everything. And I think, Ian says always, everything has been recorded, but this replaying of the recording is like a Zappa song that it's record, but there is space for the new creation, the new improvisation, the unforeseen. It's a replay, but there is new elements.
Yeah.
Roxy was quoting Rousseau, 1700s, a French philosopher, just so you know what she said, Rousseau.
Yes, yeah, Rousseau.
R-O-U-S-S. E-A-U. So,
E-A-U, okay.
Yeah, the both and. The and part is what Frank knows is the unfolding of a momentary present. There's a huge now, and then the now already happened, so there's not even a big now ultimately. But as you engage in the illusion of a present, you know that it's open for other factors, even though it's repeating a lot of archetypes, and it's just an old record going over, stuck in the groove. But there's room for new. And Frank wanted people to see that. He was trying to teach people how to see opportunities that they didn't have to stay stuck in their routines.
But it's such a beautiful way of being aware.
Yeah, living.
Yeah, it's like breathing in a whole new way. It's like, wow, I didn't know I can breathe in like a hex format. Wow, I didn't know I can breathe in a circle format. Wow, a square format, I can breathe like that? Whoa.
You see, that interview that I did with Ike, that should be played in any creative department in a high school. See, if a kid hears that, it's going to affect them. They don't know people. They don't have those role models. They don't know people are thinking and doing all kinds of interesting things to make their art and on a big scale. And it's so funny. He has the executive, being a numbskull, just comically not understanding at all what Frank could be, or what he himself, the executive, could be.
Yes, because I think in the situation we're now, like last week there was this news about a girl that had been in social media for a long time, and now she decided everything was a lie because before she posted a selfie, she will make like 100, and then she will go and edit it and Photoshop everything. So what she was presenting was a big lie. But the thing is, now that we have this new power of affecting the environment and creating our virtual platforms, I think it's important not only for the arts to understand these ideas of how the environment is educating you and affecting you and feeding you, because otherwise people start having this conflict about what is reality, what is right, what is wrong, and it's
what
about
am I responsible for?
Yeah, the new power we have, and these amazing possibilities that Frank wanted you to be aware of, that you are in charge, and you have to make it interesting and fun. It doesn't have to be,
right.
I don't know, conform to stereotypes. It's like.
Okay, I found a really good statement that I prepared. You know that dialogue he has with Flo and Eddie on the radio in New York in 1989, talking to the two ex-Turtles that were in his band? There's a section at the end, which is one of the best statements I ever heard anybody say about what I was trying to say and what McLuhan predicted. Let's just bring that up here. It's just a minute or so. But listen to how, here's Frank in 1989. They've had, 8 years of Reagan, and it looks pretty bleak. But Frank doesn't have that view. So where is that? Just a second. Oh, it's over in my email. Okay, just a second. Frank.
Well,
there it is.
In the meeting, I just say, it's like the Android meme is the Frank Zappa, and he tells you, okay, here's the rhythm, now you add the melody. And this is what we're doing in social media and all these things, all these possibilities we have to create. So,
and that's what McLuhan said. The key thing with the electric age. Listen to this. The key thing in the electric age was we had to start making our own senses, making our own consciousness. Whereas the literate Gutenberg phase was matching with an external kingdom, an outer reality. So that's what you're just saying. And it's even the Android meme makes you make more and more than television or 60s technology did. But the beginning of participation comes in with the vortices, with Lewis, Pound, and Eliot and Joyce. They say the co-maker of the art is the audience who reads your production.
And that's what you played, I am saying this is phase 3, is when you start saying how things are going to be and how you want.
Yeah, the ball's in your court. You've got control of your mind, or loosened up about your mind. You've been altered on the cellular level. Now the ball's in your court for phase 3. You determine how far you want to go. But, you can't start 3. You got to do 1 and 2 first.
Right, and Zappa was in a way a big rehearsal of that, showing how to do it, how to interact with other creators and make your own creation and take from these other improvisations or collaborations or dialogue or conversations, and he makes us aware that it's not just like you're making a piece of music, it's your whole environment, all your life, non-stop is now.
Right. and who you're doing it with.
The
I mean, it's beautiful. It's beautiful the way Ike describes how he had to make half the art piece. Now the original Mother's Invention, they got very mad at that retrospective and said, "Holy shit, we should get money from these albums. We helped create them." And I don't know if Frank was right, but they settled out of court. But it didn't occur to them at the time that they could be part of it. They were just doing it. They didn't know Frank would put himself as the owner on it, I guess.
Interesting.
Well, because at the end, he was making the choices of what is going to be left out, and
yeah, they let him be the editor.
Yes, and that's the end creation.
Right. He made the final controlling the negotiations. I guess paid for the cost of everything. He did the managerial work while the rest of the guys were buzzing off, getting stoned, not taking responsibility for the work, for the final work.
But he was paying them for their work, for rehearsals. But I think he saw the ended work as his own authoring.
And if you didn't get pissed off at that, you could continue working with him, which is what Ike did. Ike accepted the co-creative thing and didn't make a big deal about getting the rights. He just enjoyed being there, working with a good mind to work with. So that's the best attitude. They'll stay there longest. So let me play. Here's a statement by Zappa, which is I'd never heard before, but it's a good validation of what he says is coming. Now I think I've got the volume up. Sound. Yeah, okay, it should go. I'm going to mute everybody in case this, I don't want any noises. Mute.
All participants are now
muted. Relates to what you were just saying, Roxy. Okay.
Changed so much from the 60s.
I think that my favorite quote that I've been cycling all over town is this, especially when they talk about LSD. When LSD was invented, it was created as a chemical warfare substance, not a toy. It wasn't to expand your consciousness. It was designed to incapacitate an enemy. So the people who made it put it into the U.S. population to test it. The net result was 20 years later, these people who used it turned into born-again Christians and yuppies. I would say this is an incredibly dangerous drug.
Poison, absolutely. Obviously it is. Would you ever think after all these years that your pals Mark and Howard would wind up on an album with your kids, Moon and Dweezil, on that Gumby record? What is happening?
Well, everything is happening, and that's what's good. It's the only thing that gives us hope for the 90s, that the stranglehold of the people who wanted to turn America into a beige place is gradually getting broken, and that people are waking up, that you can have fun in life and you don't have to be guilty about it, and everybody should do a bunch of stuff, and let's have a good life here.
Remember that button? You had the button, even...
Okay, that's a very important statement. Here it is, the late 80s. Everybody's worrying about Bush becoming the president, the CIA director. But if you actually looked around in the environment of the 80s and going into the 90s, it was incredible new technological decentralization and new potentials of expression.
All participants are now unmuted.
Keep going on, basically, in society. And the old institutions of social control weren't in control anymore, which is the reason 911 happened on one level, was that you had to, the global solar planners felt that things were getting out of hand, just like they thought things were getting out of hand when Kennedy was on TV being popular beyond Big Brother's controlling of information. So they had to get rid of Kennedy, his charisma. So here's this charisma of people freeing up and doing all kinds of things, late 80s and 90s. The oligarchs or the managers, they got paranoid. So they said, we got to reinstill fear in everybody. So one of the reasons they concocted was for 911 was the social freedom. Now, Zappa predicts it, because you would get that from McLuhan. He was saying that from the 60s. We got incredible freedom, decentralization, multi-consciousness happening. A lot of bizarre forms will show up, and it's going to unfold naturally. and humorously, and Zappa sees that. You get my point, Roxy? That he sees the freedom that's happening by the end of the 80s. Are you there? I've unmuted you. Did I get cut off?
I think she got cut off.
Oh, okay. Well, you see that, Yuri?
Yes.
You might think society is bleak today, being younger and all that. Well, yeah, it got to retrieve some bleakness after 9/11, but it's interesting to hear one of the reasons of what was happening way beyond whether this was a democracy or a communist or a fascist society. People were starting to build other bodies by the late 80s and early 90s, and what Frank said there applied.
So,
I mean, here it is. Frank's a satirist, but he's saying the environment is becoming very interesting for people. So what were we going to say?
Well, I was wondering if these new bodies or new infrastructures were a product of what was introduced during the 80s, the late 70s and 80s.
Say that again. Do that again. I got distracted.
Okay, so So all the new stuff, or like all the stuff that was introduced during the late 70s and 80s, were products of the technological shifts. And I was wondering, with all these shifting consciousness and all that stuff, and like new ways of having multi-consciousness, I was wondering if that was a product of all of these shifts that were going on during those decades.
Okay, you see how you're not saying it clear. You're wondering if the shifts were a product of the shifts. See,
yes.
Which do it better. Be more precise in your words.
No,
What do you?
I think he wants to know how the other bodies were created.
Okay, hey, I just noticed your email. Do you have to go soon? Isn't it like 8:30 in? Oh no, you're an hour behind, so you've got another 40 minutes, about, or maybe even just 20 minutes, right, Roxy? You got to go at 8.
Yes, I could be until 8:15.
Okay, good. So, okay, no, I don't know. Look, Yuri, what were you? Of course, society was changed by the technologies. So, what are you trying to find out?
How the new bodies were created from that.
Of the digital environment shrunk the previously big analog media environments, the big radio environment, the big television environment, the big movie environment, the telephone, all those major media that were separate extensions of our separate senses, they're going to be fused and shrunk once you get into the digital, subsuming them. So all these huge environments, which were huge in the first half of the 20th century up till, say, 1980, once the digital absorbing and making them all one and tiny, then I say the landscape, which was bigger than you, shrinks, and it becomes an appendage to you, an organ or a body. All right? Mm-hmm. That's how it happens. It's just a digital miniaturization that happens. Turns these huge landscapes, and so that, you know, on the iPhone, people got 100 million radio shows right there in their little iPhone. So the radio has disappeared.
Everybody started to freak out and be afraid of the chip that was supposed to be implanted, but I think it's
it was implanted in a different way.
Yeah,
it was implanted into your headphone.
It's been made small, and there was this this new paranoia of something like a chip being inserted in you to control you.
Right, and you're being massaged by the external chip and its miniaturization, like the iPhone, so that you'll accept the implanting in your skin chip at some point.
Yes. So the body takes shape to what it's playing with?
The body takes shape with what is... Yes, the body is shaped by what it's playing with.
Okay.
Your perceptions are shaped. Like in med school, if they did an anatomy class in med school, they'd have to add imageries of the TV organ, the chip organ, and maybe the astral organ to the skeleton and bones image they have of the chemical body. You know, they got to add these other bodies. They don't do that in medicine.
Okay.
Really, what you see is very limited because so much of the chip landscape, chip bodies, are not visualizable. Can you visualize where we are right now? No. We're not anywhere. And we're not moving. We're just resonating into some membrane. We're not moving anywhere. I don't have to, mail a message to you. You're right here in the same space getting the messages.
Yeah, we're not even radio waves.
That's right. Or something else.
So what we're experiencing right here is an example of the bodies, or like the multiple bodies.
What happened? Yeah, the environment. You're experiencing your chip body. So you look at the telephone. Now, McLuhan was saying 50, 80 years ago that the idea of the chip going inside you and programming you, it was already happening with the electric environment with radio. So he said by 1950, man had fused with the machine. By 1950, there had been this cyborgian creation. Yet most people think the cyborg doesn't happen until it hasn't happened yet, just starting. But you have to look at the electric environment implies all future variations of the essential merger between man and machine.
Okay, so the merger has to be complete, almost like a file being downloaded to 100% before the cyborg comes out.
Well, McLuhan says by the time it's downloaded, you wouldn't have any problem with it.
Okay.
So when everybody got worried in the mid-50s about this coming cyborging thing, McLuhan says, well, you're going to have to turn off the environment. If you're serious, you're going to have to turn off the radio and TV environment if you're really afraid of being cyborg, because it's already here. But people thought it had to be a robot or a Terminator kind of thing where you're walking around two-thirds made of metal, but they didn't see the landscape, the discarnate environment was already a possession of humans. And I listed that inventory of all the changes in society over the last 100 years caused by the impersonal discarnate possession. So, and that environment has shrunk and been fragmented into bodies.
So what was it that introduced this environment that's made of materials of like chips and metal and what was it that
everything? It began with the fall. It began with the fall, where someone tried to communicate something to someone else through ESP. That's the picture in Sistine Chapel, right? Adam reaching out to talk to God. He's trying to make a connection with something external or something other than himself. That's the first fall, and then that leads to every other technology that's ever going to be made. Because every word evokes every later word.
Expand again to all our completed state of ascended man, but we thought the extensions were outside because the power is outside still. We think we need a relationship, we need family, we need everything outside.
Roxy, I would say that early pre-literate man knew it was maybe in other worlds, maybe inner. What people are retrieving in the New Age is what people did before writing and printing. It became outer when you started having visual space and writing in the printing press. And now with the electric age, we're retrieving the going inner and others worlds, not limited to the visual solid object. But then Ein comes to push it even further. So it's only outer in the visual phase, which is, as McLuhan said, very short time, only 400 years. Now we're back into inner space, non-visual space again.
So would you call these infrastructures of Cain, between Cain and Abel?
Yes, McLuhan, in his doing Bible metaphors, Cain was the engineer. He's the father, I think, of engineers, and they're the faction of Lucifer.
Oh, I get it.
Whereas the artist looks at the effects of what the engineer makes. And he could say, let's kill this engineer. We don't need a battery. That's the famous Baghdad battery, 3,000 years ago. The king killed the guy who brought in the batteries. Jesus, this will wipe out everything. This will change it. Fuck that shit. But that did not. It does not hold in the long run. In the long run, the wisdom is we will extend your body. This is what Nostradamus, John the Revelator. They saw the unfolding of technologies. It was inevitable. We would extend all of our body parts. So once you know that, you'll know what's going to happen to human no matter what point they start in a civilization. So if we all wipe...
We can link this last expansion with Frank because the eye cell, which is not cyber expansion, but it's organic, it's inside.
Yes.
Actually helps you to listen to the right frequency to hear that new song Ian is talking about. That
yes,
it's a frequency that we could not hear with the cells that are not perfected, and we need to tune into that frequency, to that big note, and the other thing. So
I would go so far. As you get, and I'm not going to use the word ascended anymore. I instead use the word transcension at some point. So as I was saying last week, I'm not of this world, but when I go to another world, I'm not of that world either. I'm not of any world that I can potentially access. So that means I'm in the interval. So rather than ascending, if I have access to other worlds, or higher worlds or lower worlds, you're transcending. That means going across. So in this transcension, what did you just say? What were your last words? I was responding to you.
But it's about listening.
Oh, yeah. Right. So I say that as you become transcending and you take your cells are getting changed, you're going to want more excellent, richer experiences. And that'll be found in listening to Frank's music, reading McLuhan or Wyndham Lewis or LaRouche or Croker or Tom or Krishnamurti, Beater, and myself. Those things are your media diet when you get serious because you're able to understand more on your expanded double helix strands.
See,
so that is the curriculum.
People will be having this crisis like this girl that they become a Dio Fa, and they say, I'm God, but I'm a liar. And
right.
They have these...
Their concepts are inadequate to their feelings. Right. Their concepts have not kept up to the inflation that Web 2.0 gave people. See, your mind, that's phase 3. Their ideas about themselves get conflicted, get contrasted because they haven't gone into exile, silence, and cunning and done some private study of the holy offices to prepare your perceptual shift.
So this is connected to conceptual continuity?
No, yes, and no. It's perceptual expansion, perceptual continuity also, not just conceptual. Now, abstract, you hear me and Ike talking about abstract is a good way to describe the present situation. You had abstract art, you had abstract music. The Android mean is abstract tactility. The Android means a very tactile environment. It squares the original one in the global theater, 50 years ago. So it's abstract tactility. And another way to say that, this Android means come alive and has abandoned me. It's taken on a life of its own. That's what you were saying about that young woman, Roxy, that she thought her world around her had come alive or something, right?
Yes, everything is a lie. And
a lie! I thought you were saying alive. It's everything. Yeah, and that's stuck in the visual parameters of a literate person worrying about what to match with. Do I match with the truth or do I match with the lie? I have to know which is the truth and which is the lie. You don't have to, when you're in the middle of a rocking 2-hour musical, extravaganza with me DJing, you're not worrying about what is lie and what is true. You're just dancing to the music. You're participating. So pre-literate people did not worry about what was true and what was a lie. And this is what Julian Jaynes in his book, The Origins of the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind, He was trying to say, describe the pre-literate mind that heard voices and this total chaos compared to ours. They weren't trying to, the Eskimos didn't even have a word for why. They didn't have any linear sequence of thought. They didn't have ideas of causes.
Oh, no.
Okay, that's a good punchline.
Very interesting. But the motivation of the new pharaohs is just to get likes, and to get
a minor matching. Liking is matching. The whole matching enterprise of 500 years has been reduced to going like. Yes, I can match with this.
Yeah, I have so many followers. Oh, wow. But then that's not completion. That's when you have this crisis. It's like where I'm investing so much time in creating this illusion. I'm a Dio Fa.
Now, it's not an illusion because you're dancing to it. You're dancing to the emails and messages are coming to you. You're a dangling ganglia, nervous ganglia, bouncing with other ganglia with no movement. And
yes,
once
but
you
that
get a
is
little
not
detached,
completion somehow.
No,
at the end.
That's agitation. It's agitation, and he likes that.
Keep going.
The alien among us likes it. Hey, the alien being. Okay, here's what I want to do next while Roxy's here. We have to continue this hilarious advertising Zappa's doing in the Los Angeles Free Press and whatever other local papers are featuring it. So he has this battle with a guy named Ziedler, and I was talking about that earlier. So Ziedler is ripping off Frank as perceived by Frank. So let's hear this. Let me read it, and I won't mute you so I can hear you laughing. So it says, this is the official news of MOI, M-O-I, which stands for Mothers of Invention, but it also can stand for the French meaning me, the official news of me. And it says, Mothers Force.
The name Mother of Invention is the state of the phase 3. Everybody is a mother of invention. The moi.
Right. Yes. Yeah, you. It's the official news of you, which you read it, and it's me. Yeah, you is me. So he has a picture, and he has freak off, in brackets, in the name of justice. And then it has someone saying, oh, no, he has struck me squarely in the chops with his head. Unk. And I think it's Herbie Cohn has hit the other guy, the competitor. And it says, super manager, story below. And then it says, mothers forced to cancel out October 15th from the Earl Warren Showgrounds in Santa Barbara due to a critical acoustic problem and virtually non-existent PA facilities. We will, however, perform in Santa Barbara at the San Marcos High School Auditorium. Can you imagine this? Going to France in high school? And they're playing in your high school. That'd be great. Now, what's her name? Lady Ohm had that experience. Lady Ohm, what's her name? Leslie. So here's what the title says. Phony freak-ins, because remember, Frank's coined freak out, but there's other guys putting on freak-ins. Phony freak-ins, Ziedler dope ads, and Carl Franzoni's letter. Carl was one of the original wild dancers around Vigo, and Ziedler is this competitor, and something doing with him smoking dope or something. So Frank says, kindly read this. A statement of policy from Frank Zappa for the Mothers of Invention. Last week's issue of the Los Angeles Free Press contained 3 items in print, which we feel bear analysis and discussion. First, the freak-in ad for the Shrine Exposition Hall. So that's his competitors. The freak-in ad for the Shrine Exposition Hall. He says, the Mothers of Invention, that's capital letters underlined, the Mothers of Invention are in no way, shape, or form connected with his airsats promotion. There he's used McLuhan's favorite word, airsats, meaning fake. Are not connected with this airsats, in no way, shape, or form connected with this airsats promotion event. We repudiate this act of mercenary indiscretion on these grounds. 1, we do not wish to be associated in name or spirit with any cornball effort to exploit free music, free dance, or free people as we see it being done here by these guys putting on the freak-in. And then he quotes the ad. We quote the ad. in quotation marks, the world-famous artist and sculptor Vito with his wife, his child, and his entire entourage of dancers and freakers. In other words, Frank is mad that Vito is aligning himself with this maybe commercial enterprise, because Vito is very important at the freakouts. But I'm not sure what's going on with Vito. Maybe the ad's lying. Maybe the ad is saying that Vito's there and Vito and them aren't going to be there. 2, we find the ad itself, the promoter's attitude toward his audience of freakers, and the unethical implications of this misguided attempt to corrupt something we as a group feel is valid and worth fighting for, to be totally bullshit. So we find the ad itself, the promoter's attitude and all that, to be totally bullshit. That is to say, freak-ins, also freak-offs and turn-ons, don't make it. So that was the first point with two subsets, 1 and 2. Now, second point, or second theme, the Ziedler and Ziedler, quote, dope fiend calendar ads. Dope fiend calendar, in quotes. Frank says, these nifty specimens of pre-pubic juvenilia, in brackets, hand-lettered and cartooned by a frustrated pseudo-freako from Laguna Beach named Howard James Baron von Lockway, who likes to advertise his radiant Buddhahood and worldly teenage knowledge of dope and drugs and stuff, along with Ziedler's threats, have twice included reference to freakouts and to us as a group. So he's complaining that the ads and PR of the competitors are referring to Frank. Last week, Ziedler and Ziedler, in a flush of psychedelic bad judgment, driven by their invincible and unerring sense of the superficial, armed only with their total lack of taste and perception, saw fit, in their infinite lack of wisdom, to include a deftly secreted blurb which pleaded, quote, may the good dope fairy shine her love light on the mothers of invention. So they're trying to include the mother's charisma in this freaking thing. May the good dope fairy shine her love light on the mothers of invention, unquote. So Frank says, we are not, and this is in capital letters, we are not, no sir, buddy, flattered or enthused by Baron von Ziedler's imbecile attempt to assert his teenage, in the deepest Dick Clark sense of the word, his coolness by using our group name with all its inherent rural cleanliness and protein value. Hey, the mother's invention has rural cleanliness and protein value. There's the ionic. We got new proteins, new foods. By using our group name to one, Hustle Ziedler's MOD mod, I guess that's British mods, Hustle Ziedler's mod monstrosities, in brackets, with which we find it hard to identify, and or to endorse. So we, what was the original sentence? We, to teenage coolness, to Hustle Ziedler's thing, and then endorse any psychedelic, narcotic, or laxative substance. Laxative, as Carolyn's magnesium. Endorse any psychedelic, narcotic, or laxative substance dispensed by fairies or any other superficially aberrated person by means of love light, Vaseline, state welfare, and or federal aid to education. The humor there. We don't endorse any psychedelic, narcotic, or laxative substance dispensed by fairies or any other superficially aberrated person by means of love light, Vaseline, state welfare, and or federal aid to education. Then he has in big capital letters. It appears that Baron von Ziedler wants to go out in a blaze of psychedelic martyrdom, in brackets, we could be wrong, as evidenced by his apparent fetish for advertising his knowledge and affinity for dope in quotation marks. This will note, remember, Frank is not that keen on dope. This will, no doubt, precipitate some sort of monstro bust at his pad, in brackets, he has pad in quotes, and in brackets he has hep talk. So to use the word pad, it's hep talk. And give him a lot to whip about when he gets out. In brackets, is the status really worth it? Wouldn't it be more fun to go back to surfing and playing with your crayons? Question mark. End of bracket. Therefore, we hereby make this kind and superficially generous offer. You ever done that, Roxy? Make a superficially generous offer? That is to say,
I do it every day.
We, that's right, you do it. We, the mothers of invention, agree to play on Mr. Ziedler's front lawn nonstop during the course of the routine narco bust tentatively described above. In brackets, yes, from the moment they kick down your door to the moment they kick down your nose. So he's saying this guy is advertising in various media about he's a real cool dope. And Frank's warning him, this will attract the police attention if you're saying you're pretty cool and dope. So it says, the mothers agreed to play on Mr. Ziedler's front lawn nonstop during the course of the routine narco bust tentatively described above. Yes, from the moment they kick down your door till the moment they kick down your nose. Underlines nose. That hints of the nasal retentive aberration we were talking about earlier. Non-stop, he says. He repeats it. Non-stop, baby. For only, he says, for only half of what we normally get at the Whiskey A Go-Go, and all you have to do is get a lot of extension cords to the front yard for our amplifiers, providing, of course, that the heat lets us know about it a few days in front. So Frank's saying he hopes the cops tell him when they're going to bust Mr. Ziedler. You getting this? This is an ad disguised as a newsletter. So he says, for only half of what we normally, he's saying, if you pay us just half of what we get at the Whiskey A Go-Go, but you also have to get a lot of extension cords to the front yard for our amplifiers. And then he has a dot, and it says, accepted by Ziedler and Ziedler. So this is a form for Ziedler to sign to hire the mothers to play on his lawn when he gets busted. And he has in brackets, after Ziedler and Ziedler, a swell bunch of guys and a heck of a good sport. God love them. So he says about the Ziedler and Ziedler are a swell bunch of guys and a heck of a good sport. God love them. God love them in capitals. Then he says, for further information, contact our super manager, Herb Cohen, who will also give you a good price for weddings and graduation parties. Not that you'll ever need it. Not that you'll ever get a gig at a wedding or graduation parties. So that was item 2, theme 3. The article, quote, A Mother Against LSD by Carl Franzoni. Now, we'll probably read that letter, but Frank says about it, Carl's worthwhile and well-intended letter to the editor was unfortunately incorrectly labeled as a public statement from a member of our group. Carl Franzoni is not a member of the Mothers of Invention, nor does he claim to be. But for the most part, we as a group agree with him in his plea for a sane drug policy. In brackets, basically, stick it up your ass and fly to the moon. That's Frank's drug policy. Now remember, this is in '66, when no one in the rest of America even knows about this dope problem, but it's happening, in L.A. at Sunset Strip like maybe the previous year or so. So it's all local anthropology we're reading. So Frank says, stick the dope up your ass and fly to the moon. And he says, we as a group do not recommend, verily we repudiate any animal/mineral/vegetable/synthetic substance, vehicle, and or procedure which might tend to reduce the body, mind, or spirit of an individual, in brackets any true individual, to a state of sub-awareness or insensitivity. That is to say, we are here to turn you loose, not turn you on. Turn yourself on. The sort of high you really want is a spiritual high, and you are bullshitting yourself if you trust any chemical and or agricultural shortcut to do it for you. You can't get busted yet for awareness. Maintain your aristocratic coolness. Sincerely, Frank Zappa for the Mothers of Invention. So, cool. You heard it here first. Hey. Cool.
With the
That's
Mother
Frank
Superior.
Mother Superior talk from Frank. Now, they have a parallel ad. It seems to be a coming freakout, an ad for a coming freakout. And it says, it has drawings of Frank and Susie Cream Cheese. Susie Cream Cheese is saying, ourselves massaging. Remember you were talking about the massaging environment, Roxy? So here's, she's not saying massaging ourselves, she says ourselves massaging. Then someone says, you've made me use up the most priceless beans on earth, but it will be worth it when I see you go down in defeat before my very eyes. This whole thing about beans is coming from the Absolutely Free album, I think. Then a Frank-looking character says, you must come to this following address, all of you. In other words, not just posting the address where the performance is, but they're saying, you must come to the following address, all of you. And then it says, to life, exclamation mark. And then some other guy says, all he has to do is change size for us. Change size, like become a dwarf. And it says, it's a light show Nirvana, the original, and then collage, the original Nirvana. It says, dense putrid vapors from a smoke gun. And then he says in brackets, we rent it. We rent the smoke gun. Dense putrid vapors from a smoke gun. Then it says, many guest groups and groupies. And then another guy says, he's no mere simple madman, as I might have thought. He has too many weapons, too many powers. So these are like cartoon figures. And it says, at your neighborhood drive-in, watch for it, coming soon. So is there a part to this ad? Oh, yeah. A little to the left it says, it has mothers of invention, thrills and chills await you when you see 7 amazing plant creatures come. That's the RNA drops. Comes from barley. The amazing plant creatures coming. Of course, that's not what Frank meant. But we are hijacking this, and we actually are advocating, what did he say? We don't trust any chemical and or agricultural shortcut. Actually, it got so bad 50 years later, Frank, we did need an agriculture shortcut, namely RNA drops. But back then, yes, as Ion once said, the last breakthrough of sort of inspirational social mortar reality was in the 60s. So here's Frank in the middle of it all, managing it, maintaining rational rules. We repudiate any animal, mineral, vegetable, synthetic substance. Now, this could be really criticized as Frank missed out on the Dr. Dean revolution, the vitamins and the supplements and all that. But he does say you should not be dependent on those things, and you're reduced to a state of sub-awareness. So it's the fact that you overdo it to a sub-awareness, Carolyn, he's criticizing. All right? All right, so back to this. So this, what'd you say? Great?
All right.
Oh, all right. All right. All righty. All right.
All righty.
All right, so we should, 7 amazing plant creatures coming. And then Frank goes, fortunately, my wings were able to break my fall. You must come to the following address, all of you. Ourselves massaging. He's no simple. Like, they're not saying who the madman is. It could be seen as Frank because he's the main face in there as the Antichrist. He's no mere simple madman, as I might have thought. He has too many weapons, too many powers. All he has to do is change size for us. We'd better learn more about this. I'll take the mic, Pietro. Of course, have you so soon forgotten the voice of Giant Man? Giant Man. That would be the giant in the Jack and Beanstalk referenced in the booklet on Uncle Meat at the end of the Uncle Meat scenario laid out in the Uncle Meat album. Of course, have you so forgotten the voice of Giant Man? Okay, is there anything now? Other cartoons? So these cartoons, here's one, many cartoons. This is quite cluttered. So it's called Help Legalize Therapeutic Abortion with the Mothers. Help legalize therapeutic abortion with the mothers. In other words, it's not just physical abortion, I don't think. It's the abortion of discarnate space. And then it says, mothers of invention, thrills and chills await you when you see 7 amazing plant creatures. Then it says, money back guarantee. Order today and we will rush your Polaris nuclear sub to you. What do you think of that? They're offering a nuclear sub to the teenager. Order today and we will rush your Polaris nuclear sub to you. Use it for 10 full days. If you don't think it is the greatest ever, the best toy you ever had, just send it back for full purchase price and refund. Or full purchase price refund. Then he goes, but now, stand back. Now, we have him in 1977 doing that footage from Baby Snakes where he's playing Muffin Man, or leads into Muffin Man from whatever the song was before that. And Joey Psychotic is one of the ushers at the front of the stage. He's being crushed, and he's telling people to move back. And he goes, but stand back. No, he goes, stand back now. And then they roar into Muffin Man and just take off. And he throws a big toilet paper roll out in the audience. So I'm echoing, but now stand back. Then another voice says, he's a phony. He'll never do it. And then someone else says, he's still breathing. But if he lost his power to change size, that would be Giant Man, that means he'll remain 10 feet tall. He'll be a freak. Then someone else goes, a little dwarf says, who are the brain police? Then another cartoon figure says, with this crystal ball taken from an ancient Tibetan monastery, I can hurl mystic rays at you, rays so powerful that no living man can resist them. Then there's another quote. It's from a scientist named Henry Pym. He wants us to help him find the ... And then it says, these are the beans which inspired the legend of Jack and the Beanstalk. Wow, that's the reference to the Uncle Meat thing I just mentioned. Because remember, something climbs up the vines to see Jack and the Beanstalk at the end of the story. And then someone goes, let's see it, Wanda. And he has a few images are from the famous 1930s film Freaks, Freaks. Circus, weird freak circus mutation people. You have those scattered through the ad. And when Frank was asked in the application form to be a member of United Mutations, the fan club, United Mutations, when they asked him what his favorite movie was, he filled in Freaks. So he's got the Freaks in the ad here. And then someone says, a genuine old time, and I don't know what's next. Then says, is she in danger? And then it has the word free. Then it says, then a scant few seconds later. And then a repeat of that thing. We'd better learn more about this. I'll take the mic, Pietro. Then it has a commercial. Is this could be the one that he's objecting to. It says, Vito, Sue, and Gatto, that's her baby, who later dies, present a freak-out, freak-in, freak-up, freak-down Halloween costume, mostly paint. Genitals must be covered. Dance at the Hullabaloo, Sunday, October 30th, across from the Palladium. 18 and over ID required. Light show music by the Daily Flash, by the Sparrow, $3 in advance, or $3 in advance. All mutual ticket agencies, $1 if you wear a Vito button. So Frank objects to this commercialization of Vito. The problem is, did Vito join this? But Vito was dancing for everybody, so I don't think Frank can control Vito. But he objects to the environment.
I have to freak out and remove my protein content, but thanks a lot.
Well, you heard most of it.
Was wonderful.
Be sure to listen to the recording this week to catch up on what you're going to miss. Okay?
Of course, Mother Superior.
Yes, you mommy nun. Mammy nun, you.
The mommy nun is leaving.
Okay, thanks for being part of it.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Everybody. Hey, bye. And let's see if we have, we have Bellamy. What's that guy called? What's your name? Bramley?
Hello? Yeah.
Yes, Bramley. That's you, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yes. I noticed you just came in, so maybe you'll be able to help dialogue here. Maybe we'll encourage other people contributing because it's just me. Now, Madeline, are you still here, or did you go to sleep? Your number's still here, but anyways. Read. Are you here? Okay, Madeline. Now, look, you don't need to have to know anything. Just participate. Just express your reactions to what? You have to go to bed?
I do. Yes.
Did I hear you exclaim that you were impressed with the Ike Willis, Bob Dobbs dialogue?
That's all I could get in.
Well, you come back when you can if you're going away, but listen to the recordings. We're going to present some more things. What do you think of these Zappa ads, this war in Los Angeles in 1966? between the freak out and the freak off?
The Ike Willis thing was a lot more interesting to me.
Right. Well, part of this is scholarship for the Zappa fans. These things I don't think many of them have ever heard.
Yeah, it's neat,
but
it's not as...
No, that was pretty awesome. I mean, that's something that you could form a religion around, that dialogue.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Celebrating Frank the Prophet and then having a disciple of Frank, Ike Willis, who worked with Frank, respond to Bob's extreme inside knowledge about the whole process. I mean, it's fun the way Ike is so excited about it all. It's happening, right? That's what's good.
Yep.
So a character in this scene is a guy named Kim Fowley, who actually was the teenage Svengali since the late 50s in the rock and roll industry of L.A., and he was a friend of Frank's, or at least for a while, and they have an interview with him, so I'm going to read that later. It's interesting what he has to say, because he had the charisma before Frank did, locally. He did a song in the late 50s called Alley Oop, I think it was called, and different little novelty records he got on, because I think his parents were Hollywood biggies or something. They had connections as a kid. And he went on to brag by, I don't know, mid-70s that he had sex with 5,000 women, 5,000 groupies. And he continued, and he went on to produce that band that Joan Jett came out of. Forget what they were called. So he did occasional production of musics and bands later. But his interview might be neat. But I'm now going to read Carl Pranzoni's letter to the editor that Frank said was misattributed as a member of the Mothers of Invention. This guy is not a member, but he's a friend of Frank's and all that. So let's find that letter. What is Carl Pranzoni? And they're sort of reacting to Tim Leary. Tim Leary's in the news as a spreader of information about LSD. So Frank's in the middle of the drug revolution, and we're looking for the material. I haven't found it yet.
I have a quick question.
This is Bramley, right?
Yes.
Or Yuri? Okay, Bramley, go ahead.
The psychedelic utopia, is that still possible?
It's been replaced by the ionic utopia. We took over that vision. We provide that idea. It can't be done psychedelically because those drugs met a certain sensory preference that was happening in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and 90s. But we're a very different technological environment now. So the drug solution would not be the same. The drug antidote, the drug inspiration. So, and Ion has come up with answer to that dilemma of stimulating yourself. So we provide the nirvana that psychedelic people once propagated. Okay?
So you're saying the psychedelic revolution was mostly propaganda?
No, I'm saying there was a psychedelic revolution. Marshall McLuhan even said that psychedelics were probably the most important art form in the 60s because the global stimulation of the global theater, rapidly becoming a global membrane, could not be countered by painting, music, dance, sculpture, or literacy, or books. It could not be countered. Those arts, those old Gutenberg arts, were too tiny. And to get tuned into what was going on in the global theater, you need to have your senses rattled, expanded, and other things, other maybe parts of your tactility, the synesthesia part of yourself. So you would take LSD or a psychedelic, a mushroom or something, to break yourself out of the visual space that the industrial age had imprinted on you. And the habits of perception of the industrial age would be inadequate in understanding and feeling comfortable with the global theater surrealistic panorama. So that's back then. LSD, McLuhan said, was the best art, the best human artifact to bring you up to speed to what was happening around you that you couldn't really perceive properly or accurately. But we're in a whole different situation now. Many different thousands of years have passed. Remember, McLuhan said 200 years happens every 12 months. And so the thing to tune yourself to the frequency change coming with the ionic revolution is the RNA drops and our other products. But we give you the psychic poet and the resting platform that was claimed for psychedelics 50 years ago. Okay? Now, in light of that, let's read and hear Carl Franzoni, a wild dancer for the Vito group. And Vito was the original scene maker in the clubs. People went to clubs to see Vito dance to the various bands, the Byrds, Mothers of Invention, Arthur Lee's band Love, and other groups there. He is going to talk about LSD in this letter to the editor of the Los Angeles Free Press. Are you ready? You ready, Bramley, to hear this?
I'm listening.
Okay. So he says, Dear Peter Stafford, and I recognize that name. I think he was a publicly known user of LSD, celebrator of LSD. Dear Peter Stafford, and to all the other psychedelic junkies and acid heads. So Carl starts off insulting them, basically. My observation of the this is a guy who's a head freak. He's got charisma, he's got groupies, he's a part of this Vito dancing cult. And they were happening before the LSD comes in. So the LSD cult is a contest for him, maybe, you know what I mean, a threat to his charisma. So he's saying, my observation of the psychedelic world is that you are all escaping and running away from the real issues in this jungle we live in capital letters. We are at war. We have problems that need to be solved. We have the authority in this country. We have the authority in this country doing all kinds of rotten and inhumane things to us and other people in the world. You who seem to want to forget all these things take a chemical solution that you are not positive of and that changes your body formula into who knows what. This chemical solution makes you for not only 8 to 10 hours, quote, out of your mind, unquote, days, months, maybe years, you may suddenly go out again. I guess that means it's in brackets, in quotes. Go out again means a flashback. We who are interested in stopping the war in Vietnam, who are interested in civil rights, who want to stop police brutality, who want to stop all the rottenness and selfishness that our country is involved in, and who would really like to start a new society or form a new government that would involve all the people, can't afford for 1 minute to get loaded. We cannot just think of ourselves. We must think of all of us. Just think of all the people you know and how you could make a beautiful and wildly friendly world for them to live in. You who get loaded are just thinking of yourselves. We need you, but you are lost to us because you are, quote, boxed out, unquote. If you really think about it, this junk is being pushed on you. Now remember, Zappa I even played him saying in that Flo and Eddie interview, he had a theory way back then that the LSD was being produced by the CIA. And there's lots of evidence for that since in information released from Freedom of Information Act. So this guy is intuiting. He says, if you really think about it, this junk is being pushed on you. If you would only read history, you'd find that in every revolution, junk is always pushed on the people, and the worst kinds, and also is easy to get. You are being dumped. You are being drugged by the authority. You say, the authority is against it. Bullshit. They have publicized this drug more than any other in the history of man. Who is making all the bread from it? The drug companies, the people who are tranquilizing and deadening the minds of our people. They are the authority because they dictate to the authority. They have the money and the lobbies and the people in Washington. Okay, just moving the paper a bit. And the people in Where is it? And they have the money and the lobbies and the people in Washington. And not only the authority is taking you, quote, down the river, unquote, but your great psychedelic gods are too. Can you imagine the money your Learys, meaning Tim Leary, and your other psychedelic gods are making by taking up collections for them being busted? So can you imagine the money your Learys and your other psychedelic gods are making by taking collections for them being busted, for their public appearances and books and all the other crap that they're selling you? I wonder if they get any royalties from the drug companies. What a laugh they must have together. I have never heard once about one of these people saying anything that might stop the war or do anything for our country's good. And according to them, and all the trips and experiences they have had, they should be able to have figured out almost everything out by now. Read that again. And according to them, and all the trips and experiences they've had, they should be able to have figured almost everything out by now. What have they come up with? How many hairs on a bumblebee's back in a snowstorm at high noon in downtown New York? What have they come up with? How many hairs on a bumblebee's back in a snowstorm at high noon in downtown New York? Have any one of you figured out how to stop killing people on our highways, or a permanent cure for the clap, or maybe a simple way to educate our kids so they wouldn't have to go to school and be bored every day? Gee, those psychedelic drugs should be good for something. Maybe you could stick them up your ass and fly to the moon. Maybe you could stick them up your ass and fly to the moon. We saw that in Frank's ad, so Frank was quoting Carl Franzoni. You can see a picture of Carl Franzoni on the cover of the World of Zappa's Freakout album. We all talk about freedom when we can't even look a cop in the eye and say, quote, man, you can't bust me. I haven't done anything wrong. I am straight and my senses are clear. I'm not afraid of you because I am right and you are the one who is wrong. Because with a clear head, I am the truth and you are lying if you say I am drugged, unquote. So you're supposed to be able to, we all talk about freedom. Talk about freedom when we can't even, we all talk about freedom when we can't even look a cop in the eye and say, man, you can't bust me, I haven't done anything wrong, I am straight, my senses are clear, I'm not afraid of you because I am right and you are the one who is wrong. Because with a clear head, I am the truth and you are lying if you say I am drugged. Then Carl says, the cop has a right to bust you, baby. You are going against the law. That's what makes you paranoid, because you are doing it against the law and you are afraid of the cop. That's what has forced you behind the locked door and into that darkened room. Then in capital letters, a lie, L-I-E. And it says, wake up, people, because if you don't, you will be left out in the cold. Paranoia makes you hide, and when the real struggle comes, you will be caught and trampled. Come out of hiding. Come out into the light, where you can do some good for everyone. Junkies seem to hide in dark places. Come out and join us. We need you. We need each other. The time is drawing closer and closer. When are we going to stand up together with a clear mind and shoulder to shoulder, mind to mind, do something about this screwed up world we live in? I have observed my friends who are artists and sensitive people. They take this junk and they tell me their trips are colorful and rewarding, but I see them become lifeless, colorless, and less sensitive to others' needs. I see them hide and withdraw from society and go behind locked doors. I see their paintings become faded and void of people. I see them become melancholy and lazy. I see them become afraid of their neighbors and of anyone who comes near. I see them being put into mental institutions and jails for long periods. And most of all, I don't see some of them anymore because they are dead. And I miss them so very, very terribly much. Will we miss you? Sincerely, Carl Franzoni. So that's a pretty intelligent letter. What do you think of that? What do you think of it, Brandon?
It kind of sounds like Frank Zappa's.
It is. It's a result of them, Zappa, Carl, and at least Carl talking to Frank. That became the policy statement of the group of freaks, around the Mothers. I don't know if they're around the Doors or Arthur Lee, but Frank was the one articulating a social purpose of the chaos on Sunset Strip. And this is dated October 7th, 1966. Exactly 49 years later, Gail Zappa passes on October 7th, 2015. So one more year, it would be exactly 50 years. But 49 is a good number, 7 times 7. And there's 49 keys in the angel chart and some of our recordings. So that is a mother against LSD. So isn't that interesting? Of course, it got lost in the din, and nobody could stop the global theater storm. It's just a little puny point of view in a lost cause of chemical body worry and anxiety. Now we got here, here's somebody, Peter Roberts from Sherman Oaks, California, responding to Franzoni's letter. It says, Dear Editor, please accept my thanks and congratulations for printing Carl Franzoni's letter captioned, A Mother Against LSD. See, that's the problem. That's what Frank objected to. It wasn't Carl's problem, but it was a mother. Now, he was a really good associate of Frank Zappa, but he wasn't technically a member of the Mothers of Invention. So a mother in quotes, against LSD is not accurate. So this guy says, congratulations for printing Carl Franzoni's letter captioned A Mother Against LSD in the LA Free Press dated October 7th. It was great. Here's a cat who speaks the language. Is not an Auslander, A-U-S-L-A-N-D-E-R. I don't know what that is. Must be an insult in the Inland Empire. You know about the Inland Empire? That's the scene outside of L.A., out in the boondocks. They called it the Inland Empire, I think. And that's one of David Lynch's movies. Isn't it called the Inland Empire? Here's a cat who speaks the language, not an Auslander, and puts in a long line of escapers. No, deserters is the proper term. LSD contributes not one iota to ontological development of either its users or those who must put up with their infantilisms. Someone somewhere is making a buck and laughing all the way to the bank at the fools who can't face raw actuality, accept it, and survive it. Every pot user, horse is heroin, right? Acid head, gangbanger, holy roller, so they're including fundamentalist religion, etc. So every pot user, horse user, acid head, gangbanger, holy roller, etc., ad nauseum, is a member of a true underground. The membership of this group says, as a matter of pure ego, quote, my nerve ends alone deserve the A, soothing, B, titillation. Screw the rest of the world. So the membership of this group says, as a matter of pure ego, quote, my nerve ends, remember I always like to say we're dangling ganglia, my nerve ends alone deserve the A, soothing, B, titillation. Screw the rest of the world, unquote. And as Carl Franzoni has seen, and I have seen, they go slowly into an inescapable reverse gear, back first to the titty and then to the womb, thinking all the time, quote, how clever I am, how hip I am. Well, he says, how clever I am, and in brackets, the translation of how clever I am is how hip I am. I've taken my trip, I've taken my trip into schizophrenia with, as Carl says, paranoid delusional traits. And I've seen God, capital G-O-D. And know what? He's me. That's what Ion says. So a little criticism of simple interpretations of Ion. And me is capitalized. The unhappy part of all these desertion, he calls them desertion mechanisms. So he's calling, here's a cat who speaks the language and puts in a long line, I think he miswrote, puts down a long line of escapers or deserters. So these people leaving for unreality of LSD are deserters. So he says the unhappy part of all these desertion mechanisms is that not only is the user harmed through the wastage of lifetime, what is this? The unhappy part of all these desertion mechanisms is that not only is the user harmed through the wastage of lifetime, but others around him are in danger as well. How often I've heard the refrain, quote, I was so high, in brackets, on juice, marijuana, horse, seeds, close bracket, I don't remember driving home. I was so high, I don't remember driving home, unquote. How many of those same people in my 43 years I have known to fail, what is this? How many of those same people in my 43 years I have known to fail to complete the operation of driving home ever? To what purpose? How many of those same people, is he implying he hasn't met many of them? How many of those same people in my 43 years I have known to fail to complete the operation of driving home ever? To what purpose, and where's the cleverness? Of course, the lotus eaters have a right to eat lotus to the point of inanity, but they contribute nothing. They do nothing for themselves, for their immediate neighbors, for humanity as a whole, and they waste precious time, potential for genuinely creative development. So they waste precious time and precious potential for genuinely creative development, ... and quite often break a lot of hearts among those who are concerned for them. And there's so much that needs to be done. Signed, Courage, Peter Roberts, Sherman Oaks, California. So what do you think of that? Any comments?
Well, why is there so much controversy in that whole scene?
Well, what's happening is the cops are beating up the kids and forcing the clubs to shut down. The merchants are putting pressure on the club owners to not let kids mingle on the streets. So there's this sort of instant community and early Woodstock forming on Sunset Strip, and the authorities don't like it. So they're beating up the kids, and a lot of injuries and pain is happening. And Frank is sort of trying to take responsibility for it and trying to get people to cool off. And they don't want people taking drugs and hallucinating and running around in the middle of what's already a pretty chaotic, dangerous situation. Now, there's more letters.
So he was taking up the... So Frank Zappa was taking up... He was taking up the responsibility for the youth culture?
Well, he was expressing his point of view and what he objected to.
Oh, okay.
So they have other responses to these. Now, this is the original argument over drugs in the LA scene before it's really happening in any other cities. You have to realize that what's going on in California was what's going to happen to the rest of the country gradually. So this is the experimental concentration camp that the authorities are watching to see what's happening. So there's a guy named Uncle Tom in Ojai, California, writes a letter in response to Carl's letter. So let's see what this guy says. Now, he's out in Ojai, California, where Christian Murdy, who is on my Android meme chart, has a base, an operation in Ojai, California. So is this Uncle Tom part of the Christian Murdy world? Early precursor of the sort of New Age world. So he says, a letter to a mother from an uncle. A letter to a mother from an uncle. Mother and uncle in quotes. After reading your comment in the LA Free Press, I find myself a need to express my feelings to you on the use of chemical means and ways of experimenting. As being a user of such, in brackets, some chemicals, I find your statement totally out of place. I wish to explain that all I say is only about myself, because speaking of someone else is not my job or scope, as each person is on their own trip, and they should speak for themselves. In brackets, I hope, I hope, question mark, and trip is in quotes with a capital T. As I sit in my local laundromat writing this letter, in brackets, mess, question mark, so this guy has a bit of an inferiority complex, I see the usual mothers sitting at the rear talking about motherhood and other types of hoods. I wonder if they know what a trip can be, and I wonder if they wish to know. They are not of the underground or the anti-something or anti-other. They want the usual things, yet you also seem to... They want the usual things, yet you also seem to want... He's addressing Carl Franzoni. Yet you also seem to want the usual things and cry for the need of us, in quotes, capital U.S., in brackets, whatever that means, question mark, cry for the need of us. I've been down that street before. I sat in another laundromat in Omaha, that would be Nebraska, and listened to the papers about new reforms and new plans and new directions and new newness, capital N, newness. And I know that I'm corrupt in my soul, my church, my leaders, my friends and fellow workers are all corrupt also. So I guess he means when he's in Omaha, his associates are corrupt. I see the evil, the inhumanness, the sad, the drunks, the hunger and the pain. I've listened to you and all the others tell me that I'm running away from living and not facing the need of this world. And he has capital letters. But only by the use of such some chemical have I become very acutely aware of the reality lie. He's become aware of the reality lie and the need of getting totally out of the prison we all walk in. Your plans are wonderful, and only one small fact I can see. I've been down that street before and heard this all before. I'm tired of listening to people tell me about the great new color schemes and plans for changing my walls in the real prison. The back door you speak of and the hidden awayness you speak of is our trip in quotes, and I, for one, want it that way because of the simple reason of the laws and such. Laws in capital letters. One other bone to speak of, and I will go my way. One other bone to speak of. So one more thing he's going to say. One other bone to speak of, and I will go my way. You speak of war and fighting and the need to do some sort of battle, and your call for help to paint the very prison walls you are also in. I'm not at war, and I have no need to fight and run, in brackets with banners flying. I'm not at war, and I have no need to fight and run with banners flying into battle. And since you tell me I'm boxed in and such, I will not heed your call to any paint program. So this guy says social legislation is just painting the walls of a prison, a bigger prison. Now, McLuhan said the satellite creates a global concentration camp, so this guy might be perceiving some aspect of that. I'm not going to either paint or fight. I'm going to use my chemical means to do something else. Love, big capital letters, love, L-O-V-E. I've stood in picket lines long enough and walked to Mississippi and walked to Washington and flown above Watts long enough. I now know that at least in my world the answer is love, capital L-O-V-E, all capitalized. And I hope that through the use of my chemicals to become more of a person capable of love towards my human fellow American man. Your statements on the chemical users you know is narrow and very lifeless, and also rather unknowing. All I can really say is take a good hard look at love in quotes, and then use a chemical, and then you might love instead of fighting and hating and running into battle with your good and wonderful doings. Uncle Tom, Ojai, California. So what do you think of that? There's the battle lines drawn. Do you get active or do you retreat? That was the war in the counterculture. Anybody here?
Yep.
Yes, Bramley.
Well, that was in California, you said? LA?
Yes, this is another letter to the editor in the Los Angeles Free Press, October 7th, 1966.
Bob, so it was Carl Franzoni who wrote the letter?
Yeah, wrote the letter criticizing those taking drugs. And now we've heard the other side from Uncle Tom from Ojai, California, saying he got love through the LSD. He'd rather be a lover and not a radical social protester.
So what was the contrast to the love system he was exemplifying through his writings?
The contrast is people like Carl Franzoni out in the streets protesting whatever social activism they could come up with to stop the war, and they didn't like people disappearing and hiding in their homes on LSD. But this guy, Uncle Tom's saying he's celebrating going and doing it. He's glad to go in his little room and hide out and take his LSD.
Beautiful.
So is it beautiful? You mean you agree with that view?
Well, because I see the mother stepping in through that.
Through the taking the drugs? See, we're talking two different things. So through drugs, the mother steps in?
Well, the mother's stepping in to speak to speak to the land that her children, quote unquote, are kind of dabbling in, by being under the influence of LSD and everything, saying, let's come together, let's reconnect, junkies, come out, this really gathering, and I really feel that he was speaking on behalf of that mother that
mother's
was known
a positive
to be lost.
Symbol. Yeah, you're saying the mother's a positive symbol.
Yes, a very positive symbol.
Right.
For them, to kind of like bring them together, feed them,
Nurture.
Yeah, nurture them.
Well, McLuhan said that rock and roll is the hand. No, the Beatles were the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. So McLuhan made fun of the Beatles propagating this love sentiment. But they were hijacking the mother archetype. The hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. So I suspect you're falling victim to a Jehovah's Witness idea of motherhood, an all-American safety valve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was just going to ask that, what would McLuhan say to that writer of the letter, someone who's
you know what McLuhan says? He wrote this. He wrote in student newspapers at the time, 67, 66. He said, the reason people take LSD is they're trying to tune into a psychedelic global environment symbolized by television. He said, if you bring TV into a society, people want to take drugs. It's a way of updating your limited senses to the actual amazing stimulation that television environment is giving you and the global theater inside the. So he would say, if we want to deal with this problem, we got to turn off TV. That's how you deal with the drug problem, if you think it's a problem. Turn off television, which is causing people wanting to take drugs. And the Evergreens once told me that when kids were at home in the suburban situation in high school, they'd have TV a lot. And then they would go to college, and they wouldn't have TV in their dorm, back in the 70s or 80s. So they would be deprived of the stimulation of television and then gravitate pretty quickly to taking drugs or maybe alcohol binges or whatever to get the effect of television, which the parents did not realize was making their kids addicted to that TV stimulation. And when they went to college and were isolated from the normal suburban situation in their dorms, they had to compensate for the TV effect. So they took drugs. I thought that was a pretty interesting statement.
True.
That is
because, a few years earlier, nobody's taking drugs. It's in they're drinking and that, and the kids were pretty mild in the 30s and 40s before World War II, at least as the media presented them. And all of a sudden, Hoover has brought in legislation. You see that movie Reefer Madness, and made dope dealers the ultimate pariahs and enemies of the society. So you have the people agreeing with that. And then, 20 years later, they're all trying to take drugs, including medical drugs, whatever those ones that Carolyn could name, I forget them. People in medicine were really starting to get over-medicated. So the stimulation of the central nervous system was an inevitable effect across the board, no matter what your opinion, what religion or diet maker you were affected by the collective TV environment inside the satellite global theater. And that made you want that kind of stimulation. So you took drugs.
Wow.
Right? So that's that's what McLuhan would say.
Do you think if people knew what McLuhan, what his take was on it, do you think they would even do anything about the TV?
Oh. No.
They wouldn't, right?
He said by the 70s, he said, this world is so confused, the only refuge is the church. I think he said the true church. Now, I don't know. Does he mean the Roman Catholic Church? He criticized the Pope and those guys as not understanding what was going on. So don't know actually what he meant by church, but on the surface it meant the Catholic Church. He said, becoming a Christian was the only way out because the devil had hijacked the global theater. He called him the Prince of the Air. He said, the Prince of the Air, a master of hardware and software, a great electric engineer. That was his definition of Lucifer.
That's a really gorgeous metaphor.
Right, and so McLuhan is realize, not like, first of all, he was heard by a lot of people for a short time because he was made famous, and nobody understood him, and nobody knew what he was saying, and they never realized that's what he was advocating. Maybe a couple of professors who read his works understood it, but he did get publicity, but like any other piece of information in the information overload of the 60s, no position would have any staying power. The people were too busy being stoned on the electric media. But now, how would you turn off the electric environment? Can you imagine the coordination of doing that?
Yeah, it would be nearly impossible.
Yeah. So in a way, all of that McLuhan, this is the satire part, all of his explaining why things were happening, giving the causes, offering solutions, was a huge satire. Because in the end, he, as a Catholic, felt that the religious impulse, spiritual impulse that he thought he was doing was the answer. So he's making fun of all
because he didn't know anything else.
Right. And he was he was criticizing all the pagan, secular, humanist agendas. He was always ridiculing them, and he had a way of ridiculing them by saying, you guys don't know that the media environment is bigger than your little agendas. And it's massaging yourself. And here's Zappa in this commercial has this Susie Cream Cheese saying, ourselves massaging ourselves. But the book, The Medium is a Massage, hadn't come out yet. But maybe they knew of what McLuhan was saying. So let me read a short letter, another one. This is from, it says, your admirer and follower, Marja from Huntington Beach in California. And I'm not sure who she's saying she's admiring. I think she's appreciating the newspaper first. And it says, P.S., please excuse my spelling, but written words, and especially in English, are hard for me to spell. Your words are tricky, because she's from Finland. Dear editor, I've moved and would appreciate the free press being sent to my new address. I am moving to Finland in April of 1967, and I would like to know if the free press can be delivered there and what the price is for first-class mail, which I presume is airmail delivery. I have learned the truth about America from your paper and find it most comforting to read such a paper instead of the L.A. Times and New York Times lies. We from other countries are totally misled by such papers as the Times. I hope you can succeed with your good writings till one day people wise up and can communicate without written or spoken words. That's like ESP. My people in Finland will learn the truth when I go home and spread the free press and tell of my experiences with lysergic acid diethylamide. In other words, she took LSD, and other groovy goodies which make one forget himself and really see the light. All is good, even those who don't understand. Your admirer and follower, Marja, Huntington Beach, California. So that's someone supporting Uncle Tom. And so you see, she thinks the L.A. Free Press would change the world in Finland.
Do you think they reverse engineered some of the mediums that were being used to massage us?
You said, do I think? You didn't finish your question.
Well, do you think that...
Do it again.
Do you think that they, as in those in California, related to what you just read, reverse engineered the mediums that were used to massage us?
No influence. That's why I talk about the Android meme as starting in the 60s. That was the obsolescence of human flesh, the chemical body, and a new matrix was coming in and taking over human experience. And nothing could stop it. I mean, these are just puny little letters to the editor. I mean, within a year, the whole LSD street scene is now converted to speed and beginning of heroin as the mafia moved in on the Haight-Ashbury and started selling, distributing, Charles Manson, those guys, distributing hard drugs. So a couple of years later, it's not a battle over whether you should take LSD or not. It's oh my God, half the population becoming a junkie, through heroin.
Mm-hmm.
And it wouldn't be half the population technically, but it would seem that way as your friends got succumbed to it. So, and then the 70s, Quaaludes came in, and then people just took drugs as a part of their being. It was not an ethical question anymore.
It was just part of survival in a way, too.
Yeah, surviving the effects of the global theater. So we're reading this scene that Frank Zappa was part of. This forms his modus operandi. He was interviewed in Cream magazine, I think about 10 years later, and he had to describe himself, and he said, frozen in 1966. And so he admitted there was something going on in 66 that he was part of. He was a advocate in the L.A. scene, and it got so bad he couldn't get any work in the club, so he moved to New York City, and he performed in a theater, their show twice a day for 6 months in the theater in New York City, and that's how they became famous. Their theater act was so fantastic.
Mm. Okay. So they were kind of feeding it also.
You say they were kind of feeding it. Who's they? The Zappa?
Not Zappa, but the ones who were part of the sort of theater scene, the Broadway.
Well, Zappa was feeding the theater scene by producing theater. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you mentioned someone else who got involved with theater. Who was that? You mentioned it very quickly.
It just in the past half hour?
In the past minute and a half.
Right. What was that? I said someone.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Someone was in theater.
Yes.
Didn't I say something about Hollywood or something?
You mentioned New York City, Broadway.
Oh, Zappa. Zappa performed his musical show called Absolutely Free, Pigs and Repugnant, in the Garrick Theater down in the Village for 6 months.
Oh, geez. Okay. So I see some of his formulas did kind of raise red flags to where he became a target, because he did connect with certain artists, or I would say freaks, or freak-outs. He was organizing the community of freaks. He was music being a charismatic union. And he objected to these businessmen coming in with their freak-offs and freak-ins to counter the relatively free and spontaneous freak-out, you know. Mm-hmm. So with some of these freak-outs he connected with or worked with along the way, they kind of did poison his work, didn't they?
No. He had all kinds of crazy freaks in his autobiography. He tells stories about the weird individual ones that showed up every now and then. When he was at the log cabin, a guy showed up with a gun, tried to shoot him, or was positioning himself to have that motive, it looked like. And Frank deftly, disgunned him, got the guy to throw his gun into the pond or something nearby. Oh, yeah, you've read the book. It's very, very good what he did. I mean, pretty brave.
Yeah, and he was a real hero that day.
Yeah. And now, is that does he write about, he doesn't write about, that's in Pauline Butcher's book, so you've read that.
Yeah, she wrote about it.
Yeah, she's the only one who knew about it, basically. But have you read any other Zappa books? Is that the books you're talking about when you talk about what you're reading?
That, and along with The Real Frank Zappa.
Yeah, his own book, which doesn't talk about the gun story. Only Pauline tells us that.
Yeah, I don't remember, because I was just reading the chapter about his parents and how his father always wanted to write this book on the history of the world.
Yes.
Sicily being the hub.
That's
right. If he had touched on it, what?
Who had touched on it?
If Frank Zappa had touched on the gun story, then it must have been very short.
No, he didn't, because it was a surprise to hear from Pauline. I'd never heard of it. Nobody's heard of it. She reveals it. In a way, maybe that's where Frank's an old-fashioned spiritual person. He doesn't brag about those kind of things that he did,
Yeah.
Okay, so I was going to say something. You mentioned just before that. What was it?
That his dad. That his dad always wanted to write a history of the world.
If you, I've come across. There was something came out of Sicily. I think at around the time of Jesus or before then. That's the third Jesus. Let's point people out. We don't believe it's just one Jesus, according to Ion. There was a culture in the southern part of Italy, and I can't remember what it was, but Sicily was important at one point. It did start something. I can't remember right now what it was. It's not so it's not so far-fetched. And if you're an Italian and you hear about Sicily's history, you would say what Zappa's father would say, you know? I think there was a couple of interesting...
So you're saying that the father probably knew something about it?
Yeah, like in Italy, it was probably well known. Yeah, the wheel. They invented the wheel in Sicily or something. But there was something important that came out of Sicily. And just read that a few months ago in some book, but I don't remember now. Why should I remember? Google probably has it, right? So is there, I think that's the end of the letters that Carl Franzoni stimulated. Now, let's anything else to say?
I heard you mention Peter Zappa, too.
Yeah, Peter Stafford. That name's familiar. I bet you if you Google him, he comes up.
No, Peter Zappa. Did I hear you say Peter Zappa?
No, Peter Stafford. He's the guy who objects to Carl's anti-LSD stand.
Oh.
I mean, this guy writes a letter, Uncle Tom, and he quotes Stafford as someone out there promoting LSD, and he agrees with Peter Stafford and not Carl Franzoni.
Okay. So Peter Stafford was an American writer and author of the Psychedelic Encyclopedia.
There you go.
He was also the co-author.
What year did that come out? What year did that come out?
September. Let me see.
February.
He was the editor. It doesn't say what year, just that he co-authored a book of LSD, The Problem-Solving Psychedelics, and other books on psychedelics. He was editor of Crawdaddy from 1969 to 1970.
Okay, hold it there. Yes, Crawdaddy, started by Paul Williams, I think his name, was the first rock magazine, and they were like fans of Dylan. 66, 67, Richard Meltzer wrote for them. It was the beginning, the first, and then the Rolling Stone bypassed them. But Peter Stafford, was a rock critic. If he was and he might have been I think Paul Williams might have left by 69, went to a commune, so that's why Stafford took over in 69. Now remember on Bob Fest, when Zen Woman called in, remember Zen Woman or whatever she called herself?
Yeah.
She was someone who was just getting interested and wanted to know a lot, and she was wanted to talk to people privately.
Yeah, she would come from time to time onto chat, but she didn't stay long.
Right. Didn't stay long. She talked to me during Bob Fest or around that time. She was a close friend of Paul Williams, who started Crawdaddy, and she wanted to talk about how great of a guy he was.
So she was in that scene, too, with Frank Zappa?
No, this Zen woman, I think, was younger and met the Crawdaddy people years later. Met Paul Williams, years later. I don't think she was too young. It seemed to me she was more of a 70s person, probably.
Mm-hmm. Hey, speaking of her, there was a post you had up on the dupes, and you said another something left dupes too early.
Yes.
That woman of the switchwords, the author of the switchwords. But was she here in Iron?
The author of the switchwords. What's switchwords?
The link that you had, it said that she was the author.
That was Liz Dean. Liz Dean.
Yeah, Liz Dean.
Yeah, she was selling, saying your thoughts determine your behavior, and you would be wonderful if you read her book and understood sort of a watered down version of what Ion says. Yeah, so they don't stay around. And I was assuming that she heard Ion, got a few wisdoms, and then wrote a book on it. And I would she left too early because she would have, if she stayed around, she'd find out Ion didn't mean what he said and what you thought he said.
Yeah, it says another lazy bum leaves Ion them too quickly. So when I clicked on that link, it says that she's the author of that book, but before her, there were others, mainly this one guy who came up with these switch words, and he said that if you repeat them over and over, then they'll make things happen. Like, say, for example, you lose your keys and you're looking for them. You just say reach, reach, reach for a few times, and you find them. So that was way before her time. I don't know how she's saying that she's the author for that.
And so her jargon is switch words. You switch yourself with this idea that your thoughts can. You think the thoughts. It doesn't say you speak them out loud. It doesn't seem that way.
You can, you say them. You say the words. You can say them to yourself, but you say the words.
Oh, okay. Well, that's psionic. What?
Autogenics?
Maybe. I don't know what that is, but sounds like something that you would have come across in the last 10 years.
Yeah, pretty recently, too. But it sounds very much like what Eliza's talking about, because autogenics is where you repeat to yourself certain things, and it sets into place. Yeah. So
now, Ion, you could say, is included in that idea, but Ion develops it in another way, richer, deeper.
Got it. Okay.
And I'm saying that woman didn't hang around long enough to get the deeper part of Ion's teachings or wisdom or example or hologramic effect.
Okay.
So you were saying that she was once involved with Ion?
No, I don't know, but somebody first suggested that she was. Somehow probably got that message from Ion, but that's assuming Ion's the only one who puts that out, but that's not true. There's other previous guys that Yuri was just talking about, autogenics, that said that, quote, wisdom, unquote. Okay, so let me read you. See, Kim Fowley is a interesting character in this LA scene. You got Vito and you've got Kim Fowley. Let's just say, if we bring up, you can look up Kim Fowley, F-O-W-L-E-Y on the wiki, Eliza, and you can read along with me. There'll be Wikipedia. Born in 1939 on Marsh McLuhan's birthday, July 21st, died on January 15th, Captain Beefheart's birthday in 2015. So he just died in January. So he was an American record producer, singer, and musician. He is best known for his role behind a string of novelty and cult pop rock singles in the 1960s and for managing the Runaways in the 1970s. In addition, he's credited with being the inspiration behind promoter John Brower's call to John Lennon that resulted in the last-minute appearance of the Plastic Ono Band at the Toronto Rock and Roll Revival on September 13, 1969, where Fowley was the MC. At this event, Fowley also created the iconic experience of having the audience light matches and lighters to welcome a nervous John Lennon to the stage. So that whole thing of light matches and lighters, apparently he started. He has been described as, quote, as one of the most colorful characters in the annals of rock and roll, unquote, as well as a, quote, shadowy cult figure well outside the margins of the mainstream. Yes, he was quite a Crowleyite kind of sex creator. There's a couple of YouTubes, you see him talking, he's older, he looks a little corrupt or jaded, and he's hanging out with his young people, who he's probably having fun with. It says, born in Los Angeles, he was the son of character actor Douglas Fowley and actress Shelby Payne. He attended University High School at the same time as singers Jan Barry and Dean Torrance, later of Jan and Dean fame, Nancy Sinatra, Bruce Johnson, later of the Beach Boys, as well as actors Ryan O'Neal, James Brolin, and Sandra Dee. In 1957, so he would have been 18. Yeah, about 18. He was hospitalized with polio, and on his release became manager and publicist for a local band called the Sleepwalkers that included Bruce Johnson of the Beach Boys, drummer Sandy Nelson, and occasionally Phil Spector, who created, that rich sound. He spent some time in the armed forces and, by his own account, worked in the sex industry in Los Angeles in the late 50s, so he was a child hustler, prostitute or something. In 1959, he began working in the music industry in various capacities for both Alan Freed, the famous DJ, and Berry Gordy, who created Motown. His first record as producer was Charged by the Renegades, a group comprising Johnson, Nelson, Nick Venet, and Richard Podler. He promoted records for the duo Skip and Flip, including the number 11 hit Cherry Pie. During the early 1960s, Fowley was involved as co-producer-publisher with a string of successful records produced in Los Angeles. With Gary S. Paxson, he recorded the novelty song Alley Oop, which reached number 1 on the charts in 1960 and was credited to the non-existent group the Hollywood Argyles. In 1961, he co-produced the instrumental Like Long Hair, arranged by Paxson, which became a number 38 hit for Paul Revere and the Raiders. He wrote Nut Rocker for B. Bumble and the Stingers, which became a number 1 hit in the United Kingdom in 1962, and he talent scouted Papa Ooh Mau Mau, a number 48 hit for the Rivingtons. The following year, he produced Popsicles and Icicles. I've played that on my show, on the music intro. The following year, he produced Popsicles and Icicles by the Mermaids, which reached number 3 in the charts in 1963, which was written by Pre-Bread, the band Bread, David Gates, then a session musician and songwriter who had met Fowley while Kim was hitchhiking in Los Angeles. During the mid-'60s, Fowley publicized consultant singer P.J. Proby and relocated for a time in London. Fowley wrote the lyrics for the song Portobello Road, the B-side of Cat Stevens' hit single, I Love My Dog. He produced a Them, that's Van Morrison, spin-off band led by 2 ex-Them members, brothers Pat and Jackie McCauley, who were only allowed to use the band name Other Them in the UK, but called themselves Them on the European continent, releasing an album called Them Belfast Gypsies and a single Let's Freak Out under the name Freaks of Nature. So there's Kim bringing the freak scene to Britain. An early incarnation of Slade, known as the In-Betweens, he had something to do with Slade. Soft Machine, he produced Love Makes Sweet Music, their first single, and the Lancasters. Remember Zappa lived in Lancaster for a while. An instrumental rock group featuring a young Richie Blackmore. He went on to Deep Purple. He worked with an up-and-coming band, the Farinas, and renamed them Family. So this guy did a lot. Fowley worked on occasion as a recording artist in the 1960s, issuing albums such as Love is Alive and Well. In 1965, he wrote and produced a song about the psychedelic experience called The Trip. He later appeared on Hyperphone on Frank Zappa's first album, Freakout. Other singles by Fowley as a recording artist included Animal Man from his popular 1968 album Outrageous. All his efforts as a solo artist since 1970 have become cult items, both in reissue and bootleg formats. In 1968, Fowley joined forces with a young band from Topanga Canyon, Southern California area, St. John Green, to produce their only album containing songs, musical soundtracks, comedy, and dark poetry. And it lists the members of the band. The album was engineered by Michael Lloyd. Fowley later claimed it to be one of the great lost records. Somebody will reissue it someday, and people will start crying and jacking off and smoking dope to it. It's a great record. There's only a handful of records that I've made that are great, unquote. The album was released by MGM on the Flick Disc label, but the group disbanded soon afterwards. In 1968, Fowley produced the album I'm Back and I'm Proud for Gene Vincent. I think he was a, what do you call those guys, rockabilly in the 50s. He co-wrote for Warren Zevon's first solo album, Wanted Dead or Alive. Fowley collaborated with his friend Skip Batton during Batton's membership as a bassist with the Byrds on a number of songs. Several appeared on the group's 1970 album Untitled, and one from the 1971 LP Bird Maniacs called Farther Along was released as a single called America's Great National Pastime. So he goes on. So this guy has been involved a lot on the fringe of the rock and roll world. Gene Vincent pioneered rockabilly. He died in 1971, and that's about the time, Fowley was involved with him in 69. Look at this. In 73, Fowley produced 3 recordings by Flash Cadillac and the Continental Kids for the film American Graffiti. You know, that famous movie by the guy who made Star Wars, George George Lucas. These songs were At the Hop, Louie Louie, and She's So Fine. He co-wrote songs for Kiss, Helen Reddy, Alice Cooper, Leon Russell, and Chris Christopherson. He made recordings with Jonathan Richman and the Modern Lovers, which were eventually released in 1981 as the original Modern Lovers album. Fowley's tracks were not included on the original versions of the album The Modern Lovers, but some were included on later CD issues. In 1974, Fowley placed in... What?
I just realized something, but please do continue.
Yeah. Now, I'll end with this. In 1974, Fowley placed an advertisement in a local fanzine, Who Put the Bomb? I used to read that, looking for female performers. He hoped to form an all-girl group that could produce and would perform his songs, but no one responded to the advertisement. In 1975, he met the teenage guitarist Joan Jett, you people should have heard of her, who expressed interest in forming an all-girl band. Less than 2 weeks later, he met a 50-year-old drummer, Sandy West, who introduced herself outside of the Rainbow Bar and Grill in Hollywood, California. West told Fowley of her aspirations to form an all-girl band after playing in all-male groups. This meeting led to Fowley giving West Joan Jett's phone number. The two met and began playing together at West's home that would be Sandy West's home the following week. Short time later, Fowley recruited Lita Ford, Sherry Curry, and Jackie Fox. They eventually became the Runaways. While he did produce some of their albums and contributed lyrics to songs, the band was primarily responsible for creating their own music. The group severed their ties with Fowley in 1977. So on and on it goes. So this guy, all over the place. Okay, so he, in October 31st, November 13th issue of, I guess, the LA Free Press, is interviewed. And let's see what he says. I think it might be interesting. Let's see if anybody's here. Fowley just died. Oh, here's Bramley. Sorry, Bramley, you came back in and you were on mute. Anything you want to say before we listen to a guy who did what Frank was doing, but he did it more in the street. And Frank was,
which guy?
Kim Fowley.
Oh, Kim Fowley. He just died, right?
Yes, in January. Do you know about him?
No, I just heard of him from today, from you.
All right. Okay, here we go. The article starts off saying, Kim Fowley is a hustler. He telephoned International Times, that's in England, and bombarded me with ideas. His main idea was that I should interview him and give his big personality a suitable space in the paper. To encourage me to do this, he helped arrange EMI to put an advertisement in. So he has these music industry connections, and so he can influence the pop media. And this must be when he goes to England. This may not be 1966. Oh, it's from the International Times magazine in England. It was sort of like the LA Free Press of England. So remember it said he went to London, so in 1968. So this may be from 68. So this journalist says, I decided to be tough about it. If I thought Fowley was a big lie, neither he nor his advertisement would get any space in the paper. Fowley arrived, height approaching 7 feet, handsome face, and showered me with more ideas and more information about himself. We made a long tape in a cold basement room. By the end of it, I had come to this conclusion about Kim Fowley. He is pretending to be a psychedelic freak who is pretending to be a pop singer. So he's pretending to be a psychedelic freak who is pretending to be a pop singer. He is on everybody's scene and nobody's. If he cares about anything, it is himself. Yet with all that, I liked him and decided that whatever the hell it is he is doing, I go along with it. The safest description I could think for him is, quote, a 1960s phenomenon. That's the description I think most fits his aura, which is an unidentified flying object. So he had some kind of charisma like Frank. Below are some extracts from the tape I made with him. He says, quote, Kim Fowley says, I've been in London for 5 months off and on. Off and on means I went over to Paris to do some television. I did some television in Holland, Germany, Sweden, and I did a song called Underground Lady, which is only available on a French EP called The Trip, Plug, Plug. He says, "The Trip, of course, is a song that I recorded a year and a half ago in a happening in someone's kitchen in California. It sold 16,000 copies in California and approximately 9 to 10 throughout Western Europe. It is an improvisational happening describing what my friends and their friends were doing at the time. It got on the radio by mistake and it sold very well. Then it got taken off deliberately. Eventually it was issued here on the Island label. It got banned by the pirate stations. One pirate station said that The Trip was the most evil record ever recorded." So then the journalist says, "Because of its connections with LSD?" Fowley says, "I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, I always tell the people who ask me if I've ever taken LSD, I always tell them that LSD is 3 initials that not only stand for your money system," that's the pound, "but also stand for lingering sex drive. Have I taken LSD, or has LSD taken me anywhere? Have I taken LSD, or has LSD taken me something anywhere? I came over here because when you make records that aren't played on the radio, Tom, you're in trouble because you have to get it exposed. You have to sell it yourself. Then you are competing with the rock and roll teenage idols at the same time, and that's hard. It got to a point 5 months ago where the record companies refused to take me seriously or the music seriously, and I came in exile to Europe." So Tom says, "You don't consider yourself a rock and roll singer?" "No. I would say that I'm concerned with awareness expansion." See, that's sort of like a parallel to Zappa. You can't say this in rock and roll. You can use it as a vehicle for any ideas people want to hear. There are people who want to hear things that I might be able to put into some form. It's easier to go dancing with your friends than it is to sit down and read it. I think we might use rock and roll, drum beats to accentuate what's happening. So this is exactly what Zappa is saying. He's going to use rock and roll. The attention span of the average person who buys records is not limited, but it's short. There are so many distractions in the mechanical age. See, he doesn't know it's a software, organic electricity age. He's got a bit of that uneducated old rearview mirror stuff there. Maybe 40 years ago you could have had your book. Maybe 40 years ago you could have had your book. I mean, people read back then. You had your F. Scott Fitzgerald. Now you have Bob Dylan. So Tom says, "Don't you think that what you're trying is already happening anyway? The Beatles on a recent LP had one track with words taken from the Tibetan Book of the Dead. There's, quote, 'Say that you'll be with me every day.' Say that you'll be with me every day," unquote, which is a song about a trip of one kind or another. Kim says, "Yes, I think these things are breaking through the barriers of conventionality, especially musically. And they're stimulating a lot of people to ask, what's next? What is good and bad? What's happening? They are more or less conscience probers. Take your chalk farm happening last weekend. I think a lot of the people there were grooving on the anticipation that it would continue to get better." What?
That's beautifully put. I've never heard something like this before. It's mind-boggling.
Right. I don't think people were concerned with the actual happening. They all were kind of trembling, pleasurable. They were all kind of trembling, pleasurable, and saying, quote, "Hey, man, we're really all together here," quote. They were looking for things to unite this feeling, and I think they looked to the music. I think you'll find that the happenings in England here are going to get more ... happening. And I hope that the people who play the music can get into the fact that there is violence afoot in the world. And I don't mean negative violence, a positive violence which has to get together. When it happens, it's very groovy. In America, we're getting to freakouts with between 7,000 and 12,000 people in Southern California with the Mothers of Invention. So here he is. He's a publicist for Frank. You take them around from happening to happening. You take the people around, or the mothers. Yeah, maybe you take the musicians, I'm not sure. In America, we're getting to freakouts with between 7,000 and 12,000 people in Southern California with the Mothers of Invention. You take them around from happening to happening, so I guess it means take the mothers around. So Tom says, "Can you tell me more about the Mothers of Invention?" So he says, "The Mothers of Invention are headed by Frank Zappa, who is the Orson Welles of psychedelic freak music. That's a good metaphor. Remember Orson Welles' famous movies, and he did multimedia movies, or he was the multimedia master of his day in the 30s. So, yeah, Frank, and you know, Frank's a movie maker, not just a musician, so that's pretty interesting phrase there. Orson Welles of psychedelic freak music. Their musical roots are pre-Elvis, talking about the mothers. They were playing Spanish-American Negro summertime cheek-to-cheek music for a while. Now he's talking about the R&B scene and then some of the early 60s blues music that they had to play in clubs. They were playing Spanish-American Negro summertime cheek-to-cheek music for a while and evolved to Louie Louie, Wooly Bully, Midnight Hour, and so on. Then came out to Los Angeles from the hinterlands at the tail end of folk rock protest movement. That would be Dylan and the Byrds. In their negativity of protesting against conventionality, they stumbled on a form of positive expression, freaking out, or called freaking out. The very things that, see, so this is good to read this. This is a bit of the same history around Frank, someone who's talking about Frank out there. The very things that society said was wrong, they turned around and made right. Frank and the group saw the need to express this feeling musically. They invited me to join their group, which I did for approximately 6 weeks. The highlight of our association was when I guested with them at the Vietnam Artist Peace Tower project on Sunset Strip. This was a tower 5 stories high, all paintings. The artists rented the land themselves and erected this. Sunset Strip is very similar to Soho in London. All the right-wing bulldogs came beating along, and there were several pretty bad scenes there. At one point in this project, the money was getting low, so we decided to have a dance. While we were on stage, a brick was thrown at us. I guess he means some other invention. While we were on stage, a brick was thrown at us the size of a football. It was during the guitar solo, and it was caught. While the tower was up, all the people from national television came out and asked why the paintings, which had taken months to prepare, were rotting away in the elements. And the artist said it was because they were people. No. And the artist said it was because there were people rotting away in Vietnam. So Tom then asked, how about your latest record? And Kim says, my latest record starts out, I guess these are the lyrics. See the sun shining in the midnight sky, high up in the clouds where the pretty airplanes fly. Then he goes, ... whatever that means. I don't know. I found a melody about 300 years old, and I found another melody that was from Equatorial Africa, and I put it together with the instrumentation of a German marching band and a Negro Baroque band, and I imagined I was 10 years old eating chocolate candy and looking awestruck into the air. And that's what the record's about. And the other side is poetry recitation, reciting poetry. Let's see. Does he have anything else?
He was quite the wizard.
Did you say lizard or wizard?
Wizard. W. Wizard.
Right. He is pretty bright and a more lone nut version of Zappa. So it has an ad in this paper, in this British paper. Kim Fowley, his album is called Lights. I guess this is what they're talking about. And it has a picture of him sitting in a cross-legged, maybe yoga, but he's got a hat on, so he's not doing yoga, but he's just legs crossed. And it just says, controlled freakout? ? Controlled freakout? So he's a propagandist for the freak scene of Zappa for a year or two. Then he goes on, as we saw, he's involved with all kinds of different bands helping here and there. So go online, Google Kim Fowley, and look at some of his, where he ended up with 10 million women, part of his sexual conquest.
There was an allegation, it says, that Kim Fowley raped a member of 70s rock band, The Runaways. member-issued statements.
You can watch a YouTube interview with one of the runaways talking about that. You know, I mean, they did leave him. He did something. It looks. So here's a. Yeah, go ahead.
Was it true?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I missed that one. Sorry. Okay, I want to just read a couple of little Zappa articles, then we'll go on to probably rewrite. This one is February 10, 67. So we've been doing stuff all of 66. So 3 or 4 months later, Los Angeles Free Press. It says Zappa Freaks Return. Now, Zappa, they were in New York in December 66, so then they come back to L.A., and then they can't get any work, then they go back to New York in April. So it says, it's written by Nat Friedland. The Flower Children didn't scream when Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention wandered grubbily on stage at the Lindy for their Friday L.A. homecoming. They shushed each other. So I guess they didn't scream, they just told everybody to shut up. They shushed each other. And that is exactly where the whole scene was at. There are lots of ways to cast word nets around what the mothers are into. But right at the core is the undeniable fact that people who are tuned into the Zappa Freak Brigade want to listen to what they are putting down, not just react viscerally to the noise level. Frizz-pated, evil-goateed, wraith-like, and stockingless. Frizz-pated, I guess that's his hair. Evil-goateed, wraith-like, and stockingless. Frank Zappa is. Now remember, we heard Ike Willis and me talking about the genius of Zappa. So here's just, 50 years ago, Zappa is this weird-looking character, but his brain is pretty advanced. Frizz-pated, evil-goateed, wraith-like, and stockingless, Frank Zappa is, among many more other things than anybody else in the pop explosion, so they recognize that he's multi-talented. He is the Brecht and Weil of rock music. Bertolt Brecht. Much of his melodic approach could be an electronic son of Threepenny Opera. Threepenny Opera is the famous Brecht creation. Electronic son of Threepenny Opera. Marching quarter-note melodies, one note per word, the magnificently precise mother drummer accenting each word. Zappa is also the most avant-garde arranger in rock and roll. His Archie's Home number interpolated the incredibly, so he's talking about Archie Shepp, the jazz guy, who he's on the cover of Jazz and Pop, which I just touched on last week. His Archie's Home, in quotes, Archie's Home. His Archie's Home number interpolated the incredibly complex new jazz sound of Archie Shepp's style into a series of nonsense word turns. And there was nothing pushy about the effect. He could have run the same out-of-sight lines into any of his other charts. Like many another hippie frontier communications creator, Zappa hates words and says, see the San Francisco Oracle, an underground paper, and East Village Other for typographic examples of how the process works. End of bracket. His lyrics generally operate on the level of John Lennon's mod Victorian nonsense poem mini books. So John Lennon put out some punning books. His lyrics generally operate on the level of John Lennon's mod Victorian nonsense poem mini books. Then he quotes Zappa, vegetables dream of responding to you. And the writer says, which is okay as far as it goes, but the music deserves more. He says, the mothers run in a little protest and satire to keep up the far-outnik image. Yeah, far-outnik. But it's pretty much kiddie boo-hooing. Quote, sell us a president, agency man. Another line, Nazis are running this town. It's gutsier than the run of the top 40, but Dylan, Oakes, or the Fugs, it is not. Why don't you take on some of these cats' groovier art rock, Zappa? So he addresses that to Zappa. Why don't you take on some of these cats' groovier art rock, Zappa? So he doesn't know that Zappa's got a lot bigger plans than protest lyrics. Nobody knew that back then. But Zappa really isn't happy till he's gotten the nonsense rhymes out of the way and can move into pure sound for the jazz ragas that his music has evolved into. And then what happens is something like this. Jazz ragas. Now, people talk about him being influenced by this and that, but he was influenced by Ravi Shankar, or he liked her and was aware of Ravi Shankar before the Beatles were. So and some people say, Zappa said jazz just smells funny, but he did jazz approximate. And then you had ragas. So it says, and then what happens is something like this. The whole stage is full of banks of amplifiers and 3 sets of drums and kettle drums and keyboards and chime gongs, and the volume is all the way up on everything, but somehow it's clean. Not just a massive noise, because Toscanini dictator Zappa has set the sound adjustment so it works. And the whole thing, and works is capitalized, and the whole thing is pounding away without much noticeable melody, and it's so goddamn complex you don't really understand what is going on exactly, but it doesn't matter. And Zappa takes his solo, standing there like a super cool fiend with the guitar, singing true somethings over the sound mass. And the piano organ Celeste man is really laying it out. And the piano organ Celeste man, that would be probably Don Preston, is really laying it out. And then the Warhol blonde horn genius is wailing on soprano sax. And then the Warhol blonde horn genius is wailing on soprano sax. Then and then Zappa, that would be Bunk Gardner, who has lit a cigarette, is making flute pantomimes, so he grabs the flute quick, switching the acoustic pickup suction microphone, which brings the horn out front where it's supposed to be, and is ultra cop-out for the jazz label horns not to take advantage of this into fast riff while he wets the reed for the amplified bassoon, bleep, blap, blap, and Zappa's dragged the rhythm guitars over to the bass drum over in the corner by the American flag and is demonstrating the beat he wants, and then folks over to an unused sector of the drum lineup and starts pounding away to bam, boom, boom, pow, and it goes on and on. It's never going to stop. Where are we? What is this place? Welcome home, mothers. So he goes into a little bit of a flip out in his review. I read that last part again. So he's saying, Zappa takes his solo, standing there like a super cool fiend with the guitar, singing true somethings over the sound mass. Now, he was a very good sound engineer, so he made it reasonably clear, the music jumble, precision jumble. Okay, so he, with the guitar singing true somethings over the sound mass, and the piano organ Celeste man is really laying it out, and then the Warhol blonde horn genius is wailing on soprano sax, then tenor, and then Zappa, who has lit a cigarette, is making flute pantomime, so he grabs the flute quick, switching the acoustic pickup suction microphone, which brings the horn out front where it's supposed to be, and it's ultra cop-out for the jazz label horns not to take advantage of this into fast riff. So he brings the horn out front into fast riff while he wets the reed for the amplified bassoon. Maybe Zappa did that. I'm not sure who amplified. Maybe the jazz guy. Bleep, blap, blap. And Zappa has dragged the rhythm guitars over to the bass drum over in the corner by the American flag and is demonstrating the beat he wants, and then he skulks over to an unused sector of the drum lineup and starts pounding away too. So Zappa starts pounding, bam, boom, boom, pow. Goes on, and it's never going to stop. Where are we? What is this place? Welcome home, mother. So that's a nice review. Now, the April 7th, 67, so this is just before he goes back to New York, he's interviewed in the LA Free Press, Zappa, and it's called Captain Marfka. I don't know if that's referring to Frank or not. It's outside the little full room, in brackets, recording studio, Capitol Records. Past the glassy reflections of soundproof transparency, wigging happily, in brackets, pots wide open, was the tallest troll in the world, Frank Zappa, leader of the world champion freakout Mothers of Invention. On the second night of 3, he got pinned to the podium, looking as though he'd just swallowed a bottle of shoe polish. I guess this guy, Captain Marfka, Betsy Kahn pinned him. And she said, "Excuse me, Mr. Zappa, I'm Hepzibah Throckmorton from the Free Press." Zappa goes, "Yes?"
Strange.
How is it strange?
It's like the way she just stepped up to him, it was like she was a crisscross of what he was looking for, but a mixture of other things that he wanted to work with.
Maybe. So let's see what happens. So when she introduced herself, he goes, yes, just what is it you want? And then Frank says, I've got to count here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. All right, now let's have those marimbas on top. Yeah. So it looks like she's interrupting him while he's performing. So then she says, this orchestra here, orchestra in quotes, you have 18 violins, 2 French horns, 2 trombones, 3 electric guitars, piano, electric cello, 6, I suppose. Or electric cello, yeah, 6, I suppose. The Free Press then says, Captain Marfka is, I guess he's quoting Captain Marfka, it's written somewhere, and she says, is that your own design? Zappa said, this is what happened. We're doing the album in Italian. It'll look like authentic classical music, even the title, Lumpy Gravy. But the back side of the cover is for the kids. We had the T-shirt imported from Coney Island. I think that's the T-shirt that says Pipco on it, and Zappa's position like a dwarf. Nice. Then the Free Press, I'm sorry, he missed it. Who is he? Maybe Captain Marfka. Zappa, yeah, but using both hands is just too far out. I don't know what he's referring to. Free Press, why are you recording? So this can be, this is at a studio. All right, he's making Lumpy Gravy, which was made in early 67. So reading that again, outside the little full room, recording studio at Capitol Records, the photo of Zappa conducting what he called the Abnukiels Emuka Orchestra influenced the Beatles to do Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. They saw Zappa conducting, and they said, holy shit, that rock and roller, blues guy is doing this orchestra. We had to do that. Or it gave George Martin the idea. So that's the legend, that a picture of Zappa in the studio, in this environment, is what inspired the Beatles. Or somebody involved with the Beatles, maybe their producer, George Martin. So he looks like the tallest troll, which is sort of like a tallest Rumpelstiltskin. And the second night of 3, so he's recording, he got pinned on the podium. Okay, so this is not a concert. Zappa is conducting, recording, so there would be intervals for Frank to be interviewed in between the music. So Zappa's conducting. All right, now let's have those marimba's on top. Yeah. So she says, this orchestra here, you have 8 violins, 2 French horns, 2 trombones, 3 electric guitars, piano, electric cello, 6, I suppose. And she says, Captain Marfka, is that your own design? So we're doing the album in Italian. Now, what does that mean? It looked like authentic classical music, but it's designed to turn the kids onto electronic music, maybe, is what I'm adding. This is what happened.
It was like he was making food, like an Italian dish.
Yeah.
And he was breaking down the recipes.
Okay, it's a food metaphor. This is what happened. Yeah. We're doing the album in Italian. It'll look like authentic classical music. Even the title, Lumpy Gravy. There's your food. But the back side of the cover is for the kids. So he has 2 audiences the album was trying to attract. We had the T-shirt imported from Coney Island. And then Betsy Kahn says, I'm sorry he missed it. Zappa says, yeah, but using both hands is just too far out. There's the hand metaphor I was talking to with Ike Willis. Now, I don't know. Maybe the practical he's referring to, talking about the conducting, using 2 hands. But that's emphasis of hand like he always does. There's the tactility. So the pre-press says, why are you recording things so drastically out of sequence? I mean, bars 10 and 11 of section 7A, then bar 64 of flash 1. So she's looking at Zappa's charts, figuring out that they seem to be not in order. So he says, well, first of all, I'm a freak for editing, which is what he always said. He was a great editor. And I'm not really too sure how it's going to go together. Most of these parts were finished at 10 o'clock this morning. The copyist came and got them, wrote out 35 separate pieces like that. I'll finish the rest tonight when we're through messing around here. I like to change things around. What is this? I like to change things around. I like to change things Oh, wait, this is the... wait, I left parts out. You have 18 violins, 2 French horns, 2 trombones, 3 electric guitars, piano, electric cello, 6 woodwinds. This is the mothers of invention, says the writer. Zappa says, no, I don't think you understand. Excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, then does more conducting. Or is there more? Oh, I'm screwing up. I didn't notice this was a long interview. Did you just laugh, Carol? Yeah, we've got to redo a bit of this. She goes, this orchestra, in quotes, here, you have 18 violins, blah, blah, blah. 6 woodwinds, not 6, I suppose. That's where I had it wrong. 2 French horns, 2 trombones, 3 electric guitars, piano, electric cello, 6 woodwinds. This is the mother's invention? But it isn't the mother's invention. This is Zappa's first solo project. Zappa says, no, I don't think you understand. Excuse me, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is the Abnukio Imuka Electric Orchestra. We're actually recording a ballet. The Free Press says, 1 bar at a time? Zappa says, well, you see, I don't have it completely finished yet. Most composers would spend 2 or 3 months putting this together, planning continuity, establishing thematic development. But, and then she says, Mr. Zappa, one of the trombone players wants to know when they're going to sing. Zappa says to the orchestra, all right. No, wait a minute. What happened to the bass flute on that section there? Oh, you don't have a part in that section? Here, use my copy. Then he turns to Betsy, the interviewer. I don't really need it. All you have to do here is count off and wave your hand a bit. Oh, okay, so there's a hand. Now, this is tremendous. Never seen this before. I mean, I must have read it 40 years ago when I got it from UCLA Library, Xerox department, from old microfilms. But this is great hearing this description of the making of Lumpy Gravy. So then he says, just wave your hand a bit. It's very, casual about the conducting of this orchestra. Free Press, I understand that last night someone asked you to use both hands. Zappa, yes, but he was taking pictures for a magazine. Wanted to get a better shot of my T-shirt, I suppose. Free Press, Captain Marfka, is that your own design? He said, this is what happened. We're doing the album in Italian. It'll look like authentic classical music, even the title, Lumpy Gravy. But the back side of the cover is for the kids. We had the T-shirt imported from Coney Island. I'm presenting it like a Zappa recording. We're repeating motifs here. Hope you don't mind. Free Press says, I'm sorry the guy missed it. Sorry he missed it. Yeah, but using both hands is just too far out. So that's Frank commenting on the request that he conduct with 2 hands. Why are you recording things so drastically out of sequence? I mean, bars 10, 11 of section 7A, then bar 64 of flash 1. So what's interesting, she gets to look at the pictures, the actual manuscripts. Well, first of all, I'm a freak for editing, and I'm not really too sure how it's going to go together. Most of these parts were finished at 10 o'clock this morning. The copyists came and got them, wrote out 35 separate pieces like that. I'll finish the rest tonight when we're through messing around here. I like to change things around while I'm hearing them too. That's a tactile relationship, Carol. He's composing, he's interacting, and changing everything on the fly while recording. I like to change things around while I'm hearing them too, like he's improvising. The score, so he's bringing jazz improvisation to a classical environment. The score, as a written indication of what it's supposed to sound like, is only an approximation of what it sounds like in my head. So he's not hypnotized by the print extension. So when a guy sees a note, a single vibrato note written for a piccolo, and he knows what I want to hear, he makes his own change to an E-flat clarinet. On the other hand, I wrote one part too high for a piccolo trumpet, but the guy still tried to play it. Free Press says, this isn't the Mothers, and it is Capitol Records. And Zappa was on another label for the Mothers. Isn't this a rather unusual way of going about whatever it is? Whatever it is you're doing? Zappa says, a lot of things about it are weird, even about the music. There doesn't seem to be any precedent for a thing like this, written on a rock and roll beat. At one point, there are 35 different happening in the score, and everything has to be synchronized. I use a lot of erratic time changes. As a matter of fact, during the first session, the piano player refused to play. He thought the music was unnatural and wanted to leave. So here's Zappa making fun as a manipulator of the whole music industry. This supports what we were saying earlier. Wait till Roxy hears this. As a matter of fact, during the first session, the piano player refused to play. He thought the music was, quote, unnatural, unquote, and wanted to leave. And one of the guitar players, I guess he heard something strange about me, pulled his own freak-out number, came in wearing a big cowboy hat and a bandana, carrying a bright, shiny Stradivarius guitar, all ready for a mass production teeny quickie, unquote. Then Frank speaks to the horn section. Could you guys just add an eighth note on the end of that? Thank you. Yeah, that's nifty. So these guys are responding to his, off-the-cuff orders. But he's such a genius. He's on top of what?
On the fly.
Yeah. Is that Yuri or Bramley speaking?
Yuri.
Oh, here's some people come in. I'm sorry I blocked that. Who's the anonymous block person? I see Sean is there. Speak, anonymous person. Anyways, yeah, he's doing this on the fly. He's got great intellectual command of it all, and he can do it real fast. And he's shocking the old-fashioned orchestra people. Oh, it looks like the anonymous guy is speaking. You trying to say something? Speak. Okay, so this isn't what you'd call, so the Free Press is like totally shocked by all this and questioning it. This isn't what you'd call formula music. This isn't what you'd call formula music, though. Did he say he's doing formula music? I don't know. Zappa says, actually, it takes longer to get the album cover processed than, Actually, it takes longer to get the album cover processed than any of the other stuff. It took me a whole week to write 36 minutes worth. 40 pages of it was specially written, like the violin solo I did last night for Sid, and some special bass work and stuff like that. I did it because I wanted to see what it would feel like to have done something like this. So he's creating a whole environment for himself to react to. So the Betsy Kahn of the Free Press says, some of this seems vaguely familiar. Zappa says, deja vu. They called it deja vu. That's DAY-JAH-VOO. Deja vu. Deja vu. They call it deja vu. So now there are surf music fragments that Zappa edits into it, and maybe that was in there or something she heard. Also, some of it sounds like quotes from Stravinsky when you hear it. So she's probably, that's why it's familiar. So then he goes, deja vu, like you've been here before. You've been in this. Now that's interesting. He's talking about his idea there and he's already happened. Some of this seems vaguely familiar. He goes, deja vu. And she goes, no, I mean some of the music has a familiar sound. So Zappa says, there is a similarity in places to Edgar Varese, mainly the French horn parts, the use of high woodwinds a half step apart, the tremulous percussion effects. And then she says, do you mind if I say that? I guess in the article, Zappa, not at all. I'm not ashamed that I was influenced by Varese, because if you're going to be influenced by somebody, he's a good person to be influenced by. Free Press says, your producer calls you an impressionist cubist composer. Your producer calls you an impressionist cubist, that's quote, composer. Any comment? Zappa says, Shazoot. That's spelled S-H-A-Z-O-O-T. Then she says, thank you, Mr. Zappa. Where is the light show? That's her. Where is the light show? So that's a great article.
Wow.
Actual details. We've never heard much about the recording of anybody on the scene at Lumpy Gravy being recorded. So we appreciate this. Find by Bob. Bob found it.
So was Frank Zappa...
And in the picture, let me say this before you speak. In the picture for Zappa, it's upside down. They present the picture upside down in the LA Free Press, his photo of his face and hair. Rude people. So what were you saying?
Was Frank Zappa
a genius?
Atheist?
Yes.
No, an atheist?
No. He was he said he was a Catholic kid until he was 18, and then he read some Zen stuff, and that got him out of his Catholicism. So he never went back to being a Catholic, but he He even has, I think he has on the cover of Uncle Meet, the booklet, he has the mother's invention attacking the Vatican in an old automobile. But he then later said that he was a devout pagan. And then he told his brother, which I mentioned last week, which comes out in the brother's biography of Frank, says, I made a pact with the devil. So he went from being a nice Zappa kid to a Satanist, or not, or something. So is there anything else to...
I think, wasn't Zappa into the occult?
He studied the occult when he was a teenager and read it, according to his brother. You know, he read up on it. But I don't see him being anything. He's much like me, on his own. Now, I think we'll end with this. This looks pretty neat. Who's here with us? Everybody's here? Everybody happy?
Woo!
That was Yuri going, ooh, I think.
Yes.
And Elijah's laughing. Ever cynical Eliza. Laughing away to Arizona. Is that where you're going? Texas.
No, Texas.
Texas, yes. Now, Bramley or Yuri? Who's speaking?
Okay. Me. Really quick question. What if I want to just take like a 2-hour nap break? Can I still call?
No, you're not allowed.
Eliza, why? Why
you say still you can. No, listen, Yuri. You're saying can you still call? Yeah, but Yuri, you're saying can you still call? Of course you can call when you wake up, if I'm still here. But yeah, there's no... People do that a lot. Eliza goes and takes breaks, drops over 3 or 4 hours, and calls back in.
Yeah, it's only when there's only one person speaking, so I'm going to fall asleep when it's that one person speaking.
Me. Well, I will make you fall asleep.
Not you.
Eliza's on my time, so what is it, 2 a.m. right now?
No, it's 4.
It's 4. It's 4 a.m.
Yeah.
No.
4.
Oh, okay. So let's say I
what are you apologizing for? You can always listen to the archives. Or is that beyond your kin?
I like it live, man.
Oh, okay. Well, you're missing out if you don't listen to the archives. Right, Eliza? Doesn't matter whether it's live or not.
Yeah, it's better if it's live, but if you miss it, the next best thing.
Yeah, the archives. You don't want to miss. Anything can happen here, and anything does, and phenomenal information gets exchanged. I mean, look, we're talking about Frank Zappa. Now, as I knew 50 years ago, the greatest composer in history, we're reviewing this important thing. And it is important, as he did become important for those that require social motor importance. All right? So this is, we're not just making up shit here, or we're not talking about something that is not known yet. This is known. Frank is played by orchestras all over the world. Orchestras, besides many cover bands.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got 2 institutions doing his music.
Go make yourself some coffee.
Yeah, I can't say the same for Yuri. Yuri's still wondering what the fuck he's going to do. Still getting major insights, breakthroughs like he did tonight. So he's still on a learning curve. Wait, what?
You never stop learning, Bob. You know, I really
stop learning. What did he say, Eliza? First stop learner. What did he say?
He said you never stop learning.
That's right. Yeah, that's true. Well, once you're transcended, you stop learning. You start making. Learning is a passive process. Now you start making worlds when you're transcended. Another insight.
Is that why my legs are kind of numb right now?
Yeah, because you're learning too much. You're in the passive consuming phase. Start jumping around and making spaces. Stop listening. Okay, go to bed. You're gonna miss this great article, but we don't care.
No, I'm not gonna miss anything. I'll just leave it on and I'm gonna listen.
Yeah. Okay, you're gonna lie down and fall asleep eventually.
No, well, I don't. Well, I did have a cup of coffee with, at 11 o'clock.
Now you can't sleep. Okay,
no, purposefully here.
Yeah, to stay awake. You had the coffee.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wanted to.
Now this is Hit Parader magazine. As a matter of fact, I'm going to look up Hit Parader. How is that? Is that still going? That was the top teen magazine, for decades. Let's see what Wiki says about it. It stopped in 2008 when Ion showed up. Hit Parader was an American music magazine that operated between 1942 and 2008. A monthly publication, it was a general popular music title until the 1980s when its focus turned to the genres hard rock and heavy metal. I didn't know that. The magazine reached its peak during the 1980s as heavy metal music achieved high levels of popularity and commercial success. Okay, so that's Hit Parader. So this teen magazine in 1967 put out a special edition. It's called 1967 Collector's Edition. 50 cents. Number 6, Winter, Hit Parader, a Charlton publication. Yearbook, Best of the Music Scene in Review. They got the Supremes, the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. What's those guys' name? Love and Spoonful, I think. The Beach Boys, Mama Cass. I don't know if that's the Monkees. Okay, and Diana Ross is the Supremes. And underneath it says Beatles, Monkees, Birds, Moby Grape, Simon and Garfunkel, Spoonful, that's Love and Spoonful, Four Seasons, Raiders, Supremes, Rolling Stones, Mamas and Papas, Beach Boys, Jefferson Airplane, and many more. So, in that, they have an article on Zappa, or the Mothers, it says. It has a very unique picture of the Mothers in their best freak. One of the earliest pictures of the Mothers with funny clothes on. So it says, the most exciting, outrageous, and ambitious rock and roll group anywhere in the universe is the Mothers. Their music, best appreciated in person, combines today's pop sounds with symphonic music, satire, the primitive rock and roll songs of the 1950s, and social commentary. And you can even dance to it. The Mothers were organized by Frank Zappa, an ex-advertising man who had been writing songs since he was 14 and experimented with abstract music. Using motivational research principles, Frank created a group unlike anything the world had ever seen. For one thing, they weren't seeking a hit record. Hit in quotes. And it says, turn the page. So now they start quoting Frank. It says, the Mothers, and then a subtitle, the Mothers want to kill Top 40 radio. Quoting Frank, our aim is to kill Top 40 radio, explains Frank. Certain concessions must be ready before a record is playable on the air. I am not in the business to compete with the makers of Hanky Panky. Hey, I think I read this. That record can be played because it won't hurt anybody. It won't move them either. I'm not writing music like that. I'm a composer, and nobody wanted to hear my music, so I organized the Mothers and the Freakout album. Now people are listening. Sometimes they wonder what they're hearing and why it sounds like that, but sometimes they like it. Top 40 radio is unethical, unmusical, and it stinks. Classical music stations aren't much better. They all have very rigid, limited programming. Well, I think I read this the other day. Does this sound familiar to you, Eliza?
Vaguely.
I'm going to read it anyways, just for whatever.
Yeah, read it again.
Yeah, the Mothers were created to fill most of the gap that exists between so-called serious music and the mass public. Really good music with advanced tendencies has been kept from the public at large. This includes classical popular music. The filtering system, a little old lady selects the music played by symphony orchestras and on radio stations. I remember reading this. Once some people get to the position where they own a nightclub or control the goings-on in a concert hall, they become critics and tastemakers. Usually they hate music. They love business and just want to make money. Whenever I have to deal with this kind of people, I always tell them that I hate music and I'm only doing this for the money. They slap me on the back and we get along fine. I tell them I wish I could drive a cab instead, but I can't get a license. The public knows nothing of what's really going on in the outer limits of music. There are kids writing music who think they've just made up the most fantastic thing. They don't know that the best they can write today was already written and performed in 1912. A piece like Amérique by Edgar Varese, written in 1912, would scare the average teenager to death. Really scare him. Varese lived and died in New York. The average American doesn't even know he existed, yet what he wrote has virtually changed the shape of all the music of the other composers who have heard it. Now they write, this may be different. One of the composers it affected was Frank Zappa. After convincing some rhythm and blues musicians he knew to become the Mothers and embark on a new musical venture, Frank and his friends starved for 10 months. But gradually people came to see the weird new group that insulted the audience and did songs no one had ever heard before. Then it goes into the Tom Wilson thing. The Mothers now number 7. They are Frank Zappa, head mother, plays lead guitar, piano, vibes, drums, composes words and music, and writes the arrangement. He likes the music of Flores, Kegel, Stravinsky, Boulez, and Stockhausen. Any recent contemporary serious music of experimental tendencies. Zappa is from Baltimore. His favorite food is shrimp Creole and chicken curry and/or peanut butter. Favorite color, Naples yellow. Real name, Francis Vincent Zappa. We found out later it's not Francis Vincent Zappa, Frank Vincent Zappa. Roy Estrada plays bass and guitar on, sings high falsetto harmony. He checked in at I guess that means he was born. He checked in at Santa Ana, California. He likes jazz, blues, Manny, Mo, and Jack. Hobby, building up his hot cars and cruising the burger stand to show off his carburetors. Building up his hot cars and cruising the burger stand to show off his carburetors. Now, he, today, I think, rumored, in jail for molesting, young kids. So Roy apparently got caught or had these tendencies and suffering for that now. Billy Mundy plays drums, timpani, gongs, castanets, tambourine. So this is what's new about this article. It gives the hit parader type of thing. They tell you what your favorite color is. So this is new. Partial to pickles and chocolate-covered raisins. He likes the Byrds, Wagner, Stravinsky, and Bach. Favorite colors, black and blue. Born in San Francisco, lives in West Hollywood. Bunk Gardner plays any and all woodwinds. Lists hobbies as dancing, fishing, and saving peach pits. Prefers classical music, Respighi, Dohnanyi, Mendelssohn, Smetana, Dvorak, P.F. Sloan, but digs Archie Shepp and Herman and the Hermits. Unfavorable color is khaki. Unfavored color is khaki. Jimmy Carl Black from El Paso, Texas, plays drums, timpani, tambourine, trumpet. Favorite colors are icebox white and lavender blue, dilly dilly. Favorite group, the Beatles. Favorite music, anything written by Frank Zappa. Turned on by Mexican food and beer. Ray Collins plays harmonica and tambourine, sings lead vocals. Won't eat meat as he dislikes killing of animals. Digs the blues and the Beatles. Hobby is painting. Favorite color, nuclear magenta. Don Preston plays piano, harpsichord, organ, string bass, gongs, chimes, other instruments he builds himself. He's from Flint, Michigan. Eats macrobiotic foods, carrots, and coconuts. Thinks Miles Davis is a groove. In the contemporary music bag, which is smaller than a suitcase, he cites Varese, John Cage, and Morton Feldman. Most rock and roll albums cost around $5,000 to record. Freakout cost $21,000. It was released as a 2-record set, selling for the price of one. The word spread through the underground, and the album turned up on the bestseller charts. Not many groups can have a hit album without getting a hit single first. Frank put his knowledge of motivational research into the album cover. He says, Frank says, the Freakout album was distilled and packaged very purposefully to sell on site. And then Frank asked the question, when in the history of teenage music has an unknown group come out with a 2-record package that looked like that? That's Frank. He says the packaging was designed to say, big letters, hey, look at this freaky piece of trash. 2 records for only $3.12. And he says, the Susie Cream Cheese line was a carefully planned hype. It has little or no meaning on any level. People can make it as bland or as nasty as they like. Girls come up to us and say, I'm Susie Cream Cheese. And I say, I know you are, but really it doesn't mean anything. The success of Freakout enabled Frank to carry out the next step in his carefully plotted musical master plan. Our second album, called Absolutely Free, is not exactly rock and roll. It's an oratorio. I don't think this was in a previous article. Each member of the group sings a character part. There are about 8 songs edited together in a continuous piece of music presenting a panorama of life in America today. There's a section about 10 minutes long about a man in a city hall who has a fetish about 13-year-old girls covered with chocolate syrup. The result of this is that he makes bad laws. There's also a song about vegetables. People don't talk to vegetables enough, Frank says. The packaging is more tasteful, I guess he means, than Frico. It's closer to what the music is really like. The cover resembles a movie soundtrack album, sort of. The cover resembles a movie soundtrack album, sort of. So the journalist says, what can the mothers do for an encore? Zappa told us he wants to stage a Broadway musical science fiction horror story based on the Lenny Bruce trials. A Broadway musical science fiction horror story based on the Lenny Bruce trials. He'd also like to conduct an 84-piece rock and roll orchestra on the stage of Carnegie Hall and hypnotize the audience with his music. If anyone can do all these things, it's the mothers. A fine article, even though some of it's repeated. What do you think of that, whoever's here?
Who's here?
You got Eliza, yourself, and maybe Yuri, plus Sean in England and Anonymous. I could ask Bill how many people are on the computer. Let's look at that. I wonder if Bill's awake. We'll go stats, question mark, send it to Bill, and then hit the panic button to get his attention. And we'll see. That's what I have to do. I have to wake him up or whatever. So on the, there's been some typing going on. Bramley's been typing. You people have been communicating. Youngblood says, yeah, hell yeah. What? So Mateo asked, yeah, Bob, Bob, how did you meet Ike Willis? I met him in 1988 when they did 3 days, I think, in New York City at the beginning of their tour, Zappa's final tour, awesome band. When we listened to Stairway to Heaven by Zappa, that was recorded on that tour. So I went backstage. I had a backstage pass because I'm a friend of Frank's. And I was talking to Psychotic Joey, who in the Baby Steaks footage is almost crushed. And Frank mentions him. And Ike overheard us talking about UFOs or something, and he came over and he joined in. And he liked talking about that kind of stuff. So we sort of became friends a little bit there. And then in 1988, and then I didn't see him until about 1995, he came to New York. Zappa cover band called Band, B-A-N-N-E-D, from Utopia. And I went backstage and reminded him of myself, and we hit it off again. He introduced me to the other guys. So we talked for a while, and then that's 1995, and it took another 13 years. No, about 2005, maybe 10 years later, he came to New York and played in his Project Object Zappa cover band. And I spoke to him there outside the club before the concert. But I didn't remind him, I don't think I reminded him that we had met in 95, 13 years before, or 10 years before. Just talked to him. Then he talked to some other people, and I went into the club and watched him perform. And I think I saw him there in 2000. Bob Marshall came with me 2002 or 3. We saw Ike Willis at the Hard Rock Cafe in Times Square. I don't know if I talked to Ike at that point. Then I talked to him only because I bumped into him a couple of years later. He was sitting outside the Kitchen, I think, downtown Soho area. I think it's called the Kitchen, not the Kitchen Factory, something called the Kitchen, I think. But I didn't remind him much of our past, or if I did, it wasn't of much significance. But then,
Kitchen.
No, not that place. That's over on the upper Midwest side. This is down below Soho. And so then that's not 2005. So 6 years later, in 2011, I go to East Germany and go to the Zappa Nally, 3-day Zappa festival. And I don't know, a couple of days into it, I'm in the little dining room cafeteria where I eat. And I sit down beside someone, and then a bunch of other people sit down, and then all of a sudden I see Ike Willis is sort of 4 people away from me, sitting there talking to somebody. So I started talking about something, and it got Ike's attention. And then I said something, I think, about how Frank was murdered, and he goes, yeah. No one had ever agreed with that, and I ever heard, especially some friend of Frank's or a band member. So we talked, in front of 4 people, back and forth, and had an exciting conversation. So that's when he gave me his phone number. Oh, yeah, and then that's first week of 2011. And then I go back to London, and I see him playing in London a few weeks later. It might have even been a month later, and Sky Goddess Sue was with me. And we go see Ike, and then we talk to Ike. I introduced Sue to him after the performance in this small club. And that's when we realized we need to do some more talking in depth. So then around Christmas 2011, I recorded our AIDS story, our AIDS expose of why Frank was murdered. And from that point on, he called me Uncle Bob. So we were on the phone a lot through 2012, and then in July 2013, we recorded what we night about the Dio Fa, God Lies. So far, that's my life. And occasionally since then, I talk to Ike, and we're planning different things. And he's trying to survive doing his tours. I think he's in a couple of cover bands. So that's... Oh, and then Mateo says, what led you... Well, you hear us talking. We got so inspired by Dio Fa, and it never got done. So we have to do it. But I don't think we have the setup right now to do it. It's interesting that since Gail's passed, it always would have been a problem, I think, with Gail there. But Gail might have wanted to do it, but I'm going to approach probably the Zappa kids to see what they think of the project, how it could be done, and it's probably a better opportunity to do it now. Now that we don't have Gail sort of controlling the scene. So L-Truth says, I need Cliff Notes. What's going on? Where are we at? I think so busy spinning gold from that cotton wheel. Are you in London, Robert? Robert is, but not me. And then he goes, sounds like this is Zappa Hour. Yes, it is. Robert says, ahoy, this has been Frankie's year. Bramley says, what about the technological singularity? E-Truth, somewhere between lost and found. E-Truth says, yeah, feeling more found now. He goes, what's up, Bramley? Mateo gives a link to the article I'm reading, which, this article, a lot of these are, not the more obscure stuff I'm reading, but some of them are in the good Zappa archives. Bramley, I have a question on psychedelics and immortality. Why are you typing this, Bramley? Did I have you on mute? Can you just speak up?
Well, I thought you guys were reading the chat, but...
All right, so that was just... you're just planning it, putting it out there for later. All right, ask the cops to spell pinguiculum, says ORA. Ever done LSD, Bob? I would never know ORA, but I did have some experience. I did get drugged at various times and had pretty good experiences. At one time, everything turned to gold. And I became a golden king, spinning gold, which became true. And that was 40 years ago. Mateo says, LSD became illegal on the day before this was published. I guess about whatever, October 7th. And LSD got illegal on October 8th, 1966. And then N says, want to buy some Mandy's, Bob? He's quoting Zappa about 1977, where Frank, forget the name of the song, is addressing Bob Dylan. Says, want to buy some Mandy's, Bob? In a Dylan kind of voice. I think. Or Adrian Ballou does a pretty good imitation of Dylan after this question is said by Frank. Or R.A. says Californication. And he says, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Rob says, wow, I just had my first dream in years. I was in an Ohio hotel with various Facebook friends. Couldn't find the toilet, though. Now, that's Rob versus Robert. Maybe there's a difference. RRA says, hideout is gross misrepresentation of Uncle's viewpoint. Not sure what he's referring to. Uncle with a K? No, it's not. It doesn't have a K.
Okay.
What about culture that took drugs before the electrical environment? Oh, yeah, there was more drug taking in the 19th century, some people say, than in the 20th century, but it was legal. And everybody took drugs all through history. But when you have nice little teenagers taking drugs, I think that's a bit different. Coming out of an environment that was not pre-industrial tactile. Pre-industrial tactile cultures, there's lots of drugs going about. Even St. Augustine, St. Thomas Aquinas, all the saints took drugs so they could investigate Scripture in more depth, get new interpretations.
Oh, man.
Bramley says, I got knocked off the line. Mateo gives the Kim Fowley article on Wikipedia, or no, just the article on Kim that I'm reading. HN goes, Shazoot, quoting Frank Zappa. Then ORA says, thanks, says, ever ask Ian about UFOs? Yes, we have a lot on UFOs, ORA. Then Mateo says, thanks for the backstory, Bob. That's about Ike Willis. Has Ike not been exposed to Iandom or the drops? I sent Ike the drops. He liked it, but I don't think he could afford keep taking it. He was having a hard time on the road, not getting many gigs a year or two ago. He tried the drops. He liked it, but I don't think he followed up on it. He has not been exposed to ion. I have not talked about that. Well, I have mentioned a couple times I was on the phone with him years ago, 2011, say, when Ion would be on KPFK in L.A., and Ike lives in L.A. area. He could have turned on KPFK and listened, but I don't think he did. But I gave him the opportunity in 2011. So that's the last point. Now, where are we?
One more question. What kind of tours does Ike still do? He doesn't involve Dweezil, does he? No, Dweezil took a lot of his business away when Gail Zappa State started promoting Dweezil, and Dweezil was running around doing many concerts. His band may be better than Ike's band, but there was some controversy between Andre in Ike's band, who was attacked by the roadie of Dweezil at some concert they were both at, where Andre was there, and that was pretty bad. So there's no good feeling, I think, between Andre and Ike and the Dweezil guys. But the Dweezil guys were getting all the gigs, and they were a pretty flashy show. And so you just look up Project Object. I think it's Project/Object. That's his band, and you can read their sites and reviews and video of them on tour. Put in Ike Willis and ProjectObject.com and it should come up. Now, Gene's here. Gene doesn't come in much.
Morning,
but,
Bob.
Yes, morning for you. What's up with you, buddy?
My schedule's changed a lot recently. I'm sleeping a lot again. I'm doing the Candida diet.
Is that something Carolyn recommends?
Yes, it is something she actually suggested a couple years ago when I first started consulting with her. But she's such a wonderful human being. She encouraged me to be patient and not to do it right away, because it's a big deal. You know, you can't eat anything. And so you're doing that, and that makes you sleep a lot. Yes, my body's kind of bipolar. My physical body is bipolar, very up and down. I'll have bursts of energy, and then I'll become exhausted very quickly. And then
on the diet or before that?
On the diet.
Yeah.
I've had issues with energy, ever since I found you guys, or before. That's the reason why the drops and everything have made such a difference. And on this diet and taking all the stuff, which is really, really helping, but I now get why she talks about it so much, because it is a challenge and it does affect your energy level.
Well, how's that? And she talks about it. That doesn't explain talking about it so much.
On the health call, she's spent quite a bit of time.
Well, she advocates it.
Yes.
And she talks on the health call about the problems of doing it.
Just this summer, it's come up a lot, and I don't know. I don't know if it's because there's a lot of people, calling in, or that's a trend they're seeing in.
Well, she has talked about it. She does talk about it, but you're implying that she's talked a lot about the problems that you're experiencing, the inconveniences or whatever. I don't recall her talking too much about the effects of it. So you're saying she tells you to be careful about it.
There was a blog about emotional, I can't remember the title, something about candida and emotional issues. Maybe because I'm focused on it, I heard more than you did in the calls. But
looking at it.
It's also daylight savings time, and that really changes, or has an effect on my body, where I'm ready to go to sleep at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, while
anyway,
Zappa was in New York City, listen, while Zappa was in New York in the summer of '67, he formed an advertising company, and an ad he made for Hagstrom guitars, it shows Frank standing there quite aggressively looking at us and holding a guitar with the arm of the guitar coming towards you. And then the other mothers are all in a group behind him on the floor. But this thing that's stretching you, the neck of the guitar, it has these big words beside it: long and slippery. Long and slippery sounds penal.
That's a great way to wake up.
In bed. What?
That's a great way to wake up.
And then it says the mother's
like
invention underneath.
To me.
Intestines?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the yeast thing. So did you want to bring something up, Gene?
Well, now, did I hear that you played the recording with Ike Willis where you described to him, the
Yeah, is that probably on Bobfest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you know
That's going to be a lot of fun to hear again. I remember it from Bobfest.
Yeah, it's really good.
So I'm not going to ask you if that might be one of the projects on the back burner that you and Ike have been talking about.
You're not going to ask me about what he hoped to do. No, don't ask me about it. I don't talk about it.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so I'm just looking through my notes. I think we're finished with Frank. The last show was 12 hours. That's a bit much for people, right?
What happened in the beginning of the show? You played music for a couple hours?
Music for 2.5 hours. Then we talked for half an hour, and then we did Ike Willis, and then now we've been doing the Frank Zappa Hour.
So I got the end of the Ike Willis recording. Was there just one recording that you played?
Yeah, that's all so far. Also, a neat statement by Frank in the late 80s about predicting freedom coming in the 90s due to technological overkill and the establishment not able to hold it, keep people afraid. So that's why the establishment brought in 911 to try to recover control on the fear level. So it's interesting, Frank was predicting the cause that caused the 911 on one level. One of the factors.
I listened to a cash flow. I think Paige White posted on Dupes, referred to a cash flow that Debbie was on, Deb from Boston.
Yes, I was going to play that, or I haven't listened to it, but I made a note of that. Maybe we could put it on later or something, see what it's like.
Well, in that cash flow, Bob, you reference a show from July of the same year, 2010. And I listened to that. I believe it was July 2nd of 2010. And you provide a fabulous summary. It might have been one of the first shows that you were on where James asked for an introduction of you, and you summarized a lot of things very well. Kind of your whole time.
Okay, what's the date of this?
July 2nd, 2010. Okay,
well, we've been doing the show on cash flow for 6 months or 8 months. So what did I do? What did James ask me belatedly?
It was like he was introducing you, you know, and he said, tell us about yourself. And you launched.
Oh, so what did I talk about?
You launched into the whole thing, your background, when Echelon, when you became, I think it was
Chairman, Senior Council 10.
Yep. And then you went into the McLuhan's Effects of Media, and that the intelligence agencies were aware of this, and that really just describing everything that's been going on. The shadow banking system.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good summary.
Okay, and you found that while looking for Boston, Debbie Boston.
Yes, I was listening to, I think that was October 20th?
October 27th.
Of the same year.
Right.
Yep. And there she was. That darn
wow,
so what do you make of that?
For a while then.
Yeah, she's always pretending
Ion
she doesn't know.
She had a conversation with Ion in 2010.
That's so funny. Because for a while she was coming back as different identities each time, different names.
Yeah, like what's going on? Is she nuts? Can't remember stuff, or she's pretending to be stupid? You know, that's the question about her.
She thinks she's.
I mean, here she was asking just 3 months ago, what does Ion? What does Ion do or something? You know, here she is talking to Ion 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. We'll be waiting with full awareness of everything. I'm putting away my papers.
Hey Bob,
yeah.
What were you, remember that conference you
want to ask about psychedelics and immortality? That was the question on the board, right?
Yes. Yeah. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, the psychedelics do something to the sensory perception, shake it up, cause confused signals, or maybe they create bliss, all kinds of different subjective responses. There's no such thing as eternity, you could say. It is a fact of existence and not to be noted, not to be wondered about. Unless you go, well, it's weird being live. How come this is happening? Why am I here forever? So I don't know what to say about. Some people think psychedelics makes people aware of their eternal self or their sense of being eternal. So if that's good, then more power to the drugs.
What
I guess I don't have
about
much to say.
Okay, I don't know if you're aware.
Well, what do you think of it? Let's figure out what you say about it. What do you think of psychedelics and immortality?
Well, I think there's a lot of studies to be done, more research.
Well, how do you do that? I mean, you're already eternal. How do you study it?
How
do you study eternity?
Well, we're talking about immortality.
Oh, okay. Immortality means surviving death and living forever in the physical. Okay, I'm actually misinterpreted that, right? I'm talking eternity, but you mean staying in the body. I think I would say that they might inspire you to think that you could be eternal in the body, but they would not help you become eternal. You need to change your blood and your cells, which is what our products do. Ian says mostly the psychedelics just sort of shake up your mind, make your mind temporarily relaxed, allowing other experiences to flow in, because the blocking mechanism of your normal consciousness becomes sidelined for a little while. So it loosens up your control factor so that you would allow the anomalous to happen more easily. Now, I got something here, Eliza. I'm not going to do it tonight, but are you there, Eliza?
I'm here.
We've got upcoming gifts in the Zappa world. I have the movie screenplay of Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People. Original story and screenplay by Frank Zappa, copyright 1964. This is when he was at the Cucamonga studio and trying to make movies or thinking about it. Property of Frank Zappa Enterprises, 314 West G Street, Ontario, California. That's when he was married. He was still married in 64. But it gives his phone number and everything. So this is his manuscript. And it says the characters are Captain Beefheart. Listen to this.
A few days ago, I watched a documentary on Captain Beefheart.
Good. Did you see that footage of him in 1966 at a surfer beach? You know, it's like a mainstream teenage music show, and he's singing Boom Boom or something?
He's at the beach, yeah.
Yeah, on the beach, and he looks so handsome. He could have been a big star.
He does, doesn't he? He was also a good-looking one when he was young.
Yeah.
Back in his heyday.
Yeah, he really looks good, and if he wasn't so eccentric and, well, he wouldn't want to be, but if he was packaged and processed, he could have been a teen heartthrob.
Yep, I totally agree.
Right. So the characters, it says Captain Beefheart, a sort of narrator who is magic. Now, Beefheart later forms a band called Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band. So then it has Sue, which is actually his mother's name. It says his mother. Then Glenn, his actual father, Glenn, his father who was a bread man. Then it says Billy Sweeney. I don't know if that's a real person. An old janitor. Cecil Sweeney, his nephew. Larry Fanoga. It says he still likes ponies. Johnny Smith, a corn-fed astronaut. Senator Gurney, he works for the government. Celestia, a queen from the moon with green skin. And then the king of grunts. That is what his followers call him, the king of grunts. And the play is called Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People. Also, there's a newscaster, first grunt, second grunt, 9 other grunts, 9 other green girls, a baton twirler, and 2 missile technicians, and a 7-piece youth band, supported by a large crowd. Now it says, in the first pages a Happy Valley sign and surrounding landscape. That's what Zappa had on his studio in 1970. Dr. Zircon and Happy Valley scene or lab or something. So we have that manuscript, and then we have another. Oh, this is what is this? Another version of the manuscript, maybe different version. Then we have 1972, Munchkin Music, ASCAP, all rights reserved, and this opera or play or movie is called Hunchin' Toot, Hunchentoot. This book and lyrics for Hunchin' Toot by Frank Zappa. So, might be interesting to read through those for their obscurity. Have to see if they're online someplace. Maybe they are known. Someone has done something with them. But I think I looked up something, Captain Beefheart versus the Grunt People, and it wasn't around, but I thought, well, it's copywritten. I think Gail would have made sure it wasn't available. It's Frank's property. So, what do you have at? Isn't that exciting? These artifacts?
Yep.
We're looking for conceptual continuity.